Hey, anybody up? Anybody here? Let me see the state of it, buddy. I ain't wearing no today. That shit kind of bad. That shit kind of bad. She's bad as hell, nigga.
Hello? Hello?
What's up, Dima? What's up, Dima?
Hello?
Hey, William.
Hey, how are you?
Good man.
Helio, we got some new members in here.
What's up, Leo?
Hey, Mike, are you at your computer? Battle mod? Got a couple new guys.
I just want to share my wisdom with you guys.
Go for it, man.
Like I don't know why most people think that Earth is like a ball. Like it's just flat. It's people don't have a theory that says that Earth is like a ball that is round. It's just flat.
Yep. The problem is when you find out and you try and tell other people,
They're
they
not
don't want
believing
to
you.
hear it. They don't want to hear it, right? They get pissed. They get angry.
Yeah, they get mad at you. And it's
I
not
don't get
fair.
so. Yeah, why would they get so angry? Like, not some people don't. Some people just act like, okay, whatever. They don't care. But my brother's girlfriend, she got mad. I don't want you talking about that. Like, okay, my brother was having a party. I have two brothers, right? My
Yeah,
older and my younger brother, right? So
yeah,
my younger brother and I are flat earthers. My older brother's not a flat earther, and his girlfriend gets really triggered. Well, my brother's friend Kevin is also a flat earther. So there was three of us. They were going to be at the party. I don't want you talking about that. Like she don't like, what do you care? It's none of your business, right? It's his house, and like we can talk about whatever we please.
yes,
But she got physically mad about it, like I'm spreading some kind of propaganda or whatever. I don't know. She's a bitch.
yeah,
But to think anybody would get angry about it, it's like, what if I thought Bigfoot was real, or if I thought something, anything, right? I wouldn't.
right.
Why would you get mad? Is it bothering you? What if I believe in a certain religion? Do you care what religion I believe in? She would never do that to anyone else.
Yeah,
I could see that maybe they don't want you talking about religion, but this is more harmless. This is not, you're not trying to push your religion on anybody. We're just having a conversation. What do you care?
yeah. So William Scott, you are on mute. I don't think you can say that.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that Earth is flat because rapper Bob, he caused the uh, furor about the Earth that I don't know how to say it. Like he proved that Earth is flat and it isn't round. You know what I mean?
I think he's a little bit more tongue-tied. Maybe he's not so good with his English.
Yeah, my English is kind of bad. I'm new with it.
I think Williams is probably has less English skills than you. Like he's getting
Yeah,
caught up.
my English it's kind of bad. I just speak English from 1 year.
No,
Like
yours is not bad. I could understand what you're talking about.
Williams, it's not talking like William Scott. It's not talking. I don't think he doesn't know what to say. He,
It's okay.
I'm learning.
Yeah, you know what? Just listening is a good way to learn. And also because it's in another language, it's a little bit, we try and make it as easy to understand as possible, because if we used a bunch of big words, you're like, what does that word mean? If English is not your first language, it's going to make it that much more difficult.
yes. So, Wolfgang, can you tell William Scott what is your theory about flat Earth?
What is what?
Your theory about flat Earth. Not theory.
About flat Earth? Why it's flat?
Yes.
Somebody came in the other room there and he was just saying his most basic reason is because the water on Earth it always finds level, right? And if
Yeah.
you have 70% of the Earth covered in water, and we know that the water is level, it's not curving, how do we have a ball? Most of the surface is a flat surface because water always finds it's level, so it's like it can't be a ball. It's pretty much that basic. It doesn't have to be more difficult than that, but people don't accept that. They won't accept that one proof so they ask for more. Well, what about this? What about this? And they keep throwing a bunch of crap, but they can't find any reason why it's a ball. Tell me why it's a ball. If it was, they show us a blue ball, the blue marble, and it's a blue marble because it's covered in water, right? So if you
Right.
can find water bending around a ball, if the water was curving at the surface, then you could prove it's a ball. We can't find water that does that. Maybe on a
So
small
like,
scale, like one droplet of water, you could have a curved surface, or if you have a
I have a
teaspoon of water.
question that
Yeah.
pisses me off, and I want to find the answer about it. If I know the Earth is like it's like an island, you know, but how does the water like go down? Like,
Go down the drain
yes, or
because if there's any part lower, like water is always constantly trying to find equilibrium to find its level. So if you have one part of water like a waterfall, if you have a river and it goes over the edge of a cliff, it's going to fall off the edge of the cliff. And when it stops falling, that means it's found equilibrium. It's equalized. When it equalizes, the surface, the top of the water will always be flat. Once the water is not in motion anymore, when it's at rest, it will always equalize. It will flatten out.
oh, okay.
So in other words, every part of the surface of the water will be the same height. It will all flatten out. There won't be a high spot in the middle. It will flatten.
Okay. I understand now.
Yeah, so according to the globe, the center should be the high point. Let's say we had a lake, if we had a lake 10 miles long, the center of the lake should be like 33 feet higher than the edges, the two edges.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me either. It's like, wait a minute. So wait, the water should be bending, and between the 2 points should be the highest point. And none of it makes sense. If you just look
Yeah.
at what makes sense is what you see with your own eyes. When you go to the lake and you look out at the water, you see a straight line, you see a straight horizon line. There's no bend to it. It's just a flat line. You see a flat line between the sky and the water, and it's right in the middle. It's right centered with your eyeball. You see half water, half air. And if you go up in a balloon, like a helium balloon, and you go like 21 miles up in the air, you'll still see half ground and half sky. 50-50. You'll see
Oh,
50-50 horizon. It will never
uh,
change.
I have a question for the William Scott if he is here. William, are you here?
Yes.
Can you please look a second? I send you a message in private about the flat Earth and why I should believe it.
If you could post in the live stream voice text, and then everyone in the room could see what you're trying to share. If you want to share it with everybody, so we can tell what you're talking about.
Oh,
Like if you have a picture you want to talk about the picture, share it with everybody.
okay. So I'm going to send you a picture for now. Wait a second. Like, I want to send you a picture that you can see why the Earth is flat and why you should believe that it's flat. Okay. So where can I send it?
Put it in the live stream voice text.
Okay. It doesn't let me put it.
Does it?
I think VC verified can post images.
I think so. Yeah, he's got BC verified.
Yeah, but I don't think they can actually post images, can they? Links?
I don't know.
Don't
Maybe
think so.
not.
You could DM it. You DM it to me if you want, and I'll post it.
To who? There are many people here.
Django. Ejango.
Okay. Let me send the picture to you real quick. Okay. I'll send it to you.
So this is a perfect example of what no flat earthers believe. So, listing it now.
What does he have? The disc in outer
Yeah.
space?
It is.
It's probably something like that, right? A disc in outer space.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. I've
And
just
like
posted it.
Antarctica are just some wells that are covering the island.
Yeah, this is not what it is. This is like a meme that this thing floating in outer space. The whole concept of outer space is nonsense. See, that's why they try and make fun of it. But you think a ball in outer space makes sense? Like, here's what
Doesn't.
they put. They put this in their Illuminati card game, and I think they're going to try and leak this out that the Earth is flat. But see the model that they put. They have a square flat Earth with no boundary, and the ship is just going off this edge into a black void, into the void of blackness. That's what they want people to believe. Wait, you're going to go into the void of blackness, but they still believe it. They still believe in outer space. Oh, there's a black void around you.
Okay,
And
so how does the plane flies? Like, how does the plane fly over the Earth?
you mean an airplane?
Yes.
Do you know what the word plane is? Plane
No.
plane means a flat surface. That's what a plane means. Plane means to make flat. So there's a thing called a wood planer. A wood planer, and it shaves the wood down and it makes it flat. There's an aeroplane. There's a hydroplane. Hydroplane, you're traveling over flat water. Hydroplane. Aeroplane, you're traveling over a plane. Air, you're traveling through the air over a plane. You got words like
Oh.
sea level. It's in the words of these things that people knew the earth was flat even back then, and it's only recently been changed to a globe. We just had a lunar eclipse in Australia. There's an Aussie here. You want to describe it to Django? And at
I
the
don't
same
know.
time, there was a lunar eclipse in Canada, and they could see the sun as well in Canada. And they were watching an eclipse, a lunar eclipse in Australia, but there was a selenelian, I think it was in Alberta, Canada, at the same time, where the sun and the lunar eclipse were above the horizon at the same time. You could see the sun, you could see the lunar eclipse. So how is the lunar eclipse happening? There has to be something else causing it. It's not the shadow of the earth. That can be because you couldn't have the sun and lunar eclipse above the horizon. That confirms it's not that.
William Scott, can you look in private, please? I've sent you more pictures about it.
Yeah, I hope it's not the Earth in space thing, the disc in space. That's pretty cringy.
No, it's not. What were you saying? It's other pictures and articles.
I've seen people speculate it could be something like this, where you have an inside ring and an outside ring, and then it just keeps going. We don't know. This is more plausible than a globe, but I'm not saying this is how it is. I don't know if it is arranged like this, where there's extra land outside this central ring. That would be pretty cool though, because I'd like to check out those other land
Okay,
areas.
so I'm have to leave you now. I have a urgent problem. Okay, I'll see you later. Bye.
All right. Those guys were definitely trolly. They didn't
Yeah.
I don't think they
100%.
spoke good enough English to troll us properly. But regardless, maybe something flicked the light switch on with them, you know what I mean? Like even people that come to troll, sometimes they'll be like, wait a minute, what he said actually makes sense. This globe thing doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, I think half the problem is, I mean, if you Google flat Earth and hit images, I mean, nearly every picture is just a disk in space. And, you know, same thing on YouTube. Just type any video title in regarding flat Earth and it's just disks in space the whole way while you're searching down. And I notice, you know, like 90% of the young people that come into this server think it's a disk in space and they have such a warped view of flat Earth to begin with. They don't know anything about the globe Earth either. They come in here completely unarmed, and when they start getting facts thrown at them, they can't handle it. It's to see how they react in different ways.
Everybody loves outer space. You know, they want to get in their rocket ship and travel to faraway planets, right? Oh, these are planets. They're just like Earth. Earth is a planet. No, it's not. But they want to believe that. See, look, here's the Mars lunar, or here's the Mars rover, and here's the moon mission. Once you establish the moon landing was fake, it's easier to tackle like, okay, the Mars rover, that's fake. Like it's easy, the Tesla car in outer space. You first got to tackle the fake moon landing to you know what I mean? It's like you got to go to first base before you can cross home plate. And once you know that space is fake, then it's easier to swallow the rest of it. Like, oh, okay, makes sense.
Some of the cryptocurrency servers that I'm in, so cringy to listen to sometimes when they start going on about Elon Musk. You should hear how these people talk about Elon Musk like he's some sort of genius savior that's gonna humanity to the next level. I have to mute the server a lot of the time when they start going on these Elon Musk.
Hey,
It's
did you
horrible.
want some free airdrops? There's some airdrops that they were coming in from what was it? Like 43 different airdrops of some new coins. They're not listed yet, but if you want some free ones, if you have a trust wallet, you can get them
Yeah,
for
yeah.
free. Yeah, let me send it to
Wow.
you.
Yeah, that would be great. Thanks.
You never know which ones are going to be valuable. What if you had a bunch of
Yeah.
it's like, wait, I got these things for free. Bitcoin was once free.
That's amazing.
They were airdropping them.
Not even long ago.
Well, yeah, about 12 years ago. But imagine being airdropped like, here's 1,000 Bitcoin. Okay, cool, thanks. And you forgot you had them like all these years. Like, oh shit, I got some Bitcoin. Yes.
It's quite a crazy market. I actually day trade full time. Don't actually invest, and I think it's crazy that we're investing a lot of money to certain coins when it's really clear that the Bitcoin completely controls all of the other coins. Like I spend all day every day watching all of the charts, and I can literally trade the coins off Bitcoin without even watching the chart of the coin that I'm trading, because I'm watching I've got two charts in front of me right now. They literally are mirroring each other. If Bitcoin moves up, Matic will move up. But if it crashes, Matic will crash. Yeah.
Everything is priced in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is the currency of cryptos. So if Bitcoin gets everything is if you want to buy it, it's this much Bitcoin, right? So it's like it makes sense. Bitcoin is the money of the internet. So if your currency of Bitcoin goes down, your altcoin goes down because it's worth that many less Bitcoin.
So around a few days ago, about a week ago, I think it was now, when Elon Musk sent out that tweet saying that Tesla wouldn't accept Bitcoin anymore because of they use too much power or something like that, or too much energy. The whole market's crashed since then, and it's been a wild ride down. I've been watching it for the last week, trading it down actually, while on the cryptocurrency servers, just listening to so many people just losing ungodly amounts of money.
Everybody's playing the long side.
Yeah, what's happening is it's dipping. So as soon as he sent that tweet out, it just started crashing. And it'll hit like a resistance point, a support level sort of thing. I forget what exactly resistance or support. And then it'll start going up a little bit. Everyone will think, oh, okay, this is the bottom. It'll shoot up a bit. Everyone will start investing all their money. And the big guns in, like the whales they call them, they'll just a whole bunch of coins off basically because they can just make
it's actually cat bounce. So the people say you just bought it, right? If you're playing the dead cat bounce, you look at a level of support. The level of support for Bitcoin was about 30K. Once it got down to 30K, there was a reasonable risk reward, right? Because it was double 30K. It was more than double. So it was like a midway point. And they got a nice bounce. It bounced up to about 42. So it bounced from 30 to 42. If you don't want to take any more risk, if you just bought it at 30, you're going to be satisfied with 39 or 40. You're satisfied. If it starts turning against you, you're just going to dump it. And that's what a lot of people are doing. They're getting in, and what's happening, it keeps making lower lows, lower highs. Yeah. It doesn't, each time it dips, it doesn't bounce back quite as high. And then people who got in it much earlier are like the people with Dogecoin. It's a shittier coin than Bitcoin, but they're getting, like, every time it gets a bounce, like, maybe I'll cut my losses on the next bounce. If it has a bounce, maybe this is good enough. This is all I'm going to get. I don't want to lose anymore. I'm going to step out. And that's why you keep getting smaller and smaller bounces on the way down. People are saying we're still in a bull market. Like, oh, this is just a correction in a bull market. I'm like, dude, look at a big chart, like a 5-year chart, and you can see it looks like it's coming down the backside of a mountain. This is not just a normal dip. Normal is not to drop 50%, is not normal. And then keep going down.
Do a video that's very interesting about why it's dipping at the moment and how it's completely manipulated, and it's actually a textbook move. I forget the exact name of it, but someone about 5 months ago. It's not called that. It's I'll send you the video. It's very interesting.
When I saw Ethereum hit 4,300, it looked like a typical, they call it a parabolic blow off top. So the move from 100 on Ethereum, it moved from 100 to 2,000, and it was a pretty parabolic move. But then the next move from 2,000 to 4,300 was in no time at all, and it was just straight vertical, no correction at all, just straight up. I'm like, this is crazy. It's worth 500 billion in market cap. It just did this massive blow off top, like it doubled again. Like the first doubling to go from 100 to 20 to 2,000 was a massive move. And then it goes from the 2,000 and it doubles again. That's what told me time to GTFO. I'm out. I'm just like, I'm out. This is over. And Bitcoin was already corrected.
It's crazy. I've been actually down trading. I've been selling short all day on 100 times leverage on Ethereum. And everyone in the cryptocurrency servers like, oh, it's hit the bottom now, and they all keep putting their bets in. I'm like, guys, it's going to keep going down and down and down. Haven't lost a single trade all day. and it's just dropping. It's like 23.80 right now, and I'm just about to put another short in, and it's just going to keep dropping.
Put some stops so you don't get squeezed. Make sure
Oh
you
yeah,
put a limit.
yeah. When I set my trade up, I have a stop limit. I don't lose much money when it goes the wrong way. What I actually do is average up and average down. So if it comes up towards my liquidation point, I have a buy just under it. So it'll hit that, and then it'll raise my liquidation right up higher. And once it starts going down again, that's when I start to go into the
How
profit.
much do you pay? I mean, Ethereum has a lot of gas fees. How do you even trade it?
Oh
Like,
no,
are you-
it cost me on KuCoin. I'm paying like 0.01% in fees per transaction.
Okay, you have a different exchange because I know, like here's the problem with Ethereum. I had some left over in my crypto wallet. Like I had $100 of Ethereum, and that's when Ethereum was valued at 4,300. I'm like, dude, I have $100 worth. I just want to sell it, and I couldn't sell it because I didn't even have I didn't want to pay the fees, right? I could have sold it, but I wanted to get my coins out of I had it on an Exodus wallet. I didn't even set up a Coinbase account. My brother he sent me some coins. I'm like, here, I'm gonna send this back to you and you sell it. Anyway, I transferred from my account on Exodus to his wallet on Coinbase. And you know how much they charge for the transfer fee, the gas fee? It was $30 to send him
Yeah.
$100. That's
That's
insane.
crazy. Yeah, there's really cheap ways to do it. You buy EOS, and that's got the lowest fees that I've found. It's like 10 cents or something to send.
No, but I had the
so
Ethereum. I wanted to sell the Ethereum and I needed a way to sell it. So I'm
so
like,
it costs you $30 just to sell it.
no, just to set. No, it cost me $30 to send it, and then he sold it on Coinbase. He turned it into like a USD token. He only got $71. Was the net? I sent him 101, and he got 71.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, so all
Yeah,
the fees are fine.
They generally term that dust, and you're going to have a lot of dust across all your different coins where they don't meet the minimum transfer amount or the minimum sale amount. It might be $20 here and $30 there, and eventually
It
we're all
was
going to be
one-
sitting with.
I think on Trust Wallet was 150 was the minimum. So sorry, you need to do at least $150 purchase. I'm like, what? Minimum? That's bullshit. Yeah, there's fractional coins you could use, like fractional cryptos you could also between people. There's better cryptos you could transfer between people that the fees are very small. They're minimal. I think Cardano's one of them that people like. The fees are really reasonable.
Do you guys know anything about BSV?
BSV, I'll look it up now.
I got some of that in the airdrop. If you check out that airdrop, I think I got some free tokens of that.
No, BSV doesn't do airdrops.
No?
It's the Bitcoin Satoshi vision. It's the original chain that still runs. They did a test on a 1 gigabyte block. And at that point, it's like 1/1000th of 1 US cent to transfer thousands. And it was originally the Bitcoin plan was that blocks were meant to increase as the demand grew so that you can fit more transactions into each block, meaning that the miner's cost is shared across more transactions, meaning we all benefit from a lower transaction fee. But the decentralization of this space and them fracturing into all these little tokens and all these exchange platforms to change this into that, but you can't change that into this, and you can't. All of those things are just eating away at the funds. Whereas the original concept of Bitcoin was always immediate and direct. You didn't need gas. You didn't need all those other intermediary things to facilitate the transaction. But it's one of the biggest conspiracies, kind of like the flat earth, that the entire mainstream has completely bashed BSV because it's still the original chain. And they don't want everyone to go around that. So they delisted it from exchanges, and they're deliberately suppressing the prices at the moment. So it's a fascinating thing where BSV at the moment has more utility. Here in South Africa, I can directly transfer cash into BSV and I can draw Bitcoin at a retailer with BSV because it's the original Bitcoin. But yet the rest of the world is still completely in the mindset that it's either BTC or Ethereum or Monero or EOS or fucking XRP. They think that that's the actual crypto that's going to run the world in the future.
Where do you get it? You're saying you can, what exchange? They don't list it on exchanges. How do you get your hands on it?
So it is on exchanges. Just the main ones, like I think it was Binance delisted it, and there was one or
It's on
two other,
KuCoin,
and
yeah.
it was like a big coup that they all delisted in the same week at the time where effectively it was projected to double or triple in price because of actual utility. Like Money Button is built on top of it. So BSV, you would exchange it on Float SV. So you can transfer Bitcoin. So it's floatsv.com or .io, I'm not sure. But effectively, you can transfer multiple currencies against it. But yet the big exchanges who are in cahoots, kind of like Globe model, are preventing people having access to it because it's so useful and it's still the original Bitcoin chain.
Can you still mine it? How many coins does it have, and can you mine it?
It's 110 times more profitable to mine than any other coin. And this is the height of the suppression that's being done against this thing. It's instant transaction, zero conf. All those beautiful things that were built into the original design of a peer-to-peer electronic cash payment system that's been extracted by most other coins, or that those opcodes have been removed. It's kind of limited the functionality of all the other coins, leading to new coins arising. So when they talk about the smart contracts in Ethereum, that was an opcode that was removed from the original Bitcoin code at the time when Ethereum was launched. They were removing that smart contract code that was already inherent in the Bitcoin code. And the moment that they removed it, Ethereum popped up, but that's when BCH forked, or should I say BTC actually forked off of BCH, and then BSV continued the same chain, and BCH forked off of BSV. So BSV is actually the original intact version 1 of Bitcoin, and the entire market doesn't want anyone to know about it. But yet it's not doing what these other coins are doing. It's being deliberately manipulated downwards. So even the shittiest coins have gone up 100% or 200% over this last crazy rally period. But BSV, every time it started to double, there'd be a massive sell-off the next day. Deliberate manipulation, removing from further exchanges. So
I can't find it. BSV. Can't find it. The coin.
Yeah, Bitcoin
You send a
Satoshi
link?
Vision.
Put a link so we could all have it. Put a link in the chat so we could find this coin.
It was up to around $500. Now it's down to $162.60.
Oh boy, that sounds cheap. I want to get some. It was up to 500 and now it's down to 100 and how much?
62 right now.
I might grab a couple. If there's only a limited like 21 million, I might grab a couple. I just don't know where to find it, but that would be one to tuck away if it's that useful and the fees are small. And the problem is all these coins are parasitic. When you go to trade
Go
them,
to
it's
Float.
parasitic.
Go to Float, FLOAT SV. Just type into Google Float SV.
Okay. What kind of wallet do you need? You need a special wallet for it?
It's on KuCoin. It takes like 5 minutes to start a KuCoin account. You don't need KYC verification or anything like that.
Could I get that from America? Because there's a Binance and a Binance US. There's a lot of exchanges don't run.
A lot of people in America are using KuCoin because it doesn't require KYC verification. Do you use a VPN when you go on an exchange or anything?
Yeah. Here,
Yeah,
float
if you use this on a VPN,
Able
it's safe. You don't even have to
to
give them ID.
exchange.
You don't even have to give them any information, just an email. It's really low fees, and you'll get a wallet with any coin, basically, and you can deposit money into that wallet address. And,
I see here's BSV. BSV is 163 right now, US dollars.
Okay, but like I said to you guys, remember that this is the flat Earth information is BSV, and deliberately it's being manipulated negatively in the way that YouTube, Twitter, all of those things are doing censorship and scrubbing the platforms and removing information. And so I personally sold a lot of my Bitcoin into BSV at the time where BSV dropped and Bitcoin shot through the roof. So I'm not saying that you're going to buy this coin and become a millionaire tomorrow, but it's deliberately being manipulated in a negative fashion while other ones are being incredibly inflated. But when you go and look into the company that owns, well, the original founder, the creator of Bitcoin, Craig Wright, he's got more than 1,000 patents for Bitcoin technology. He owns the name. So later, either this year or next year, he's going to sue every company that uses the term Bitcoin because he's the original owner of that name. So Bitcoin Gold, Bitcoin Lite, or anything that's got a Bitcoin in it will have to remove the name, and only Bitcoin Satoshi Vision will be allowed to persist with that. But he owns, or he's had over 1,000 patents filed for every intricate piece of technology. So once again, the mainstream paints him as a fraud, but he's a fraud with more than 1,000 patents for the technology. And he, since the beginning, has been repeating exactly the same message, and everyone else hasn't been understanding it. And that's why he's been so persistent and so persistently hated. So it's a fascinating conspiracy on the finance side to be able to see where's truth and lies, and then really go do your research. And you see there's a coin that literally has the long-term goal once you get 10 gigabyte blocks is that it's virtually zero transaction fee. And at that point, I can send you 3 cents. And it didn't take any of my 3 cents. You received 3 cents. And then at that point, we can do micro payments between one another for any value. It's instant. I don't need any confirmation. It literally it's the bigger vision of what crypto was meant to be. And the amount of adoption, the amount of companies that are building on top of it, entire platforms. So the best wallet for it is called CentBee, CentBee, like the little buzzing bee. CentBee. It's actually a South African company, and it's also in terms of their interaction, they're signing with all the retailers, and you can literally exchange cash straight into BSV, which you can't do with any other currency. But it's because it's legitimate and it's gone through all the processes. But like you said, you couldn't find it. Trying to find an exchange that has it, and it's the original Bitcoin, but it's been suppressed like the flat Earth truth.
The
It's
problem
funny, I've
is,
got both charts up. I've got BSV up and I've got Bitcoin up at the moment, and Bitcoin just shot up like a rocket all of a sudden, and so did BSV at the exact same time. They're moving together. Everything's moving with Bitcoin at the moment.
that's the way they all move. Like Bitcoin
But
is
don't
like
you?
the
Not
leader.
always. Not always. Like
They
I was
used to
watching
be
Matic the other
opposite.
day, and Bitcoin was crashing, and Matic was just going up and up and up. It's weird. It's a weird thing they do with the algorithms. So Matic was going up and up and up while Bitcoin was crashing, and then all of a sudden, it's like they switched a switch or something, and then Matic just started just imitating Bitcoin exactly for the whole rest of the day.
But it was always the opposite because every other coin is valued in Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin goes down, every other coin has to go down because it's valued in a currency that's busy decreasing. So there used to be these things where Bitcoin price would go up, all cryptos would drop because effectively, or their Satoshi value would drop because they're effectively gaining value because the Bitcoin market was gaining, and then the cryptos would start to catch up to the Bitcoin. But generally, as soon as Bitcoin started to drop, usually they would all sort of, it would take a day or two, but it would follow like a bit of a pattern. But the way that these things are delinked from one another now, that Bitcoin can be falling through the floor and another coin can be shooting through the roof, it just shows you how much manipulation is going on.
Well, sometimes you can get like a certain project, something like say they're getting listed on Coinbase, that will give that particular coin a good pop. Sometimes you'll get a doubling. Coinbase doesn't have a good selection. I was just on there. There's only like 60 coins listed. They don't even have a lot of these big top 100 coins. Coinbase actually sucks. So does the Binance US sucks too. There's not very many to select from. All these altcoins, there's a lot of altcoins that are not on there.
But also just keep it in context with like the rest of the world. They're busy shutting down all business and industries. They're locking us down. They're destroying small industry, deliberately squeezing people. Then they're poisoning them to try and depopulate. There's all these things going on. But yet somehow they're pushing everyone into this crypto space where you can just become a millionaire by trading. It's almost too good to be true if you consider the rest of what's going on in the world's plan towards total eradication of the middle class and the average individual. Why would they then suddenly create all this trading opportunity? And the markets are going through the roof, so even very unskilled people are making money right now.
Not anymore.
It's like,
I know a lot of people that have lost their ass off. They're all betting on a Bitcoin bounce and it falls through the floor and they get wiped out. They're leverage trading.
yeah, well, that's part of what this game is about, and it's a 2 to 3 year play, and everyone who burns their fingers in the first sell off usually stays out of the market and then doesn't capitalize on the next rebound. But the millionaires are the ones who can sit for 2 or 3 years without needing an income. So they just deliberately manipulate the price down till every last person can't hold on to it anymore. Then they sell it just to get out. And at that point, they deliberately push it back up. And it's the game that's being played. And it's about your timing when you enter this game that determines win or lose,
That's what they did in 2017. There was another bust in 2019. There was a bust in March 2020. There was a bust. Now we're in this boom, but it looks like we're in a bust phase now because you see how sharply it's coming down from the top, and people just think, no, this is just a correction in a bull market. I'm like, dude, look at the severity of how fast it came down. This is not a normal correction. There's a lot of momentum behind this. We'll see. We'll see if it keeps going, if this is just a midway sell-off and it goes much higher. I don't know. It's a little easier to buy here now that it's half the price it was, but it's still a considerable downside if it keeps going.
Just posting you a video now that will help with what you were just talking about today. Amazing.
How you doing on this, Django? You doing pretty good? You've been making money on the
Yeah, I've been shorting the, as technical analysis. So if I read the charts and I can see that it's in a downtrend, I'll just be shorting the whole way down. And when I think it's getting towards the bottom, I'll kind of ease off and just wait around and just see what it's going to do. Wait till it literally starts uptrending for a decent amount of time. Because there's so many fake outs.
There's a lot of fake
outs.
Yeah,
then I'll just start uptrending. If it's uptrending, then I'll be going for long trades, and if it's downtrending, I'll be going for short trades.
I think Sunday it's been selling off until Sunday our time here. Let's see, Sunday in the morning is when it was hitting the bottom in the U.S. Eastern time, and then it was having a nice rebound from there. And you could kind of see where the support levels are. the support and resistance for Bitcoin is pretty obvious. It's like 30 is the support and right around 42 is resistance. So anywhere between there, if you get in low enough, you can get a pretty easy bounce if you want to not get too greedy. The tricky part
Definitely.
is
I
like
mean,
37.
is it going to hit the bottom? That's the question.
35 and 37 is tricky because it's right in the middle of the range.
Well, it went down to hit 29 the other day.
I know that was a good time to enter.
Yeah, but I didn't enter. You know, I was sitting there watching it as it hit 29. I'm like, oh, should I enter? But you know, there's too much fear there. It could have just kept going down.
Right, you don't want to catch a falling knife. When it reversed, you don't know if it's just a dead cat bounce. So by the time it reverses, now it's like, do you buy at 32 or 33? It's already moved 4,000. You know, is this just a bounce and it continues lower? That's the hard part.
Yeah, I got stung a lot of money early on investing that sort of way. You know, doing a bit of research and investing into coins and waiting for them to sort of go up, and then it doesn't matter where the resistance lines are, or it doesn't matter what anything, you know, is like. You know, all it takes is like Elon Musk or someone just to send a tweet out, or a whole bunch of whales to work together and just to crash the market, and the price just drops straight through all the resistance lines. You just see it crashing. You know,
I know.
I was
waiting.
Nerve-wracking going to bed at night. So what I do now is I just trade. I'm sitting at the computer, I put my money in, I trade leverage, I trade like 100x leverage. So, you know, if I put a $1 trade in, that's $100. If I lose it, I only lose $1. So,
well, no, you lose
and
100
as soon as I'm, no, if you go 100x leverage, $100 to trade with, and if you lose that $100 and you get liquidated, the worst thing that can happen is you lose $1. I don't even lose $1. I wouldn't even lose the dollar. I would have a stop limit set. If I made a mistake and it went the wrong way, I would lose like.
So wait a minute, you can
cents.
No, but you have to have the funds available to do liquid leverage trading. So you would need to have 10x times the value, or 100x times the value.
You just need to have $1, and you can get $100. And if you lose that $100, you lose $1. Doing it right now.
They're giving you 100 times credit, and your risk is.
Yeah, that's what leverage trading is. So what happens is, okay, just say it's right now I'm looking at what am I looking at? Bitcoin. Bitcoin's at 3443. Okay, and it looks like it's in a bit of a downswing at the moment. So if I wanted to put a long trade on that, I'll just say I put $1 on it at 100 times leverage, get $100 to play with. So just say I put my trade in now, and just say it goes down instead of up. So I made a mistake. Be a liquidation limit, which will just be slightly lower. Maybe a few cents lower. I'm not sure on this Bitcoin chart because it's hard to look, but it'll just be a few centimeters lower on the chart. So if it goes the wrong way and it hits your liquidation point, you'll lose the dollar. You won't lose $100. You don't have to pay them $100. So it's using liquidation is the only way that I can make constant trading and have really, really high percentages in win-loss rates with trades. Probably win like 8 out of 10 trades or something like that doing it this way, because I'm in and out really quickly. See, someone else, if they just say you put $100 in to Bitcoin right now, you want to make $20 out of that $100. It would have to climb so far for you to make that $20. If you put it in on that 100x leverage, it only has to go up 10% for you to, it only has to go up a little bit for you to make that same profit. So you're just quickly cashing out. Quickly putting
but it's the same.
Or sometimes it'll just keep going and you don't cash out, and it'll just go up like 1,000%.
So I've lost on leverage trading shorting. The point of leverage is that if you leverage win, you leverage lose. So when you have $100 in your wallet, but you only place a trade for $1, effectively that $100 is allocated. So if you set a 50% stop loss and you were trading $100 worth, $1 at 100x leverage, and you lost that trade, you lose $50 out your $100 wallet.
Right.
It's the same way that when you gain the win, you gain $50 because it went up 50% and you were in the same leverage trade.
I literally do this as a job, and I'm doing it right now, and I know how it works. You lose it. There is a way, okay? There is a setting So just say, yeah, you are correct in a way. There is a setting where you can set it so you can just say you put that dollar in and you get a liquidation price. So if you want it to go down past that liquidation price, there's a setting whereas it can start adding more money out of your account to basically stop it from liquidating in
You
hopes
mean
of
like
it
a
going back
margin
up again.
call? It's like a margin
But if
call.
you,
Yeah, it's like doubling
yeah,
down.
but you don't. I don't see why anyone would do that. I mean, I just put a stop limit in. If it goes the wrong way, I lose a few dollars. If it goes the right way, you make a ton of money. But you got to know what you're doing and study the charts and learn technical analysis and all that sort of thing. But you definitely only lose $1 the way I do it if you bet $100 on 100x leverage.
See, the thing I don't understand is the fees are more than $1. Like
No. Okay, so the original exchange I used to use was an Australian one called CoinSpot. It was 1% fees for buying the coins and then 1% fee. So the type of trading I do, I was losing money just because of the fees. But then using KuCoin, it went from 1% fees to 0.01% or something like that. So it's the fees are really small, especially if you're placing limit orders. It's 0.008%. If you place a market order, it's like 0.06%, which is a bit more. But yeah, you just place limit orders. It's very cheap. You can just go up a little bit and you can cash out and make a profit because the fees aren't affecting you. I think there's a few other cheap exchanges, but KuCoin is the one that I use, and these are very cheap.
Are they available for Americans?
Well, you don't need KYC verification for KuCoin. A lot of the people in the Discord groups, the crypto Discord groups that I'm in, they use the VPN and they use KuCoin.
Send me an invite. I want to try this. Like I would like to dabble, like maybe $100 and just try the $1 bets and see if I can.
What I did, I started losing like 80-90% of my scalping trades that I was doing, but I was just doing 100x leverage and I was just betting like trading like 6 cents at a time on 100x leverage, so you get like $6 or whatever. And once you get a good strategy going, I've got to the point now where I'm winning like 9 out of 10 trades, 8 out of 10 trades. It took quite a while to get there, so until I got there, I was just doing tons and tons of tiny trades. So it doesn't matter if you lose. You're just trying to get that percentage of the lost trades up. So you can
how much would you say you generate? Like every week, how much income can you generate?
You can generate as you can work it out when you're doing the.
Sorry, I just wanted to say, like, I also did this for about a year, and then I eventually gave up because whatever I won, I put back. And effectively, with the whole concept of how much can I earn per week, you're thinking like a debt slave, like someone who needs a salary. What in the markets, you've got to look for an opportunity, and those opportunities can sometimes come 2 or 3 days in a row, and then not for another month. And then, so you got to be there. And the same what Django's saying, yeah, you got to be in front of your leverage trade. You can't walk away from your leverage trade. You've got to be able to react quickly.
But you can set it up. You can set it up so it's it's got limits and stop losses, so you can walk away from the computer while it's trading. But if you're doing it with the leverage,
it's not advised.
I think I've done about 30 or 40 trades today. But yeah, I've looked away from the computer a few times, and it's cost me. I've liquidated because I didn't have my my limit set. It was just a dumb mistake that and I'll look away for a second and then it will just jump and hit the liquidation. But I've never made that mistake again.
And I used to go to sleep on leverage trades, so I'd also be so confident. I know where it's going. Go to sleep. You wake up in the morning and your wallet's a zero, and you're like shit. But I think that was where I was misunderstanding. I was taking my entire $1,000 and then leveraging it at 10x or 100x to try and do like a 1 Bitcoin trade or a 2 Bitcoin trade to try and make a big sum. And then when it went wrong, you lost your whole wallet. But that's not like what you were saying. You're using 1% of your wallet and then trading it at 100x. So you're effectively trading
Yeah.
the value of what the wallet would be, but your risk is very, very low. So you were right.
Yeah,
there.
and
Sorry.
exactly, it's an interesting way to do it. I really enjoy doing this. It's really fun for me. I've always enjoyed sort of buying and selling and numbers. So,
Do you
So
watch
let's
Crypto Face, Django?
oh yeah,
Crypto
that guy's crazy. He does he does what I do. He just adds a whole bunch of zeros.
He does like $8
He's sitting
million
there like
and
$20
like
million
50 X trade.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he's
Crazy.
making, like literally in a 2 or 3 hour live stream, he's made $700,000. And then he'll just like donate that to a charity because he says his goal is to like make $1 million a trade. And he's got this really cool software that sort of assists him in determining where that movement is going. And you
He
watch
uses,
some of these
Bybit.
guys, it's like
Good.
Bybit as the platform, and then he uses Crypto Cipher or Market Cipher
Market Cipher,
is the
yeah.
is the program that he uses to actually. But I also went into this thinking, okay, I need to replace this much income per month. Okay, so how many trades do I need to do per day? Okay, this is feasible. Let me try. And then you sit for a month and nothing goes your way, and you're like, oh shit. But then the next month you can make 2 months worth of salary. It's about, do you have that little bit of cushion or that little bit of safety net to allow you to start doing this?
Yeah, the way I
With-
do it
with-
is much
With
different.
everything, it's start with learning. Do a lot of learning before you go put big money in there.
I ran through my method hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of times. I did so many trades, just like 6 cents, 10 cents, 30 cents, until I knew what I was doing. Basically, if I had have gone in a lot of money when I first started doing this, I would have lost it all easily. Once it's actually quite easy. It's actually really good because you're competing against globe earthers. Basically, once you realize it's not really about learning the charts and stuff. It's about psychology, and it's about managing your emotions, and it's about risk management.
when you have a steady trend, like we're in a steady downtrend, and then it hits a sharp reversal at a certain support, like at 30K, there's a good support for a bounce. So you can kind of read the herd mentality, which way it's going to go. When it's in the middle, you have no way to know where it's going to go. Let's say Bitcoin goes to 40,000, it could equally go up or down. It's a sideways bet. There's no, you know what I mean? There's no oversold or overbought. At 30K,
But
it was oversold.
But there's no logic to it anymore. Like you were saying, how this thing went parabolic, or Ethereum, how it went to 2,000 and then went to 4,000. There's no justification. There was no incredible news. There was no mass adoption of this as a payment system, or nothing that would justify that type of move. And in this, you said you're playing against. That's the right way to think about this. But you're playing against financial institutions who own the exchanges. They know where your stop losses are set. They know basically the way that they teach you about resistance lines is what they want you to know, so that they can take it through your resistance lines where everyone would have set their stop losses, even if it just blips under for $2 and then continues on its upward trend. These guys are deliberately using this to extract funds out of the middle class and the lower income levels. So this is like one of the most
100%.
incredible games of chess against a grandmaster who knows what your next move is going to be. And then they can still make their plays with all of that information at hand. So the market's rigged. It's like, you think that that's a resistance line, and everyone teaches you how to read resistance lines. You might go 1% below the resistance line just in case. And then they look at the million people trading. They look at where your stop losses are set, and then just either inject or remove a couple billion just to make sure that it touches the point that they need to extract the money that they needed. So it really is like, yeah, some of us can make maybe $1 million, maybe $2 million. Cool. But these dudes are making like billions a day, scrubbing hundreds of dollars off unknowing participants, It really is
Well, back to
It's,
what I asked you earlier. How much have you generated like last week?
Me?
Yeah,
I made about
making
2,000
$1
US
trades.
dollars last week.
Can you make 1,000 Aussie dollars or whatever dollars you use? But how many, like roughly?
See, what I'm doing at the moment, I'm slowly. See, I've worked out a method that works really well, where I'm getting like a really high win-lose ratio. I'm just slowly upping the amount that I'm doing each trade. It's my ratio is not changing basically, so just slowly easing up. Each day, I'm sort of adding a bit more, just until I get completely comfortable with what I'm doing. Because my main goal is just not to lose any money, and I should actually just do like a screen share at some stage and just live trade. Just do like I'll do 20 live trades.
Like, okay, your
Yeah.
currency is what, Bitcoin? So are you trying to get yourself to like one full Bitcoin, or like what's the goal?
No, I actually trade in USDT. So I don't care what the prices of the coins are. I don't care what the market does.
You
I don't care if
trading
it's
one
crashing.
Tether coin?
Yeah, I literally I go in, I do my trades, my quick trades, I pull my money out, and then I can go to sleep that night knowing I can't like lose any money or anything like that.
So how
yeah, I
many
just go in and
Tethers
out.
do you make per
just to
day?
answer, let me try answer your question in a slightly different way. I would say that you could probably make 10% of your wallet value a month. So if, for example, if you're trading $20,000, you could be making $2,000 a month quite comfortably. As a
Put
very
it this way. Sorry,
conservative
this is
trader.
I could explain it. Generally, I'll cash out of a trade when it goes 20% in profit up to anywhere up to 1,000%. So I'm winning, say, let's just down it a bit. Let's just say 70 out of 100 trades. You're making on average a percentage, 10 to whatever percent profit per trade. Just say it averages out to 30%. And once you add a few zeros onto those same trades, it adds up to a lot of money. And there's a lot of day traders that can make a lot of money. It just depends if how good your strategy is, how good you are at reading the charts, psychology, risk loss, management. Like there's just so many little factors around it. But my trades changed, and I was losing so many trades. And it completely changed once I realized this is a scam. And the market, like Flat Earth Solar was saying, it's completely manipulating. Like if you've got a stop loss down below like a resistance level, the market knows that, so it'll just quickly shoot a candle down, and it'll just knock off everyone's stop losses there. So I've got ways around that.
Maybe you should
set
enter
stop losses
after
like
it goes
that.
below, like try and enter after it. Like
you can't predict.
Well,
You can't predict. It's
no,
so erratic.
I could predict Bitcoin is going to be a support level at 30K, and I'll put my limit order to buy it at 30K. That's what I'm saying. Like put a limit order to buy at a support level and see if you get filled.
So you should step in. So you should step in a buy order like maybe 10% at every $1,000. So you start buying in at 31, then you buy some more at 30,500. You set more at 30,000, set more at 29. So you set these layered buys. So wherever that thing touches, you either buy more or you don't buy more. But exactly like Django was saying, sometimes you can make 70% on a trade, but you only put 5% of your wallet or 10% of your wallet in. So you're effectively making 70% of that 10% if you're being a cautious trader. For me, I was putting it all in and going balls to the wall, trying to make $700 a trade. And then you sometimes lose $700 a trade. So it's dangerous because I was playing with the whole wallet,
Yeah, that's
another thing is you should also never ever try to guess where the bottom is. It's like
no,
you don't.
I'm not saying jump in with both feet. I'm saying, say I have $1,000 to bet with, and I want to take, say, 100 of it, and say, you know what, I feel comfortable owning this. I'll feel comfortable owning it for 5 years if I bought it at this price. If it goes a little lower, I'll leg into it like in levels. I actually like Litecoin. I like Litecoin better than Bitcoin. It was down to 120 Litecoin. That's like a dirt cheap price, and the thing is, Litecoin didn't run as far as Bitcoin. Litecoin has good support. Every time it's been crushed, $30, $40 is pretty much, that's as low as it gets. So even from the price of 120 or 100, it was down to 120. There's not so much downside as if you buy Bitcoin at say 35,000 and it crushes down to 5,000. If it happens, I'm not saying it's going to, but it has happened before. You'll get your ass handed to you. There's a lot more downside in something like a Bitcoin getting smashed.
Mic check, mic check.
Yep, you're on.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, my PC crashed, so I needed to salvage it. So I think
You're really low though. Your volume's barely
oh,
audible.
is this better? Way
Yes,
better,
there you
right?
go.
Yeah.
Yes.
I just turned up my my mic. Thank you, Wolfgang. So I'm so glad. I thought I lost it all. Damn.
Your computer crashed?
Yeah, it crashed. It just froze and I couldn't do anything, right? And then I pressed reset, and then I got these weird errors, grew up
The blue
errors.
screen, the blue screen of death.
It wasn't even that. It was a grub error. So I had to fix the boot records and reapply new boots. And oh my God, I thought I lost it all.
Speaking of that, I heard Microsoft is trying to buy Discord. I hope that doesn't happen.
I heard that fell through. That didn't.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
I don't want them to sell it to one of these giant corporations because then it will be destroyed.
Yeah. Yeah. 100%.
Like if
100%.
Google or Microsoft buys it, our time is, we might as well set an hourglass. They're gonna
Yeah.
silence us.
I know, right?
That's what they've done. I mean, Facebook, Google, or Microsoft are just the behemoths. Like Facebook bought up Instagram, and YouTube was bought by Google. Microsoft is getting in the game. They're pretty much all beast. They're all part of the beast system.
Mm-hmm.
It's amazing a company like this can upstart. It just upstarted from pretty much a small little thing. And I think they would be wise not to sell out because Discord could be worth billions and billions if you compare it to Facebook. All these, even Twitter. Look at Twitter's worth many billions of dollars. If they would have sold out, say they sold out to Facebook early on, they wouldn't be nearly the size they are.
True.
I think there's also less of us that have the intelligence that we still want to have conversations. I know a lot of people who are quite content with 200 characters, and that their whole life is either a Twitter post or a Facebook post. When you try and talk to them about anything actual, they kind of can't do it. And Discord's fame was sort of the gaming sector, where all your gamers would talk to one another using Discord. So it kind of, I think it's got a lot more legs for growth in other areas. I also hope they don't sell it.
Oh, speaking of that, there's a good gaming token. It's called Engine, ENJ. But I would try and pick it up a little cheaper, down under $1. It's a pretty good. It's got some good future prospects. If you can grab a few of those tokens and save them.
So that was one of the beautiful things that I think BSV original, when Craig Wright was talking about it in like 2012, 2013, he was saying if we've got zero transaction fees, you could build games where you transfer your crypto into the game, then you win crypto through the game and you transfer it out the game back into your wallet. So all of us gamers who, I'm sure we've sat there before and looked at like this 100 billion gold coins that you've got in the top left, and you think, shit, how do I turn that into real money? Because, you gather the stuff while playing, but it's always just fictitious in that one little space of the game. But if there was a single currency that could be transferred into the game, made purchases with, then earn that currency in the game, and then transfer it straight out, you could actually earn a living from playing your game. Not just tournament wins to keep you afloat for the next 6 months or whatever. So there were so many great things. I'm glad that they're building at least a a gaming token, because that type of application, it's quite mind blowing, especially if there's no transaction fee, so I could send out $5 out my game or $2. It's not going to charge me $30 to take out the $5. But really, if you're going to play in the crypto space, unless you're like Django doing it full time, only allocate funds that you're 100% safe with losing, and play with that. And effectively, once you've generated profit on that money, remove that original money so that you're only playing with the profit.
House
And
money.
that,
It's what they call it.
yeah,
Play with the house money.
because if you get to that point, it's fun. It's an amazing
Don't
thing
buy
to
at
do.
the top of massive market pumps thinking it's going to keep going up.
Don't buy when
Definitely don't do
CNN
that.
tells you to.
Eh,
Yeah.
Don't.
yeah. Yeah.
But back to Django, let's say I did start with 100 tether, right? 100 US dollars in tether, and I only trade one of them at a time, and I could pick 70% successful. Would I double my money in 1 week or one day, or like how does that? You're making 70%
Guys.
profit on
Okay, so say, just say, it goes up 50, you just put in your dollar, you trade with the $100 and it goes up 50% and you quickly cash out, you've just made 50 cents off the dollar. So just work with those numbers and you can turn it into whatever. So imagine if you, instead of that dollar, that was $100 and then you've just made $50 off one trade. And then, that was $1,000 and you've made
But
more.
you're
So
making 100 times leverage, so essentially you're making $100 bet and it's costing you $1.
yeah.
So you're buying
But it's not
$100
costing you
of
$1 because it only costs $1 if it liquidates, but you don't let
right.
anything
That's what I
liquidate.
mean. You're getting credit. You're getting $100. You could buy $100 of Bitcoin for $1, and unless it liquidates, you hold $100 worth of Bitcoin as it's going up. So say Bitcoin goes up 10%, you've made $10 and you only risked $100 to 10.
Yeah, like if I wanted to just say I thought we're at the bottom of the market right now and I wanted to buy one Bitcoin, I wouldn't have to come up with $6,000 to buy one Bitcoin.
Right.
But if it went down, then you've got your liquidation, so you can either cash out
I
and
like
lose a
that.
little bit of
I
money,
like I like that you
Or you-
risk such a small amount, but you have 100 times upside, but you have a cap on your loss. It's almost like buying an
Yeah.
stock option.
Everyone will tell you don't do leverage trading. Leverage trading is really risky, and leverage trading's the only thing that's worked for me so far because I'm impatient. I can't, put money in and sit there and wait days and days, or months for, prices to go up. I'm so impatient. I work only off I don't just work off the 1 minute chart, but I trade off the 1 minute chart. So yeah, I'm in and out like heaps of times a day. Sometimes my trades will go for an hour. Sometimes I'll go for 30 seconds. It just depends on what the market does.
So if you catch a wave and you get lucky, you can see the market move. Let's say you bought Bitcoin the other day at the low and then it moved up 25%. If you rode that, if you just kept riding it, moving your stop loss up, you could have made a lot of money off that one trade.
Heaps of money. Heaps of money. This crypto face guy, he does leverage trading and he's making each YouTube video he does live and he's trading live and he's making millions of dollars just in one trading session.
Have you
Crazy
ever
to
thought
watch.
And he
to
started
mirror his-
small. He started small and built that up over time. So it's also, if you go to his channel and you look back 6 months, 8 months, he was doing $200,000 trades or $80,000 trades. Like obviously it's $8,000 leveraged 10 times or leveraged 100 times. So he's going into the trade with 80,000 or 800 or whatever. And then, like you said, if it moves 10%, it's 10% of that value that he's extracting. The shorting is actually quite nice because they're borrowing you the money. So you're effectively, it's going to get confusing. Effectively, if you're going to do leverage trading, start with a small leverage. Start with a 10%, a 10x, or a 5x, or an 8x. Play there first, because if this thing moves by 1%, because you're in a leveraged trade, it's moved by 10%. So if a coin, like it sometimes does, drops 30% in a day, and you're at 10x leverage, that's 300% that it's moved. So the smaller the amount of leverage, the more you can get an understanding of, okay, where are my liquidation points? And then, like Django's doing, is once you've got it dialed in and you find a strategy where you're winning more times than you're losing, then you start to amp that leverage up to 20x, 50x, 100x.
The way I would recommend someone does it to start with is the way I've done it to start with, basically, is to I actually started doing very high leverage, 100x, 70x. I change it around depending on the actual trade at the time, but and I'll set a stop limit just right next to, so if it goes the wrong way, I'll lose like 15 cents out of that dollar. If it goes the right way, I can make a lot of money. So you can just do that over and over all day, and doing it over and over and just spending a lot of time watching how the charts work. That's sort of how you get used to knowing where it's going to go. And the thing that changed it for me was realizing that charts are manipulative, and don't trust them, and don't listen to YouTube videos about them telling you how to do technical analysis, because the charts know how everyone does technical analysis, and they know they know how people think. It's all about psychology. So you've got to realize that, you know, you're trading against the chart, and the chart's the algorithm, and the algorithm is against you, and it knows how people think, and it's programmed into people's psychology, basically, and to know where people are going to place their next trade, and to jump up and down, to knock people out of, you know, trades, and to play on people's emotions, and to create fear. Once you realize the market's trying to trick you all the time, you can see it tricking you. Like I can see it tricking me all the time now. Like I'll think, you know, a few months ago I'd be like, oh wow, this is a great time to go in. Now I'm like, market's trying to trick me. Don't go in now. And 90% of the time it was trying to trick me. So you wait a bit. Wait for all the sheeple, basically, to go in that haven't done their research. They'll go in, they'll lose all their money, and then the market will, you know, it'll rise, you know, after it goes down a bit, to knock everyone out. It's very manipulative. You can never trust it. That's why I personally, in my own personal opinion, I would never invest money into the cryptocurrency market and have it sitting there, because I watch these charts all day, every day, and they're crazy. This is such a volatile market, and it's very deceitful, and it's very manipulated. That's just my 2 cents.
Some of the people
can make a lot of money just investing and waiting. So
even the people that got in, let's say, in early March last year, if you just bought certain coins like Bitcoin, Ethereum, those things have went up enormously. Like people that just bought and held, they got lucky. They caught a huge wave. They caught a tsunami, right? But they got to know when.
But it's been no reason. But there's been no
Gambling.
reason, because we've been in lockdown. All the economies around the world are imploding. They're printing funny money in every country. So once again, there was no reason for Bitcoin to shoot through the roof like it's just done, except for the fact that the rest of the world was in such turmoil, and they've printed all this new money to inject into it. So it's also why we can see such price movements now, where it can drop by 50% in like a week. Whereas from 2017, it took almost 2 years to drop 70%. So like crazy shit is going on at the moment. It doesn't make sense. Like Django was saying, it looks like everyone's saying it's going to 100,000. And there's all this media about Elon buying and all these big guys buying. Now, the moment it's kind of like the ball earth fluff that they put out there, like this is how to speak to a flat earther, or this is blah, blah, blah. They're putting out stuff deliberately to try and mislead. And generally, if they say that all these big guys are buying, sell. And then when they say sell, like that I remember 2017 in January 2018, everyone was saying that's it, Bitcoin's dead. All the news medias were saying this is why we never got involved in Bitcoin. Your JP Morgans and all of them were laughing at everyone, saying, haha, this is why we didn't get involved. And then they subsequently started to buy in at billions and billions of dollars worth. So whenever they're telling you to sell, buy. Whenever they're telling you to buy, sell.
Financial advice.
But I'm not a
Buy when
financial
there's-
advisor.
Yeah, it's not a. It's
Hey,
not
hey
a,
guys, sorry to interrupt for a second. There's a video I posted at 6 minutes after the hour. I think you guys, like, once I watched this video, it was literally like yesterday. It explains a lot about what's going on at the moment with the manipulation in the market and how it's happening. Very interesting. I'd really recommend watching that if anyone's thinking about putting any money into crypto or already has money in it. Essential to watch that. It's just a short video.
Yeah, buy when there's blood in the streets, right? That's what they say.
They create fear, and when everyone's panicking, that's when they're buying. You guys, whales.
I think too that they're like, no, this is just a normal correction. We're still in a bull market. They're trying to suck in the people that think that they missed the boat, right? Oh, I missed the boat. It was 5,000 Bitcoin, $5,000 Bitcoin, and now it's down to 35. It looks like an attractive entry point because everyone's telling me it's going to 100K. It's a bull trap. The bulls are going to get trapped. They're going to jump in, and people on Coinbase, they don't have stop losses on Coinbase. You just get in and get out. Like, it's not really a trading app. You know what I mean? It's only meant for people like to dabble, to buy and hold, or maybe sell it off when they enter their sell loss. You have to monitor it like right then and there. It's not like Binance where you have all these triggers and stop losses and stop limits. It's different. It's a different setup. It's more for someone just to like accumulate coins and
For the
maybe
sheep.
sell them off. Yeah, it's
No,
for
well,
the
so-
normies.
So effectively, like, my biggest mistake that I made was when I did buy big into it, I was still using one of those onboarding platforms like a Coinbase. And then you put all your money in, and at that price, at that specific second, they give you your Bitcoins.
Yep.
And later on, when I realized about exchanges and about other ways to onboard your money, you could onboard it into Tether, like what Django was talking about. So Tether is $1. So you just put your $100 into Tether, boom, now I've got my 100 Tethers. And then you sit and wait and you watch Bitcoin plummet for the next month. And then you go and you say, okay, now my $100 I buy in. And then you purchase at a price that you're actually willing or is an acceptable price to purchase your large amount. Whereas the average person who's now been told to buy goes to that place which just does it at the spot price. And the spot price normally has a very high transaction fee. So they've designed it in a way that they want to keep you uneducated so that they can literally, whatever money you convert into Bitcoin, they can just erode it through fees or through, delistings. I've lost already so much money I have some coins on an exchange, and then a month or two later, I find out, oh no, they've dropped that coin and you can't get your coins out. So there's huge kind of crazy things, but generally in life, when there's utility, like when everyone's buying a Tesla vehicle, it makes sense that Tesla stock should rise. But with Bitcoin, there's no utility behind it, and it's gone through the roof. Like, it's not that all stores started accepting it, or that now you can do your life cover policies in it, or there was no real reason for that amount of market share gain. And that's why it's now completely detached from the sort of normal operation of a market, and it's just being steered by people with money in whichever way that they see fit. And the amount of con men and Ponzi schemes and all these dodgy things is just on the rise. It's crazy.
It seems all the big ones are Bitcoin and Ethereum are the big ones, and Cardano's getting like that too, where there's a few whales. these whales hold the majority of it, and they dictate the price. So if they decide they want to dump it on people and scare them out, and that's what they normally do. They get out, they dump it, and then when the whales stop buying it, the price drops. I've noticed that Bitcoin has been dropping on low volume. Like people are scared to buy it on these sell-offs, and everybody's waiting and waiting and waiting for the whales to come and pick it up. And if nobody steps up, the price just erodes because your average person doesn't have billions of dollars to pump up the price. They're probably already all in. They're just hodlers. The hodlers are like, no, I'm just gonna hold them. I'm gonna hold them. I'm waiting for Bitcoin to hit 1 million. You know, just these hodlers.
Yeah. Yeah,
Actually
looking
going to
back
take
now,
quite a while for it to go back up. Can't just go back up. It can't. It just doesn't work like that. It has to keep going up and down and sideways move it to consolidate. It's going to take quite a long time to get back up around that price that it was at.
It might keep trending. It
Opinion.
looks like it's going to keep trending lower, like sideways to lower. It's going to bounce, go.
Yeah, I think it's probably going to go down around that the low where it went down to. Just let me check 1 second. I think it went down to 29,000 about a week ago. It's probably going to go somewhere around there, in my opinion, and then
If we
probably,
breach,
it'll probably be another fake out after that. It'll shoot up quite a bit. Everyone will start investing all their money in it again, and then all of a sudden, in the middle of the night, while everyone's sleeping, it'll start going down again.
if we breach the 20, how far do you think it would go? Like, do you think it can hit 20?
Yeah, it can
Easily.
can definitely happen. It couldn't go too much lower than that, though. I don't think it could pop down to. I mean, look at Dogecoin for example. I mean, bought it a little while ago. I just bought into it for fun. I bought in like for 10 cents, I think, and then 2 days later it was like 65 cents, and then
Wow.
hovered around that for ages, and it was sort of jumping up and down, and everyone was like, oh, Dogecoin to the moon, and Elon Musk is behind it, and everyone just started buying into it like crazy, and then it just tanked. It tanked all the way down to, I think, 16 cents.
You
And
didn't
the smart
dump it at
people,
60?
they all sold. I bought in at 10, and then I sold when it was up at 60, and then
Oh, good call.
yeah, I didn't invest that much in it though, because I was kind of, I don't
Even if
invest
you did
into
$100,
experimenting.
I think I made about $250 or something, but
that's not bad.
yeah, it's around 30 something cents at the moment, and yeah, it's just following Bitcoin now. All the coins are just following Bitcoin. So whatever
My
Bitcoin
friend-
does,
My friend minted those. He minted some Dogecoin when they were like worthless, and he had 1 million of them. And when it hit 1 cent, he was like, "Whoa! It hit 1 cent! Holy shit!" Then he saw the Elon Musk thing, and it pumped it up to like 7 cents. And then on the first dip, it hit like 7, and then it pulled back rapidly. I don't know, maybe around 3. And he's like, "Oh shit!" And then it had another bounce, like a couple days later, up to like 8 cents. And then when it started trending down, he sold a lot of it. Like he sold like 800,000 of them, and he held on to 200,000 of them. And I don't think he sold those yet. But I'm like, dude, I was just talking to him. It was like 53 cents. I'm like, maybe you should sell like 100,000 of them, get 50 grand, and just, because 200,000 at 50 cents, he had $100,000 worth of it. I'm like, why don't you just take like half of that, right? Just in case it gets whacked. At least you got it in your pocket. Put it in Tether or put it in something like that. And then you could buy your Cardano or whatever when it gets slammed, when the whole market gets tanked. Because it looked to me when Doge was 53 cents, it looked like it was in a major downtrend. I'm like, dude, this thing could go all the way back down to 1 cent or even down to the 5 cent level. And then you've lost 90% of your potential. Like you're keeping too much risk by having $100,000 of Dogecoin. That's a risky bet.
Well, it's just a joke coin. It's like a shit coin. It doesn't have anything behind it. It's just based off a meme. Whereas other coins like Matic and Ethereum and stuff like that, they have technology behind them. They actually do stuff. But yeah,
he thought they could squeeze the
coin.
meme a little higher. He thought the meme would squeeze a little higher, but he was getting greedy. I'm like, dude, you're just getting. He wants to sell it at near $1. I'm like, dude, don't try and squeeze the last drop of toothpaste out of the tube. Throw the fucking thing out. You've done well. If you're gonna keep some, you shouldn't keep $100,000 bet on Dogecoin. That's fucking crazy.
I'd say it will go up to $1, but it'll take a little while. But people have a real warped conception of coin prices. They'll see a coin for 0.005%, and they'll think that that's cheap, and it could go up to $5 one day or something like that. Whereas because there's so many of them, they don't realize that can never ever happen. It can never even go up to 1 cent. Like there's just that many of them. Like it's people
You know, they
don't
coin
really
hot.
know how it
HOT.
works.
It's HOLO. It's holo. It's the symbol is HOT. That one's got like 177 billion tokens, and it was just a fraction of a cent, like decimal point, 4 zeros, and then a number. And you could, if you had gotten in with like $1,000 of that, and you sold it at 3 cents or 2.5 cents, you would have made hundreds of millions of dollars. Holy shit! Just a small,
And
because it was such a fractional amount. You could have had 1 billion tokens for
but
not
that's
that much.
just using celebrity status to dupe the public. Because like we've seen with these whales, even with CryptoFace, when he takes out a $30 million trade, the price normally corrects by about $10. Now, if he was setting up a short at the same time that he withdraws, he could leverage on the fact that the price drops. And so these big guys who can move money in and out, like an Ellen or whatever, like you just mentioned, the moment that she moves those coins out, that drops to zero, and everyone who's put their retirement in gets screwed. And they call those pump and dump coins. So there's no utility behind it. Same like Doge, it's just Elon and his whole meme thing, and it's like people are now buying the FUD. They're buying the hype. They're going with the ball earth because someone said it's a ball earth. It's like there's no rational thinking. There's no logic behind it. If that person owns 107 billion of them already, 170 billion, it's like, Bitcoin's utility is that there's only 21 million capped. And then as the money flows in, each one becomes more valuable. But if she only personally owns a couple 100 billion and there's more billions out in the market, there's no utility behind it. The only way it could actually grow is if the entire world started to shift their money onto that type of platform in mass adoption. And with that many tokens, it can't even reach 1/4 cent or 1/10. Yes, it can move, it can go up or down, and the people who are playing it will send it up, sell off, they'll make their money, and the vast majority are sitting holding the bag.
There's a coin called Dash, and it was like that. It hit $1,600 in 2017, and it's kind of been like a forgotten coin. It still get used, but it gets hit way harder in the sell-offs. It hasn't had the same adoption as like Bitcoin or Ethereum or Litecoin. It's kind of like, it gets left behind, but market cap wise, it has less coins than Bitcoin, and it should be more valuable, but it's not. I guess it's kind of like what you said, what is that one, that other coin that says
BSV.
Yeah, if it gets forgotten and delisted on the exchanges, it could just be if it gets delisted, then you're kind of fucked. If nobody uses it, it becomes a forgotten currency.
But also, like, when they try and use it and they test it and they take it onto the testnet program and see how many millions and billions of transactions can be moved on it at a time, all other technologies are failing. Even Ethereum, there was this CATS. I don't know if Django knows the name. There was something that you could buy these little cats on the Ethereum platform, and it completely crushed the entire bandwidth of the platform. It used up all of the blocks to effectively move.
Those memes. I remember that. Those meme kittens. They were like
It
like
was
NFTs.
like a moving, like some kind of a cat would say something, or you could buy these different cats with Ethereum, and just that one little test bombed out the system. And we saw in 2017 BTC, you were waiting like 6 or 7 days to move your coins through the mempool. You were paying up to $100 a transaction. So whenever they try and stress the system fails. if it's not built with the concept of bigger blocks. And everyone else who's building on top of Ethereum or Bitcoin is building on 1 meg block. And that 1 meg block will never allow it to expand the way it needs to really have the utility. And I think BSV's blocks are 250 meg at the moment. And they've gone up to almost like a 4 gigabyte test block where it was seamless. So that if you actually go down into the tech of this, most people don't have any idea. They look at the pretty coin market cap list and they see a little up arrow with 40% and then they buy. They've got no idea what that coin is. They've got no idea what it can do. No idea if that 40% was the last shove. And then it's just going to now be sold off so that the guys who created it can extract their profits. But if there's no actual use, it's a meaningless token that you only think has value because of the celebrity or the business or whatever they've attached to it. But it's also scary that if we go to a single cryptocurrency and then we can extract all that value that everyone talks about, that's the one world currency, one world order, everyone's chipped kind of future, So in one breath, I can see the benefits of it, and we could use this technology for good, but it can also be used very quickly for bad.
Well, if the people who consolidate too much power and too much of this is held by a few hands, that's just like we have today. There's no difference. Just like right now, there's people trying to the Bitcoin market's already cornered, but there's guys like MicroStrategy, he's buying into it. If these whales, Tesla, if they have billions of dollars and they're buying Bitcoin at these prices, billions and billions, once they've consolidated a monopoly between them, I don't want to own it. It's like I don't want to own coin that's already consolidated where I'm paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for a fraction of a Bitcoin. Like that makes no sense to me. I'll just move along to something else like a Litecoin or something else that's not all monopolized. I don't want to be in a monopolized currency, whether it's Bitcoin or Ethereum. I'd rather be in something. And I think that's kind of like people migrated from MySpace to Facebook, and then they went to Twitter and Instagram and Snapchat and all these different platforms. They don't like to be on a monopolized platform. And I think it's the same with cryptos. I think they're going to kind of migrate away. Like, oh, Bitcoin's all consolidated. It's monopolized. The buy-in price is too high because these other guys already got there first and they're just bidding the price up. Fuck them. I'm going to move along. I'll do something else. And I think that's the risk. That's the risk too. Like, I'll never use Ethereum. After those gas fees, I'm like, fuck this. I'll never touch it.
Yeah, you spot on, bro. But it's the same thing like discovering the truth. You have to see it for yourself. No one can tell you this stuff. You have to go and experience it and then see it. And then once you've experienced it, no one can tell you otherwise because you've seen it. You can see its flaws. And
unless you've been burned,
just that
unless
simple.
you've been burned by a gas fee, you won't understand. When you get the gas fee, you're like, holy shit, this is not a feasible currency. This is shit.
Or like when the fall of 2017, beginning of 2018, it was like you couldn't get your coins off the exchanges. The price was falling through the floor. You were trying to sell out and no one's buying. The exchange, when you press sell, it would then sit in the mempool for days and days and days. When I experienced that, I was like, how could I buy the food I need to feed my family today if I need to wait a week for this transaction to clear? How can I afford a $70 transaction fee to extract money to pay for it's like to me it was like, okay, this is illogical. At that level we had, I think it was, the market cap was only about $600 million, $500 million, which was still massive in our eyes. But you were talking about like 2% of the world's money or 1% of the world's. So there was no scalability here if it's already falling down at 1% of the volume you intended to capture. Same with Ethereum. If that little cat app or whatever it was called was able to literally bring it to its knees, that's one company using it. Like, how can every continent and every person use this as a central thing? It can't. So therefore, it's not the right one. But
I remember that.
But the people who are
That
just
whole-
building on top of these things. So don't worry about the fundamental flaw in the technology. Let's just build the next cool interface, put the pretty colors. We'll write a white paper about how we're going to launch missiles to wherever, and they write white papers about achieving the most grandest things. You know, they promise the world, but they don't even have any piece of tech to prove that they could do even 1/10 of what they're promising. And everyone starts buying in because of this ball earth mentality. It's fascinating.
I remember that, what you're saying, the cats, that was like 2017, and they were trading different types of cats, almost like the NFT tokens. It's like, oh, I have this rare cat. And it became like, it was really popular for a minute, and they were trading them. Like, it was popular with kids. It's like, oh, I got to get this one. It's like Pokemon cards or something.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
it blew up. So that right there brought Ethereum to its knees. It overwhelmed it. I didn't know that part, that it was overwhelming the whole project like that.
And now the SRC's taken Ethereum. Well, I think this is about 2 or 3 years ago already, but they took Ethereum to court because initially there was an airdrop, and anything that does drops, the proof of stake versus proof of work argument. There's actually a legal thing that says anything that's trying to claim proof of stake. So if I just hold this many and then I get lots more of these free ones, that's actually fraudulent in its initial thing, because you're not exchanging value for, like an SR, what's an SR71 token? Those are also considered fraudulent because they're effectively just there's no value behind it. You're just giving yourself an imaginary value, and then you're taking people's money for that. So with Ethereum going to court, effectively it showed that there's something right at its underlying layer that's not in line with the legal system. And when you go and listen to Craig Wright talk about this, he used to work with the Australian government trying to catch pedophiles who were doing electronic payments since the 90s. And that's when he thought about this whole peer-to-peer system, but where all the transactions could be tracked. And it's, if you go look at his past, this is all of his spheres, or all of his areas of expertise led up to this one point of creating this thing, which is meant to sort of put the power back in the individual's hands. Your data is now yours. Your money is now yours. And you can earn it without needing anyone in between you and anyone else. You don't need to be employed. You don't need all those. The greater vision for this was really amazing. And if you listen to him talk about it, because of his work with the government since the beginning, he needed this thing to be a legal platform, something that is integratable with the government, not something that overthrows it like most of us thought it was. We thought it was this anarchy system. Once we get into this, it's going to overthrow all the governments of the world and all the banks are going to collapse, and Bitcoin, But it was never meant to be that. It was meant to be a system that ran alongside with them, but effectively put the power back in the people's hands so they could choose which system they wanted to be on. And all these tokens that are being built on top of these already fraudulent platforms are also guilty of that base fundamental error in that proof of stake versus proof of work. So proof of work, you have to show that this coin can work. You have to show that this thing can do what's it, 21 million transactions per second, like a Visa card, or 28 million, whatever the number is. It needs to show that this thing can work, because then the exchange of value for something that works is not fraudulent. So all of these things that are offering airdrops or ICOs or IPOs and buying into technology that there is no product is underlyingly fraudulent. But he owns the company N-Chain, and they're the ones that own over 1,000 patents now, and they're the biggest miners mining on BSV, BTC, and BCH, or they're one of the largest. And if you go onto N-Chain and you just listen, so that's a capital N followed by chain, N-Chain, then you'll see the real scope of what crypto could do. They talk about the metanet, the future of the internet, whereby you sell small amounts of data and information for cryptocurrency. So instead of typing into a search engine for free, it will now cost me a fraction of a cent to search. And then if I like someone's thing, when I like it, it'll pay them actual, like, Satoshis. And every interaction across the internet is meant to be an exchange of both data and value, so that if you're a content provider of any kind, you can earn a living by providing that content. So then it also prevents trolls from coming on, because they have to pay to troll. So they have to pay you to send you a bad message. So it's going to discourage a lot of those J-Trig accounts where they just post 1 billion false claims on Facebook to try and overthrow the 1 or 2 correct claims. If they were doing that, you'd be getting rich from it. So then you wouldn't mind the trolls. So this future of what micropayments and instant, without needing confs, zero conf, when you click pay, it's done, it's received, you move on. Like a Visa, like a MasterCard. So people don't really understand the depths of, or the beautiful future that could be possible, but yet it's being prevented by quote unquote people like the ballers, paying for people to be in place to say misinformation, to keep people looking in the wrong areas, to keep people buying into pump and dump coins. We are so easily manipulatable, so easily steered. And they've been studying us for hundreds of years already, if not much more. They know exactly how to press us and herd us. As evidenced by the last, 12 months, 13 months.
Mic check. So quiet.
Hey, Roger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did I was watching a David Weiss interview the other day, and he was suggesting a way you could take two planes to the coastline of Antarctica, have
Okay.
each plane fly opposite directions, and constantly have each plane have the coastline in sight for the whole trip.
Mm-hmm.
I think he said it takes about 7 hours for each plane on the globe model to reach each other again.
Okay.
Suggesting that could be a good way to potentially debunk flat Earth.
Debunk flat Earth, or
Yeah, because if the planes meet up after both measurements, distance, I think it's 7 hours. After 7 hours, just say they're flying in opposite directions to each other around the coastline. They can both see the coastline. Planes would meet back up around the other side.
yeah, wouldn't you need permissions to do this?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think Battlemod and David was talking to David Weiss about actually getting some people together to fund it, or to look
Okay.
into it.
The next point I
I
would.
mean,
The thing is, so yeah, you need a plane that goes for 7 hours. That's not a difficult thing to do, but yeah, what if you're in your flight and you're like, okay, let's continue, like 10 hours, 11 hours, 12 hours. At some point, you need to make a decision to turn back or whatever, right? Or you're just gonna crash.
I think
so.
after the 7 hours, if you don't see the other plane, then you stop.
Yeah, well, Globers will say, well, no, because of the winds, he didn't do the distance, so.
Have to take a bunch of Globers and a bunch of Flat Earthers, I guess, and have a whole bunch of people filming it. And probably never going to happen. It would be a good way. That would be a definitive way. Checking.
Well, I would say shooting a laser over 100 kilometers, right, or something like that. Have a really high-powered laser. I don't feel like.
I don't see how they can deny that. So yeah, that's just been denied. But
yeah, we have 41 kilometers now. So if we had
was that interview with the one where he's talking, where Dave was talking to another guy, and he's got like a green screen behind Dave, and Dave was showing videos to the guy, because the guy actually asked him the question about, couldn't they fly around, or has anyone ever flown around Antarctica? Now, a large aeroplane can hold fuel for about 16 hours. So if you had two planes, like I quite like this idea actually, if you had two planes flying opposite from one another, 16 hours, they should meet again, because you've effectively covered 32 hours worth of travel time or travel distance if the two planes are flying in opposite directions.
we just need the planes.
But you're not allowed fuel below the 60-degree marker. We're not allowed independent exploration below the 60-degree. And from 60-degree, you can't see the shoreline of Antarctica. So it's...
Could you with a high zoom camera or anything? Telescope?
I'm not sure. The general belief, even when the guys do the around the world sailboat challenge, they also sail at about the 60-degree and about, I think it's the 55th parallel or whatever that they tend to go around. And from there, you don't see one block of ice from anywhere. And they have airplanes in the sky, and they're sort of like, monitoring and putting it on TV. But, we can see sort of 300-400, maybe 500 miles if we use infrared, like Jay Tolan Media. But would that still be sufficient to be able to see the coastline? I'm not sure. Just because of angular
someone's
resolution
mentioned
reduction.
it's 1,000. I've heard that it's about 1,000 miles, but I haven't looked into it.
Yeah, he said that one, I think it was Lake Superior, that he said he captured at 1,000 miles. But how do you prove that little smudge there is the lake? I know you can kind of, he drew correlations to mountains and stuff, but it's such an incredibly long distance that whatever you're looking at is very distorted, you know. So it's a challenge, but it stands. You know, even 800 miles, 700 miles, we can identify those mountain peaks. But the 1,000 mile or 1,200 mile that he claimed was to a lake, which was a little bit more challenging because it's a grade screen because you're already in the infrared scale or in the infrared frequency. So it's just lighter grays versus darker grays, and it's hard to say with certainty on that one. But that's a good point. It is up to 1,000. So could you see the shoreline? What is the distance from the 60-degree to the shoreline of Antarctica? If it's over 1,000, then no, that's not feasible. But we've got that footage where there has been that one plane that flies for, I think it's about 5 or 6 minutes, and it just shows you the Antarctic coastline, that it just extends like this little ice shore. But even when Dave showed him that video in the discussion, the guy didn't accept that as proof because he said it stopped at 6 minutes. So how do you know that's not just flying around the outside of Antarctica, showing you the shore of an island, as opposed to the shore of a ring that encircles the entire world? So I think that this would be quite a good piece of evidence. And even if you loaded the plane like how they've load them for spraying, you could load it like that with additional fuel so that this plane can maybe do double the distance. Instead of 16 hours, each plane could be rigged to fly for 32 hours worth of fuel. And they each take off from the same location, flying in opposite directions, keeping the shoreline on their opposite shoulders. You can see this being doable. Unedited
Because
footage.
of the altitude of the plane, it should be able to see it, you would think. It's so high up in the air. Because when you're taking those long distances, it's from sort of a lower level. When you're up in a plane, you should be able to see that 1,000 kilometers, I think.
I've also wondered before, like if we created a solar plane and we could get the solar plane to fly, so it's got no fuel source, but if it could fly underneath where the sun is apparently located, and it could fly at a similar speed to the amount of degrees we see the sun move in the sky, it could perpetually be underneath the sun, sort of circling. And then we'd start to be able to at least map where we think the sun's path is. Because when you look at the sun's path on the AE projection, it's sometimes oblong looking, or it's quite like elliptical. So you'd think that the sun would move in these little perfect concentric circles, all equally spaced from the North Pole. But when you plot where the sun's path is over the seasons, it sometimes makes like an elliptical circle, a slightly flattened circle. So I think this, where the sun is actually traversing on top of this AE projection, could be found. I think plane exploration would be fascinating. We can do these unmanned planes now. We can do solar planes that fly for years. They can do satellites that stay up there, or satelloons that stay up there for years. Like, why not set up a thing that just follows the sun for the next 3 years? You see what the sun actually does. But also proving that the Earth is always directly below the plane and the sun is always above. It never sets.
Howdy.
Hello.
How was the day?
It ended well. Computer crashed. Managed to salvage it, fix it. So
Yeah, I'm still waiting on this market to level out so I can get a new video card. I'm gonna have to learn how to filibuster. Last night I got hand waved and then I got filibustered out of my own conversation. Uh, it's interesting to be here. Better than most of the other places. That's for sure.
Where was that? At Gem? Was that a Gem server?
Well,
Were you in Gem Panda's server?
no. I'm only in like 3 rooms, 3 servers on Discord. I'm still
Okay, so
learning.
which room were you in where you got filibustered?
Oh, that was here. That was last night. I straight up got hand waved trying to explain something, which someone thought they knew where I was going, but it is what it is. It takes getting acclimated to everybody.
So it's quiet now. Why don't you repeat what you were saying?
Right. Shoot, were you here last night?
I was, but I'm not recognizing your name, so I don't think I was here when you were on.
Right. Genesis 1. This whole plane of existence is part of a trust. You have a grantor, which is God. You have the land, which he made. And then you have the Holy Spirit and the angels. So you've got a grantor, you have property, and you have a trustee. Beneficiaries technically do not have to be notified that they are beneficiaries. According to trust law and estate law, the beneficiary must come forward and claim the estate themselves. This whole system that they have, all these fake governments, they're all playing fiduciary. All of them.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right. Well, in trust law and estate law, law of conquering, law of war, it's stated simply that in order to fix any errors in your standing status under the occupation, that you would have to make a claim and come forward as the heir in fact or beneficiary. It's kind of where I'm at right now with my studies, because I can't unsee this. I cannot. We were all tricked into saying that we were persons, that we were fiduciaries, that we were trustees. And I can chop this up 11 ways from Sunday, depending on what somebody says. Oh, well, I have a license. Okay, well, that makes you a state employee, because you weren't supposed to use your birth certificate as identification, which is what you did. You weren't supposed to use your social security card as identification, which you did. They're not supposed to ask you for those things as identification, but they did. And the whole lie was that you had to get something from them that they were telling you to get, and not what you were supposed to get according to that 1,000-year-old.
Being the beneficiary already.
Right. Well, that's the thing. Government is a 2D world. They only understand 2D. They cannot see a living man. Even though they are men, they are acting in a position of
As a person, yeah.
right, a fiction land. So fiction land can only see 2D. It cannot see 3D at all. It cannot hear 3D. It cannot see 3D. It cannot taste 3D. It cannot feel. There is no 3D in a 2D world.
But for example, like, say parents had a trust and they were both killed in a car accident, then there would be a person who would have to act on behalf of the trust to notify the beneficiaries. So
That's not necessarily true. That's the thing about trust that people have been taught incorrectly. I was at one point in time. If the original grantor dies, unless there's a clause in the trust to notify the next beneficiary, beneficiaries do not have to be noticed.
shit, so that's
Notified.
optional.
Right. So now, again, estate law and trust law both witness to each other saying the exact same thing. You must come forward correctly.
And thereby declaring yourself sovereign, right?
In a sense, I do and don't like the word sovereign. I'm just co-heir with Jesus. What the system has done is tricked us into saying that we are not co-heirs, but we are trustees, which is why the traffic code applies, loitering, littering, all of these commercial things apply to trustees only. If you go look in American jurisprudence, I want to say second volume, second edition, like the first paragraph says that codes, ordinances, rules, regulations, statutes are for government employees only. So my point last night when I was talking to Battle was that there is something that we're doing wrong if they're holding us to things that are in a fictional world. Because what does the dead have to do with the living? Nothing. So then why are the dead ruling over the living? Dead words, dead works, dead things. Bills of attainder. And yes, the attitude has to come forward when you break free out of that slave mentality. But codes only apply to fiduciaries. They do not apply to living men. So if you're getting a traffic ticket, if you're going to court for spitting on the ground, something is wrong in your paperwork.
I want to interrupt you for a second, bro. You have no paperwork. You've got no claim to nothing. You're dead. Your mum ratted you in as soon as you were at birth. She was an informant. Look at your birth certificate.
Right. That's taught two different or three different ways, actually.
I know how it's taught, bro. I learned in the city of London and from the Vatican, bro. I've been trying to tell people about this for fucking since I've been here. People are in their own wibbly wobbly land. I don't need to be taught this. The thing is, you can't claim nothing if you are not in existence. If you're not in existence, first you need to be in existence to claim something in existence. Otherwise, you can do all the paperwork you want and run around. You've got nothing to claim. So first you need to be in existence in their world to be able to claim in their world. And most people don't have that knowledge to do so, and they don't seek out that knowledge to do so. Trust law is faith law. It's the same thing. If you look it up, trust and faith is the same thing. Because to trust somebody, you have faith in them. To have faith in somebody is to have trust in them. Does that make sense?
Yeah. But you can't say that you're nothing and that you can't make a claim when you obviously exist to yourself in just your own observation.
No. I'm not. No. Don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that I don't exist. I know I exist. You know, you exist when you. I'm saying in the system that is, you don't exist. For me and you, we see each other. We know we're a part of something. Yeah, that's you have to be mentally retarded not to say that. But in their system, me and you don't exist, and I say that they operate in 2D. They can't get out of the 2D. I've said that many a times. But you need to have a claim of life because you're lost at sea. I've got all the documents. I've given documents to I gave something to Battlemod. He knows about it. That the so-called church or Caesar, whoever you want to call, Jesus, whatever, they've got a claim to you and all your offspring. So they actually claim the women's what the women will give birth to later on. They've actually got a claim to it. So in perpetuity. they've set up an express trust, which is the first crown, and another second trust, which is the second crown. The second crown and the third trust is for you to be able to actually claim something, which is the third crown. That's why we have the 3 crowns in the paper bull. People don't get it. But I can sit here till tomorrow and try to explain stuff to people.
Well,
The Bible is trust law, bro. That's all it is. It's got nothing to do with anything else but trust law.
right. And that's what I'm saying. Government is supposed to be the trustee. They are the fiduciaries in the Genesis 1 trust. The
Yeah,
problem
you're meant
is
to be. Yeah, okay.
people keep making the claim that they are a trustee and not the beneficiary.
For sure. Yeah.
You
Exactly.
have a redemption ticket written on bond paper that is your
Yeah, but
golden ticket to claiming
I'll stop you
your
right there.
inheritance.
You didn't make that bond. You didn't produce that live birth certificate. So you can't claim shit. All these people wanting to claim that end up in jail.
I'm not trying to claim the certificate as anything other than what they have said it is. It is a redemption certificate.
It's
It's
not
like a
yours, bro. How can you redeem something that if you don't make something, you cannot redeem or claim it? It's the same word.
right. I'm about to explain that. They created a separate trust, personal trust, just for you when they created the
You
birth
just
certificate.
you just said it. They created it. So if they
Right.
created, you have no claim. You have no
It's a
claim. I'm
trust.
telling you this.
A trust, the whole parameters of a trust is to take care of the beneficiary. The
You
birth
did not
certificate is
bro.
proof of a trust.
They
You don't have to be a grantor of something to be a beneficiary of it.
oh god,
That's what
you're
we're
one of
saying.
them, bro. If you did not create something, you cannot claim it, give it, eat it, throw it away. If they created the trust, they can do with it as they please. You have to create your own, which most people do not know. They do not know how to write on paper. They do not know how to claim their own life back and all the rest of it. If you want to claim something that's not yours and say they made it on my behalf, blah, 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 blah. No, they made it on their behalf.
Yes, you need a separate private trust in order to merge the titles properly. Yes, to merge the accounts properly.
Yeah, but not even
That's
that.
advanced stuff, though. That's
No, but
not
not
where
even
we're.
that, bro. Not even that. You cannot merge something that you did not create. See, if I make a trust here, doesn't matter if I put your name or whoever's name. I make that trust, and it's my property, and I do with it as I please. You cannot come in as an interloper and say, you made this and it was for me, and you've used all my details. Doesn't matter. You were too stupid to do it. Your parents were too stupid to do it. And I'm not having a go at your parents and take it the wrong way. Same with my parents.
Oh
So
no,
you
I already
cannot
know.
come
You're
in.
preaching to the choir.
Do you
I
get me?
hear
You
what
get what
you're
I'm saying?
saying, but it's a straw man.
It's not a
Whether
straw
or
man,
not,
dude.
if I
Dude,
make a
I
trust,
studied in the city of London, dude. Don't tell me how something works when I'm trying to explain to you something and I'm giving you something for free. Again, like other people, you would just have your own thoughts, and that's fine, bro. Have your own thoughts. I'm going to leave it at that. I'm giving you something. You can meditate, pray on it, whatever you want, and see if it makes sense to you. It's illogical if I make something and doesn't matter what I've done because of your ignorance or your parents' ignorance, for you to come in and say that is mine. And I'll leave it at that. And you just meditate on it, bro, for a little bit. It might make sense to you.
Can I just? I can hear both your guys' sides. I can understand he's got like an aspect of a point in terms of who's the beneficiary of the trust is, and how that trust should be administered towards the benefit of the beneficiary. But what you've also said, rightfully so, is that if it's not your trust. You cannot create any enforcement of anything. You can't go to someone else and tell them what to do with their property.
Correct.
Eggs, if you can just elaborate on what you said by people who are claiming sovereignty have actually been penalized, because I've only seen a couple of people who said they were able to write off debts once they claimed their sovereignty, that it effectively, they were able to no longer have a house fund, or effectively certain things in their life were written off, and they were sort of preaching it after the fact as though that had already been completed. What had you heard that you said people were actually being penalized when they tried to declare sovereignty?
Well, when you're using, you can use the UCC1 form, which people like to use, and they perpetuate the fraud in the system. So you can like write off, I think, like little small bills and whatnot, because you have, as that a brother was saying before, like you've got a claim to this and that and whatnot, which you don't, and that's the lie that they perpetuate. They let you have a little bit of the cake, if you get what I mean, like a spoonful, to keep you going in this matrix of a system. So most of them that are not a part of the system, you can only get a few things out of it, but still you do not get, in America it will be loyal title, in South Africa it will be fee simple title, but that is still considered under chattel property. If you look it up, it's chattel property, chattel, which
Cattle.
means cattle, animal
Mm.
property. Here, let the animals fucking graze in their little farm and whatnot. Because if you
Goyim.
look at exactly. Which I'll see if Battle Mod wants one day we can discuss this, because I've given him documents that say say everybody is a tax slave, and it actually says Goyim on there. And this is from the Vatican, signed by the Pope, Black Pope, Rothschilds, and the Queen. And it says that, you are Goyim, tax slave, and with those words. And it's, I'm trying to get people to, to think about it. And I've even said, help can be given to those who want to listen. And one of the big things is people, if they want to do something, if they want to claim what is rightfully theirs,
Yeah, because I believe firmly as well that everything that we do has consequence. And doing something like this, you got to realize that when you're completely out their system, you don't get any benefits of that system. So, for example, public education or public liability cover, or all of those things are stripped away if you do try and attain independence. Well, then you need to be independent. So go be independent. It's like, so some people kind of make it out like I can go get the best of this, get my debts written off, and then on the other side, I can still continue living in society and, participating in all the things that I enjoy. But just give me the best of both, but none of the consequence. But every decision is a cost, an opportunity cost, or the cost of that opportunity.
Correct, brother.
Right, but
You have a
there's
cost weight ratio,
There's one control being ignored.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
I agree with most of what you're saying, but a trustee that is subsequent to a previous trust can't make a new trust as a grantor. They can only make special needs or subsequent personal trusts that originate from Genesis 1. They can't create a new trust. What you're saying is creating a new trust. They can't do that. They can only create a small account, like a special needs trust. So that's what they've done. The birth certificate is part of the original Genesis 1 trust. It's your claim to go back.
It's It's their certificate, brother. They made the certificate. You did not make it. How can you lay claim
Right.
to something, you know? So
Right.
then
So
it's
follow me for a second. Jesus says, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. If they made the birth certificate and it's supposed to be your redemption certificate to your freedom, why would you hold on to it and use it for anything other than what it's supposed to be used for?
so you just said it there. Give unto Caesar what is Caesar's. The birth certificate is Caesar's. Gives it back. Do not use it. You have not made it. You cannot claim to it. Does that make sense to you?
Right, but I'm not claiming the paperwork.
So
You're,
then,
you're,
if you've
you're
got no paperwork, listen to me. If you've got no paperwork, you cannot do commerce. No paperwork, no commerce. You cannot own land. You cannot do nothing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I didn't say I wouldn't have my own. What I'm saying is I'm rendering under Caesar what is his under equity, which is what Jesus did. I'm just following Jesus.
If you want to go into the Jesus thing, that's a whole different thing. But
No, it's the
if
same
you
trust, same everything. Nothing has
I don't
changed.
want their trust. I don't have trust in them, bro. They broke trust law thousands of years ago, and they've been perpetuating an express trust for the one that I've got and I know, with paperwork dating back like over 1,000 years, and other ones that even more, but I don't have complete paperwork, which
Right,
go back 5,000 years, bro. So I'm not going to make a trust under their trust when I have no trust in the pricks, if you get what I mean, brother. I have
right. That's
more
right.
trust in you than them.
That's why we make private trusts separate from that system and not a statutory trust. Yes.
So you have to be completely out of their system, though. That's what I'm trying to say. It's tell everybody. Everybody's
Right.
making trusts underneath their system, so they're still the guys or the Vatican, which made the first express trust. On paper, when was it in like 1310, whenever? Everybody's making trusts underneath their thing, and they can't lose. They do not lose because everybody's making trust underneath their system because nobody knows another system.
Well, private
Do you get
trust
what I'm
is
saying?
all equity. That's ecclesiastical, which is heavenly.
Yeah, but I'll go one above that.
You go above
The
God.
Pope can. No. I'll go one above ecclesiastical because ecclesiastical is the highest one here.
But the Pope doesn't have a
Whatever
right
God.
to ecclesiastical law here.
Yeah,
They just
he does.
manage
He
it.
makes. Yeah, he makes the papal bull, so that's ecclesiastical, bro. Every law,
Right.
every single thing that comes out first comes out from the Pope or Rome. So they make the law for whatever, and then it gets dispersed everywhere around the world. And it doesn't matter if you're Muslim, Christian, whatever, it applies to everybody. Every single so-called religion was officially merged in 1987 or 83. And this is on paper. Every single mufti, pope, priest, whatever religion, is in existence has signed this piece of paper. So they're all operating underneath that one world trust. I've got all their names. I've got all their bank accounts. I know how much money they have. I know what they're called and all the rest of it. And people are still claiming to be something under somebody for whatever reason. Not underneath, what you would call God. They're claiming these things underneath people that call themselves God. And it's a hard thing to comprehend or to take in. I had to learn this for like 10 years from people that work in London and some people from Rome that are decent people because they don't want this shit. that haven't wanted it for God knows how long. But people do this in perpetuity, if that makes sense.
What is a trustee's duty?
If you're just a trustee,
Right, but what's the duty? Duty of care. What's the duty?
it's to make the trust document to make what's it called? To make the trust document work. So to make money for the trust.
Right, right. Well, I mean, there's like 15 answers, but I'm looking for one. But I'll just say it. The trustee's primary duty is to provide benefits for the beneficiary.
Yeah. So to make money for that's what I said. I just said in different words.
So
That's fair enough.
if you're a beneficiary of an account that stems from Genesis 1 that the occupying nation is the trustee over, if you're not getting benefits from Genesis 1, there's something wrong. It's as easy as I can put it. Because literally, all of this takes classes. It really takes classes. It takes time.
As I said to you before, bro, how can you lay claim to something you have not made? And that tricked you into thinking.
I am a
So
beneficiary of Genesis 1 by
Can I ask you
birth.
something? Okay, I'm going to ask you something, and you have to be honest here. Were any of your, great grandparents or descendants a party to that trust, written down? Because I'm telling you, all this stuff is written down. Who made that trust? Because that is a book. It's a trust book. It's got nothing to do with the proper real God. I'm telling you. Did anybody sign that?
I hear what you say, but who made it? What
Exactly, that's a good question.
The boundaries depend on what position they hold in the original Genesis 1 trust. The beneficiary can do things that a trustee cannot. The grantor can do things that the beneficiary and the trustees cannot.
Mm-hmm. See,
but the beneficiary, until he makes the claim and comes forward correctly in equity, this is law, period. This is all over the world. They just added this and updated everything in the state of Texas in the last 5 years. There's equity everywhere, talking about what I'm saying right now. Exactly how I'm saying.
Okay. Do you know about lex non scripta? Do you know what lex non scripta is? Or do you know what law is? Not law, law. They're two different things. Law and law. LAW and LORA. Lex non scripta. Once you can understand that, then it's, you can do things. But if there's no understanding of that, then
I don't call any of this commercial shit law. I studied commercial shit for about 10 years, and I thought it was law then. But it's not law. What is law is a state law, trust law.
So okay. What's the difference here? I know a natural, bro. As I said, you're speaking to somebody that knows this. Okay. So you've got estate law, you've got state law, you've got trust law. Why is there a word called estate and a word called state? It's the same thing, except you are underneath somebody. Somebody is lording over you. There's always a lord lording over somebody. You are in the system, their system.
Yahweh is my
bro.
Lord.
You need to be out of their system. again, if you're going to go into that, I'm going to give you something occultic and metaphysical. If they say in the Bible, this world is ruled by who? Is made by who? Ruled by who? Satan. So then, there you go. There's your answer right there. God's got nothing to do with this. The true God. To be absent of body is to be with God. And I don't mean any offense in what I say. Just say the truth as it's been given.
You're not gonna offend me.
I'm not here to offend anybody, but I just speak what it is, how it is, the truth. And who wants, bro? Like, you'll understand. I think you're a person of understanding. Who wants to be the asshole saying what I say? You get what I mean? I sound like a prick, even though I've been brought up with those teachings and all the rest of it. But I'm just saying the truth. Nobody wants to be called the a-hole.
You keep pointing to the whole government thing, like they created the original trust. They didn't.
Yep.
They made subsequent personal or special needs trust moving forward through a state law, which comes from God, heir to heir to heir to heir. That was before the legal system even existed. They're holding on to that spot. You have
Yes.
freedom
So,
in the state, and then you have slavery on the other side of that coin. There's no other in between. You either have slavery or freedom. You're saying that the slavery, well, these guys got rid of the grantor, they got rid of the original trust, they created a new one, and no matter what you do, you're fucked. And that's not true.
I'm telling you, can you break an express trust? Can you override an express trust? Answer me that question.
No, only the grantor or
Exactly. So that's never been broken, and it still stands.
If an executor isn't limited in scope, when they come forward and claim executorship over that express trust, they could change it. But that's if that term isn't written into the trust.
It's written into the trust. It's unbreakable, bro. So what are we going to do now? This is what I was trying to explain to people. And
right, that's what one is. That's what I'm saying. It's an express trust. They are fiduciaries over that trust. They make accounts underneath it, which is what your social security card is an account.
Okay, do you know what a calendar is, bro? That's an account. Calendar means an account keeping book record. So people try to say what they think they know, but they really don't know. A calendar, you can look this up. It means an accounting bookkeeping record. Look it up for yourself. Listen to me.
What the bookkeeping record is. That's what I just said. That the social security number account.
No, but you're going way down, bro. A calendar, the thing that you use to count days and months and years. That is the count, not a count, because you're negating the fact. When you do something, you count. So how can you have an a count, a no count? People don't even know how to speak, bro. These people know how to speak. It's, as you say, you're asymptomatic, so it means you're not symptomatic. So how can you have an a count? You're saying out in the open that you have something worth not counting. I cannot make this any simpler for people.
Sorry to interrupt, mate.
A count. Go for it, bro.
Oh, if you can see the moon where you're at the moment, it's absolutely crazy. There's a giant white ring like around the outside of the moon, like really far. It's a perfect circle. I'll go out and try to film it now. But yeah, after you get off here, go have a look at the moon. It's crazy.
I actually will, bro, because my back's better since last time when I was trying to stare at the thing. I got stuck for like an hour and a half looking at it.
I'm gonna try to film it. I've never seen anything like this before.
Is it like right above head? Is it at 12 o'clock?
Pretty much, yeah. It's really bright.
How we put?
Where I am in Brisbane, I can just see this giant white ring, like really far out, but it's a perfect circle around the moon. I'll go try to film it. Hopefully it's not gone or something. But back in a minute.
I'll jump out and have a look at it too, bro. Because it's weird how it went from like, I don't know, from probably from I don't know, from 90 degrees, from just say from 12 o'clock it was around 1 o'clock all around, and then it jumped to, or 1:30, it jumped to 12 o'clock right above after the full moon happened, the blood letting.
That was crazy. It was like daytime. It was that bright after that eclipse.
Yeah, right. If there was no clouds, you could just see like the whole sky lit up.
I'm gonna go film this thing anyway. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, cool, as bro. I'll have a look too. Thanks for letting us.
Yo, Eggs.
Yo, bro. Hey, bro. I just like got up. I'm looking at your stuff now. Sorry.
Bro, do you
I've
just
been
like
in bed, bro.
do you just like stay awake for a couple days and then fall asleep for a couple days? Is that how it works?
Yeah, sort of. I have my meditation for a couple of days where I block every bullshit out and kind of have my time and my
Stare at the moon.
communication, I suppose. Yes, yeah. Fuck my back up, stare at the moon. Just bro, I got mesmerized, bro, for like an hour and a half.
When you were saying that, like I instantly, the first thing that came to mind was you tweaking your back, staring at the moon.
I did, and that's what happened, bro. Got it on the truth. I went to straighten up, and I just went, just did that noise, and that was about it. I couldn't, yeah.
That's gold, man.
Yeah, it was funny at the time, but then the funny part went away. It was in pain.
And then just pain, yeah.
I just had a look at messages. Sorry, I missed them, but I'll reply to them and stuff. Just trying to get some food in me, and I just had the conversation about
I'd love to have time to talk this one through with you. Because we both have arrived at the same conclusion, but I'm looking at how you're pointing to certain things, and we're having a translation problem somewhere.
Well, all I'm trying to say is I don't want anything to do with their system. I don't want to benefit anything from their rotten system.
Well, right. That's the thing. We will benefit from the trustees being there. Period. That's their job, is to do the damn job, take care of God's creation.
Of course, but they haven't.
Since they murdered his son, they have to do the job.
Yeah, but that's if you're written in their so-called book of life. Nobody in anybody's family has put their name underneath that trust, bro. This is what I'm trying to say. That's the metaphor in the Bible. So
right. You're talking about subsequent trusts after Genesis 1. Those don't change the rules of the original trust. They still have to adhere to the basic principle.
Yeah, that's the higher law I was telling you about, LORE, or lex non scripta. You're still talking about something that is written. I'm talking to you about something that is not written, that overrides all that. You're talking about...
And where would that original trust be documented that would supersede the later trust?
That's written into
Is
you,
that-
bro. It's just you need to execute it. There's way. I can tell. I can help people out with this if they want, but I can't do it in the public. It's just one
Yeah,
of
if
those
you
things.
can DM, can you DM me something, IG?
Yeah, bro. We'll set up something where we can actually talk. Is a bit, yeah. I'll send you just a message and stuff. So
I think it's fascinating what Cuddle is saying here is that kind of looking at it from a slightly new perspective in terms of that original founding trust and that you're the beneficiary thereof. And therefore, you shouldn't need any other law or any other intervention required. You should just be the beneficiary and you should be able to benefit from that
Yep.
original contract of creation and that you're part of this creation. And their whole subversion of that into this person's and your legal jargon, your capital letter name, it's ludicrous.
So,
but it requires intensive study, like you said, and a lot of bravery if you're going to actually go and pursue this life where you can no longer own property or, the basics like get a bank account or where you are out their system entirely. There's a lot of consequence to that.
Well, that's the thing, though. That's what I keep saying. There's translation issues because most of the solutions are private. They're not allowed to really be talked about in the public, which is why I have to be as vague as I can be, and which is why he has to be as well. That's the whole point of the private side. It's private. However, the same solution that I'm saying has been there for 5,000-ish years. It's nothing new.
So I'll put it another way. Every time they make a new religion, a trust document, everybody gets caught underneath that, but they are not a part of that founding, the eye up the top of the pyramid that made that religion, or that made that, secret society, whatever you want to call it. They're the ones that made it, so they are, in fact, in trust law, you can make yourself the trustee, the beneficiary, and all of them. You can be all of them at once. That's man's law that says, the trustee can only do this, the beneficiary can only do this, blah 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 blah. You can make yourself all of those things in one.
Yeah, that's the airship.
Yeah. So
that's
the
scriptural.
thing. Well, they try to tell people in scripture, but people don't get it. That the triune God, this, that. You need to get three people together to make a so-called trust law, but you can make yourself the executor, the beneficiary, the trustee of that whole document. When I make it, I can be the executor, the beneficiary, and the trustee of that whole thing. And then I can make it go in whichever way I want it to go, and nobody can do nothing. Nobody can tell me what to do. And this is the thing that people don't get told, and they don't get let into this one little but big thing that people, that one person can make the course of that so-called trust, because he's everything in that trust: executor, beneficiary, trustee in that document. Until you make one, or I make one, then you can't be a part of it.
But don't you still always need a trust executor or initiator? Like you need someone who co-signs on a trust.
Correct.
Isn't there always some co-signatory? So you can't necessarily do everything outright on your own. Or can you?
No, you need another two. You need two co-signers, as you said. But then, the guy that makes it, because obviously he knows more, he will make that he is the prime mover. So, as in the creator of all things, he's the prime mover of that trust, even though you might be the beneficiary and the executor, whichever way you want to put it. He'll say that he overrides all of you. Do you
All
get what I'm saying?
decision
Does that make
making.
sense?
All
Yeah.
decision making power. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. If he sees that you're not, he doesn't like the way that you're running the trust. He wants to be greedy or more giving. He'll just override you because he's written it into the trust that he can do that. Do you get what I'm saying? It's really
Yeah.
like, yeah, it's a really it's a thing that doesn't get said, and when it gets said, because it's not written in so-called trust law, that's why I said lex not scripta. You know, the unwritten law.
The law.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know what I'm talking about.
So
The unwritten
why do
law.
they call it like folklore? Law is normally quite a fictitious
It is.
concept.
Yep. Exactly.
Because it's
That's
the
why
lore
people.
of the spoke.
You've got, as I said to you, you've got LOLAW and you've got LORE. Two separate things. Men make agreements. Yeah. Only companies make a contract. Look up what the word contract means and look up what the word agreement means. And again, I sound like a prick because I'm the know-it-all, but I'm telling you, we haven't gotten to the state where we behave like actual men.
Making
Everybody's
agreements.
exactly.
Bonds.
You shake your hand.
Word bond.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You shake your hand. You say, "Hey, brother, me and Flat Earth Solar, we shake hands. I buy the land off you. You buy the land off me. That's it. That's the agreement. You know, bam, we move on." We haven't gotten to that state yet. That's just missing. It's all contractual because everybody's still operating.
And then we use the contracts to try and manipulate the other and like use it like a prong to try and extract more. And it's so crazy to think about that, the gentleman's agreement versus contract, and how it's usually due to the fact that there's no trust. And it's funny that we're discussing trust law.
Remember I said before, I've got no trust in the pricks, so why the fuck would I want to be a part of their trust law? I don't want to be a part of it. Even though I know where it came from and I am the prime benefactor of that, like in the literal sense. But because they've perverted it, I don't want anything but part of that, bro. I've been through the ringer with these guys. I've had pricks like knock on my door because I talk and say stuff. And people don't get it. People are hung up on, you know, words and as in labels, Christian, Muslim, whatever, da da da. But that's just a count, not an count. That's a count. That's a bookkeeping record of everybody that's given money to the so-called whoever they believe in. It's a password in Masonry. It's a password. And I can't say any more and give any more information than this. Even was it a couple of days ago? Baron asked me, guys, are you a part of the 13 club or you privy to information? I said, no, I'm just privy. I don't want to be a part of that because Sonny was gone, the club of, 300. And I said to him, it's the club of 313. The other 13 don't say a word. You do not know who they are. You do not see them. They keep quiet. They are really private.
They just steer.
Yep, they're the ones that steer the ship, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, the rudder. The tiny little rudder that causes the ship to move.
Exactly, brother. People don't realize the smallest things, but, I'll come on here, and there'll be only a few people that can comprehend what I'm saying. It's and
Well,
then
thanks for sharing.
No, it's not a problem, bro. I'd like to, as I said, who wants to be the asshole to go against everything that's been taught? You're a heretic and da 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 da. I don't want to be called that. I can go along with the narrative, but I know, as the saying goes,
It never ceases to fascinate me how much I need to unlearn.
You know what's funny?
Yeah.
Well,
It's like the more that you learn, the more you realize. Like the more you learn, the more questions arise, and the more you need to unlearn the bullshit.
Yep, 100%. Yep.
The funny thing is, we're both saying the same thing from two totally different perspectives.
I agree.
The executorship is dominion. You can do that on this side in a living body. You can become a grantor, a trustee, and a beneficiary. That's dominion. However, that is still in the original Genesis 1. It's a subsidiary trust.
Yep. Again, it's a document.
Right.
Do you know how to make that? Do you know how to put that into motion?
I have a few ideas on how to put certain things into motion in this particular private side aspect, yes.
From scratch, though. Like they have with the Bible, from scratch.
If I take what I've learned and I go back and I reread, I could probably figure it out. It might take me about 100 or so pages. But it's there. It's all there. Everything you need is there. You understand?
Yep. So I know how to do it. It took me a long time, but I can do it from scratch. Like they have. From scratch.
Yo, Cowboy.
Yo.
You just have VC verified. Are you new to the server?
Yeah, I haven't gotten in the other room because every time I look at it, it's locked.
Do you believe in just out of curiosity? I'm not going to debate you or anything, but do you believe in the globe or flat Earth?
Oh hell no, dude! I dropped the globe like 4 years ago.
Damn, bro.
Law, bro. Studying what they called law, codes and canons. It all came full circle for me. Clawing at the wall, trying to get out of the system. I mean, it's the Truman Show. That is a pretty good example. That or the Matrix. It's really bad.
Well, that's good to hear, man. I'm glad you're not on the dark side.
Well, I mean, for me, in my belief, in my faith with Yahweh, it's either do I believe him or not. He says clearly in Genesis 1 exactly what he did. He says exactly where we exist in wherever the hell we are and how we exist.
Yeah.
Isaiah, Job, Elijah, Elisha, Moses, Jonah. I mean, how many witnesses do you need to really go, you know what? God's telling the truth.
Yeah.
And that's
just
the
on that
funny
point.
thing.
Just on
That's
that
the
point,
funny thing.
the witness is the contract. Again, they've made a contract. They've made it into legalese. It's a legal document, brother. So the witnesses, you need to have witnesses to make contract. You'll get there, bro. Just keep on doing what you're doing. You'll get there. I'm not saying this to be a, to be a prequel, to be condescending. You just said it right there. You have the witnesses to some apparent God, which is a man, name of a man, which was the city. And they've made the contract, and everybody has made a legal document into some metaphysical document. Sorry, I need to finish eating as I'm starving. It's been 2 days that I haven't eaten, so
Fatty.
yeah, bad.
And Earth would never lie.
Cowboy, one of my biggest things, man, even though, even though I of course believe in a creator, I was born and raised a Christian. I've been a Christian for most of my life. But even I have to kind of sit back and, ask myself, if they lied about something as big as, the place we live, what else have they lied about? Is this book some untouchable document that they can't, manipulate? And I mean, for Christ's sake, they've switched words around that completely alters different meanings, and plenty of people can see that clear as day. At this point, you really got to consider as many alternative resources as you can to find the truth, and leaning on one right after finding a truth, especially as big as that, it's I don't know. Like I said, I agree with you, but at the same time, just dot your I's and cross your T's, I guess.
Right. Well, you gotta have to take into account one thing. The apostles and those that were before and during Jesus' life weren't stupid. The things that got written into the Holy Scripture were written in a way, even if the devil himself got his hands on it, he couldn't twist it in such a way that people that are seeking the light wouldn't see that little pinhole.
Another thing you got to consider is that. Oh, sorry.
No worries. Go ahead.
Another thing. Hold on, Ryan. Another thing you got to consider is that these people, the Masonic orders, the secret societies, those are actually religions. Like, yes, they're secret societies, but these people feel very strongly. Like, a quote from a Mason is that they have been enacting the Bible since the beginning of time, essentially. Like, and they say
Correct.
Masons consider themselves to be as old as the Tower of Babel. There's like a little colloquialism that goes with it, like a little phrase or saying that they say. If Masons come
Yeah,
from
the one.
tale and fable, then we might something about coming from the Tower of Babel. I don't know. That was just my 2 cents.
No, he's got a point.
No, that's a good thought.
They've given everybody the religion. They make the religion. Mason, the mother's son. That's what Mason means. People don't even get what it means, and people that are in there don't even know what the fuck it means because they're mostly moronic retards. So you're trying to grasp something that somebody else has made, and you are interpreting somebody else's thoughts on paper, which writing on paper is just dead symbols with no meaning. The only one that can give meaning to that is you. And keep on eating now. My mouth is full.
I've also heard the argument that they are so religious and so they would feel like it would be like changing the Bible or whatever would be almost like not blasphemous necessarily, but it's like it's a bad mark on them. I'm not exactly sure what.
Blasphemy fits. It's a good word. Treason would be another one.
Correct. I'll agree with.
Well, haven't those same people been teaching, the globe earth religion as well, teaching us that we,
Correct.
have been spinning around on a giant fucking rock ball. Like, I can remember being a Christian as a glober. Like, that was kind of weird. I'll be honest with you. Like, you start to doubt the existence, but, you're told to still have faith. I think it's a little bit easier to have faith when all of a sudden you realize there's a fucking dome over us and that water doesn't bend necessarily in the way that they're saying it does in a spherical manner. So the question comes at hand, why would they lie? Like the Globers always like to say, why would they lie? And, one of the main things that I can think of is to put out visibility of a creator, while it's also saying that there is one. It's a fucking oxymoron, dude. It's just stupid.
Well, that's all they have. Either rebrand, which is what the hint was from the Babylon riddle, or it's the same thing. It's always a rebrand, or they copy what already has been, and they pervert what they have made. So the religious, mystical side of the masonry goes all the way back to Azazel. Yes. The name change and everything, that's just a rebrand.
Religion is often a touchy thing, for people, and part of the reason being is it's a very deep rooted and fundamental belief. It's very much so a part of people's reality, a part of their choice making. It affects their overall person as a whole. It affects them greatly. Obviously this is someone that they talk to at night, that they pray to, that they devote countless hours to, going to church and whatnot. I get why it's touchy for people. I've just kind of always been one to, I guess, err on the side of caution. In a world where we're told that the earth is a spinning ball, I can highly doubt that a creator would effortlessly blame somebody for being a little confused. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And,
You said
and so many people are stuck
word,
to
bro.
the fact that they have to know. So many people are stuck to the fact that they have to know exactly who the creator is, what the creator is, what his name is. But at the same time, he wouldn't judge you if you didn't. The humanity has been lied to about the place we live in. So
Yep.
that's what I gotta say.
That's beautiful what you said, because you putting a label or something that he or whatever, she or the creator can or cannot do, it's idolatry, first and foremost. Secondly, as you said, religion is, fundamental to some people, and the word fundamental is the fundamental side of your brain. Give it some funds and make it go all cuckoo lala, and you add and subtract and whatever to what somebody has written down on paper. It's a very deep thing. All of this stuff comes from philosophy, where some man is trying to give his experience, his deep thoughts on his interaction with the creator or a deity or something. So it's hard to take that somebody's thoughts on paper, which he can speak a different language, as I keep on saying. if people think they speak English, why do we have 50 dictionaries? People do not speak English. I keep on saying to people, write to your government, ask them what language they speak. Or any so-called department, which means no partment. There is a negation of the fact. You know, like all the other words with D that you use normally. Ask them what language do they speak, and you'll be surprised what they write back. That's what I've got to say for you. I'm gonna finish eating.
IG. I dropped a little nugget in chat.
Yep.
Is it? It's a gold nugget.
Yeah, apparently you can find slabs of.
But it's a nugget. Because I can help heal my body with silver. I don't know if I can do that with gold.
I don't know, apparently you can just like find this shit everywhere. So it's amazing how we are all rich, but that's a whole different conversation.
Eggs. Hello.
Yep.
Okay. So, tell me what your thoughts are on this, okay? Like, you're born and raised a Christian, yeah? And
Yep.
after figuring out this truth, you're still a Christian for many years. But then, as, call it skepticism or whatever, but you start to kind of question things, not necessarily even doubt them, just question them, and ultimately, kind of come up with, a fundamental idea like, hey, whoever the creator is, I mean, if I were to live a good life, one of the fundamental roots of almost any religion is to love others, and to forgive others. So if I held that same concept deeply, what what would it really matter what their name was or anything else as long as you were getting to know them? You get what I mean? Like on a personal level, as long as you prayed to that God, as long as you talked with them, like what would all these other doctrines necessarily really even matter? I mean, there is a lot of knowledge to perceive from them, but it even says in that same biblical scripture that and I can't quote it verbatim, but it does say something along the lines of we have right and wrong written in our hearts, like we know the difference.
Yep.
And at that, I mean, what's the rest of it for, really?
Well, there's a good
Can I?
point there. That's why they say, you know, excuse me, they say everybody prays to their own creator. The utterance of the name, it even says in the Bible, don't utter, you know, the creator's name, which is a oxymoron because nobody knows the creator's name. So who you're uttering to, like I know when I utter something to a person, I'm speaking directly to you. If I'm uttering something or the unutterable, then who is my prayer going to? And then when I say at the end, when I say amen, which means no men, again negating the fact of men, what are you really saying? I just went a bit more deeper than I should have. Probably doesn't make sense.
No, it's fine. So you're saying a lot of it comes down to like symbolism?
Yeah, correct. And knowing what you're saying is they say that apparently this is the conundrum. We were all given, you know, the language to all speaking the same language. Yeah? If we're all speaking the same language, God's language, supposedly, da 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 da, then why is the Tower of Babel so wrong? And God being jealous of us speaking the language that He gave us. See, it's been inverted. I'm not for any labels or anything. I'm just saying for people to think. If we were all speaking the same language, there wouldn't be no misunderstandings or ununderstandings or de-understandings. It would just be everybody communicating on the same level. But when it says, let us go down and, you know, change their language, who is this us and why is the language being changed? Just something for people to think about.
A person on the name aspect, it depends if you're actually trying to follow the Bible and what it says, then it says, I can't remember the verse right now, but I could look it up, but it says that his name is important, that you should use his proper true name. It's like if like someone from Mexico comes here and their name is Jorge, but instead you're like, hey George, like it's just not respectful, you know. I mean, I understand where you're coming from because the power of Yah supersedes the name and whatnot, but at the same time, don't you want to be respectful, especially if you consider him your father? And that's on like this is only if for people who actually adhere and subscribe to the Bible, you know. But anyone else, like, I can't say for them.
No, I get you, man. Give me
What's
one
the
sec.
original
Hey,
prayer? The original prayer is you say Father. You don't say his name. As you would not say, hey, Bob, who is your dad? You don't call him by his name. You call him Father.
well, that's a good way to look at it.
That's also, yeah, that's the truth.
And my response technically wouldn't have been that good. My response quite literally would kind of be reiterating what I already said, which would be the fact that, you know, I don't think that, you know, a God would be at all mad at people for not knowing their exact name when they have to question everything going on around them. I mean, we've had towers dropped in the name of terrorism when quite literally it's not. We've had so much of an illusion, you know, the world being flat, us going to the moon. Like, who are we to really, you know, claim to know the truth whatsoever when a lot of this, a lot of very crazy things have happened, and you know, been blatant lies. Like, all I'm saying is if they can lie about the shape of the world, if they can lie about us going to the moon, if they can lie about 9/11, and probably hundreds of thousands of other huge things, if not every war, then I doubt that, you know, Bible script would be very far out of their reach, if you get what I mean by that. And I don't think that a creator would find it disrespectful whatsoever in that aspect. And if they did, they can hold me to it. But I still pray to them and I still get to know them. It's just the fact that it's hard for me to cling to one thing. It would, God, how do I really compare that?
Just me
It's
being
just,
nitpicky. Just me being nitpicky. But you said that like it clearly was, or quite or what it clearly was not terrorism. No, I'd say it still is terrorism. It's just not who they're calling the terrorists. That in fact, it's even worse because what's more terrifying than your own government, the people who are supposed to be protecting you, being the ones who perpetrate such an act? That's terrorism.
That is the true definition, bro. You said it correctly. Yeah, it's
yeah, no,
your own government thing. Yeah,
that's definitely what I meant. I was just getting away from the idea that they called it foreign terrorism. I should have been a little bit more specific, but yeah, to point blank, the complete opposite direction, even though it was right here. I agree with that,
Yeah.
100%.
No, like I said, it's just me being a little nitpicky. I understood it. That have much to do with your overall point. Sort of distracted from it when I came in with that. I just wanted to. To me, that's
No,
one of those things that bothers me when people say that it wasn't terrorists. Like, no, it was. Like, just not the ones you're thinking.
not the ones with the funny hats.
no, that's
dudes on
a
TV,
much
eh?
stronger. That's a much stronger a point. You get what I mean? Like, instead of saying that, I'll definitely think of that the next time I talk about it, because that yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Yeah, if you look up the definition, you'll say that in the definition is when your own government does heinous things towards its own people, is the definition of terrorism, not other people, your own government.
And seeing the big picture, man, that's what's really important. Is getting glimpses of the big picture. Now, every big thing that we've seen happen, for the last 50 years has been slowly, what you see immediately after is an attack on our rights, and then all of a sudden the government goes, oh, well, we need extra security for this, and we need militarized police, and then we need to, shut down the voices. You can't say this, you can't do this, it's like we're fucking in kindergarten walking in a straight line with our teacher, the dictator, and it's just, it's complete communism at this point, and it's getting there. I mean,
100%. So,
I would like to point out one thing, if I
yeah, go for it.
Matthew
go for it, bro.
4:8. Jesus did show us. That's why I keep saying they're the fiduciaries. Because when Jesus was atop the mountain and saw all of the kingdoms of the world,
Which you could only do on a flat Earth, by the way.
yeah, right. Which that was one of my epiphanies right there. It was a beautiful moment. But what did Jesus say? What did the devil say? The devil offered Jesus everything that the Son touched because he had conquered it all. A fiduciary of heaven gone wild.
That's an interesting take. Thank you.
There are more unspoken things thereafter in the same chapter, and that's the stuff that I want to talk to Iggs about, because it's there. It's all there. It's just seeing it. Because I read Matthew, 110 times. Never saw it.
I kind of came into this in the middle of you guys talking. How come you're bringing up religion? What brought you to that in the conversation?
trust law.
Trust law.
A First
Trust
Amendment.
law and freedom.
Yeah, I
Trust
came in
and
a bit.
what exactly?
As last time we were talking about it with Battle Mod, I think you were here. We are talking about trust law, how it works, Jenny.
Oh, yeah, natural
Yeah,
law. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, natural. Yeah,
Yeah, our rights, our natural rights are being infringed upon every single day. And there's, hundreds of maybe seemingly good police officers that do that every day as well, and possibly with willful ignorance.
yeah,
Yep.
correct. And as I keep on saying, and Battle Mod says it too, and I think a lot of people here get it, understand it, and comprehend it, that your rights do not come from a piece of paper or from a book or from any book, anything written down. They're just given to you. And to give something more to people is you cannot, even in, as I think one of the guys here before said it, I think the new guy said, you cannot give your rights away. You cannot become a slave, even under man's law. You can't like write it down in a document and say, hey, I will be a slave from now on. So we need to look at things a bit more differently, I think, if I make any sense.
Well, you guys know that admiralty law is considered to be like the highest law in the land, except that ecclesiastical law is even higher. Like that's
Yeah,
why,
but
and the Masons, the
nobody
people who run
acknowledges it.
everything, they adhere to the ecclesiastical law.
Yeah, because everybody's running to that trust position, as I was saying before. But when you look at the admiralty law,
Oh,
if you look,
hold
go,
on a
Jenny.
second. Sorry. Um, can you back up just like 10 seconds? You said trust. You used the word trust. I'm sorry. You said a term I wasn't really familiar with, is why I stopped you, but it's all good if you want to just keep going. Sorry.
Eggs.
No, you're right. Trust is faith. Faith is trust. It's the same meaning. So
Well,
to
I'm
have
thinking
trust
of
in
the law.
somebody.
When you say trust, I think go to the legal terminology instead of an action upon us, trusting.
Yeah, yeah. It depends, as I
So,
said, what language you speak, how you. That's why you need to go back to the etymology. You know, if you're looking at trust in legal, it's a contract, but in the etymology is to have faith. So, as in you having faith in a creator, or me having faith in you, Jenny. Like, I know that you're a great person and you wouldn't stooge me. I have faith in you. Do you get what I mean? Or in the
yeah.
legal sense, I have trust in you. Do you get me?
Yeah, so trust would be used when there's a contract involved, or
Correct.
yeah,
Faith
and the
is
other.
for an agreement. Is for like men and women. So an
Oh,
agreement.
wow.
If you look up, yeah, see how
Yeah.
they manipulate the words. If you look up the etymology for agreement, is an
All I
agreement can
know
only be
is
made. Yeah,
I never agreed upon my birth to participate in this society. I
exactly.
definitely would want to choose an alternative, and the one that makes sense to me is natural law and anarchy.
Yeah.
I guess
Except
I would be
that when
consider
you're
myself an
born,
anarchist.
True
silence is
anarchy,
considered
not the media's
acquiescence,
idea.
though. So that's why they just take it, you know, because silence is acquiescence.
Well,
So
they take it because the mother is ignorant, unfortunately.
also true.
All
But
mothers.
the baby isn't able to speak up for themselves, and so they are silent.
Right.
The mother
So the
doesn't know better,
mother is
you know.
acting on my behalf unknowingly.
Yep.
Ignorance is not a defense of the law. So
But
corrective action needs to be taken. All of us, each individual needs to claim their security.
Yep.
And I need to get better at that terminology and that process because I would rather just disengage altogether. If I got to become one of those the people that ride on buggies, Amish, I'll become an
Amish.
I'll marry an Amish old guy or something.
And that's the thing as well. It's written in, even in like the Lex Scripta, it says that if not full closure is given, then contract is void. So if they haven't given you
Exactly.
full
Thank
closure,
you.
then
That is a very good point. Yes, absolutely.
God
There
bless you,
was
Jenny.
no consent on my part directly. But
There
say
was no
that again
closure
for
given.
me.
So
Say
if there's
that
no
say that
closure,
again. That was so great. Say that again one more time.
if there's no closure given to the mother, then the contract is void. So there's
Yes,
no closure given to the
disclosure.
mother. Yep. So
Yes,
then the
there has
contract is
not
void.
been. Yep. If there, I mean, you can make this a practical example, right? So a real estate agent is selling a home and they do not disclose certain deficits of the property, or like if somebody died, I don't know
Yep.
about the died part, but then
Deceased.
yeah, that gets into contract law. And so yeah, because you have to disclose in order to agree.
Yep.
I just can't believe it's just, yeah, it's kind of that
It's all
simple.
there. It's all there. It's
That
just people need to act on it. That's what I've been trying to tell people. Same
Yeah,
with
we
battle
need
mod.
to
Me and him,
reclaim our security, our bond,
Yep.
because
Yep.
we're the beneficiary of our bond.
exact. And they
You need to make your
created the straw man, and that's what they attack.
yep. So you need to make your own thing. That's the what I'm saying to people. The original bond needs to be terminated, and you need to make your own one. But they don't teach you this. Only 0.001% of people know how to do this.
Yeah, this
They
should
won't
not
tell.
be occulted, but it
Correct.
is.
Yep.
Yes.
That's why I sort of speak around about half the time in here because I can't even say it on in the public.
I
I
think
try
a
to
lot
get
of
people.
people are waking up to the the pandemic. There's new people
Hmm.
waking up, and I think we should go into people like that with what we're talking about now. That would be the next step, the logical progression of knowing conspiracies in your reality. Plus,
Yep.
all you got to do is look at the sky because it's almost white now half the time. So if you don't pay attention, I don't know. There's some people we probably can't. There's a lot of people that can't be helped, in
Yep.
my opinion.
If you like, Jenny, I don't know, like me, you, Battle Mod, if we can organize like a place to discuss this. So
Hey, I'm game. Definitely.
The
yeah,
learning curve.
I,
Go to the learning
yeah,
curve.
we need to get the people at the same time in the same place, if you get what I mean. So
A
it's
group.
I
Is
can
that what
speak.
you're wanting?
Ah, yes, yes.
Yeah, you get what I
So
mean.
it
It's
could
no
be
use
even,
me, Battle Mod,
hey,
speaking to each other when we know.
it could be a weekly show.
Yeah, awesome. That would be
So
great.
contact your favorite admin or moderator.
Yeah,
Probably Michael J. Smith. I don't know who to start with. Or
yeah.
Helio.
Yeah, I've spoken to Battle Mod. I know he's a bit busy. He's just been to get it. I suppose organized. And whoever has questions, they can be answered.
I I highly
99%.
recommend yeah, get a hold of Helio because he can move the live stream in there. But I would highly recommend you have your own room that says your event name in it because people pop in thinking they can talk about the globe. So that you would want to talk to an admin about.
Yep, cool. Thank you, Junior.
You're
Because
welcome.
I've spoken to Michael. Me and him speak like quite a bit,
So
like in the private.
you'd want to
We just
like
need.
decide what time every week you'd want to have it, what day and time. So you
Mhm.
kind of have to consider time zones, and that's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, Another fiction sprung upon us, time zones. How great is this? The deception.
But yeah, my
Beautiful.
my schedule's all crazy all the time, but I can get a regular day off every week actually, so let me know when it is.
Yeah, cool. I'll have a word to Michael, and then you speak to Helio, and we'll make it so. I don't know. You can tell me probably what the most convenient time is in the US, as in, probably what day and what hour is the best. So we can do it. You know what I mean? Because I think most of the people here, apart from, we've got a few Aussies here.
I would, so for you to help you make up your mind what time, I would say like at the latest, I mean, I guess could be later, but after 7 p.m. Central Standard Time, that would probably be the latest to start.
Okay.
So then you'd end at like 9 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Yep. Cool. All right. And what day do you reckon
But
is
yeah,
the
man,
most?
come up with some stuff. I'll join in on that combo for sure.
Awesome. You're awesome, Junior.
Same. I have
We get
lots
along.
of. I've been studying that. I have resources.
There's a lot of people in here that'll be interested in that topic.
Cool. Everyone, yeah, you sound, yeah, good, brother. This is the whole point that I've been trying to say to people. The next level after flat Earth is claiming your stuff back, so these pricks can't keep on doing what if they're doing. You know what I mean? It's up to us to stop this stuff.
Yeah, I bet if I wrote down names, I could easily come up with 10 people that would want to be in your discussion or at least listen.
Oh, beautiful. Oh, maybe you
Yeah,
can
so
help
you
us out
definitely would
too.
have a panel on your hands if you wanted to go that way, so,
Yeah, sounds great. Well, to me, it sounds great.
Yeah,
I'm
I
I'm
definitely
all
agree
for it.
with you. It's definitely a topic people need or a lot of people could be better well prepared to discuss. I mean, I'm okay discussing it, but I could be better at it.
Well, that's the whole thing why we are here, as I keep on saying, is to share what we truly know and to give it out so we can make a change. If we don't put any action, there won't be any reaction, so there's no change.
Oh
And I
man,
think
social change takes forever, like a decade at least.
yeah, we have to start somewhere though. You know what I mean, sister. If we don't do it,
I agree.
And I
Gotta
have faith
start
in people.
somewheres.
Yeah, exactly.
And
I have faith.
we can also like maybe whoever is in your opinion the most studied on this topic, like maybe somebody on YouTube, and we
Me.
can like present segments of their videos and then, discuss, stop and discuss.
I have resources on that point.
Woot woot. All right.
I'll get Battlemod to show the document that I have from the Vatican with the Pope's signatures and the Queen's signatures and
Juicy.
everybody's. So I'll get him. I was allowed to give closure on that bit because for purposes of getting this world into a better shape. So, and it was directly involving his tribe. So Battlemod can, what I gave to Battlemod, we'll go into a private place and he can show that.
Yeah, if we
So
don't start talking about it and start putting our thoughts out into the ether for others or whatever. I mean,
Yep,
I think
well
you can
said.
be on somebody's wavelength electronically talking like this. I mean, I don't know how many times I've thought about something and a second later somebody else would say it. Call it coincidence, but it happens all the time.
Well,
Yeah.
the Ethernet is a beautiful thing. The Ethernet.
Mhm. Yeah, and what I find fascinating is remote viewing. That's one of my most interested topics. I need to make more time to whatever's published or out there. But
Yeah, that's a good
yeah,
one. That
that's fascinating stuff, big time.
one. Yeah.
I mean, it makes me want to rewatch that one weird show with Winona Ryder in it.
What's it called?
Damn. I'd have to look. Let me see. You might. Do you like to watch shows? Because it's
Yeah,
pretty
that's
good. It's
part.
pretty notable.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I do. Is I'm a cryptologist.
Cryptologist? What does that mean?
I decrypt things and I put them out there.
Oh, I thought you were
So
meaning
take things.
something like I really like graphology. I think it's fascinating. All right, let's see. Oh, Stranger Things is the name of the show.
Okay, so it's like a series thing.
Yes, you could totally binge. I'll share it.
All right.
Yeah, it's a good one. Stranger Things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
One
look
of
at Rogers.
one of the better
Rogers
ones.
chimed in.
But I
We have
do
two.
believe, I could be wrong, you guys, but I do believe there is an instance of remote viewing in here in the show.
Yeah. It's been a while.
Yeah,
Been
I
a
mean,
while.
and I love the villain. What's his name? Oh shoot, let me look on the link.
Demo Dog.
No,
What's his name? What'd you say?
Demo Dog. Demi Dog.
no, my
Demi
favorite
Dog.
person character. I'm looking
God,
at
I met Demi Dog.
And that's
No
what the
God,
kids
I-
call the dog, which is grabbing them. But you have to watch it. I'm not wanna.
My favorite is isn't it Matthew Modine? That's in Stranger Things, you guys.
I'm not sure.
That plays the villain,
I don't know.
the scientist dude. I'm looking at the cast and I don't see him.
Oh
and
yeah. He is. Oh, it's been a while. Yeah, with what's her name? 7? No, 6.
Millie Bobby Brown, who's quite the sensation now. Yep, good old Matthew Modine, the silver fox, looking pretty good.
11. Yes, 11. Her name is 11.
Silver Fox.
Yes, he's pretty handsome. Ooh, okay, I got a picture. Nice. I think he's probably 60 something. I think, I'm not sure. Now you can definitely tell this man has had no surgery done to his face, which is good. Oh, it doesn't show a thumb. Oh, there. Yeah, it did show a thumbnail, but you guys, I'm sure you'll be all right.
I need a.
But yeah, anything Matthew Modine is in, you know he's going to be good. The last thing I really liked with him in it was the show called Weeds. That was 8 seasons or something, I think. You guys hear me?
Yeah, I hear
you.
Okay, sorry. Discord's
No,
always
you're right.
kind of janky for me. But yeah, I used to be really into following actors and stuff. And now it's just so oversaturated. And now I know I just know more stuff and it's just not as appealing anymore.
I'm trying to find Stranger Things on Amazon and it's effing not on here.
No, it's on Netflix.
Yeah.
It's a Netflix original.
See what they
Stranger
do?
Things?
They stooge us with all this bullshit. Oh, it's not on here, it's on there. You have to subscribe to 50 things.
I know.
They get us from all sorts of ways.
All right, there we go.
Oh
There's a
boy.
picture of Matthew Modine. But I think that I don't know how current that picture is, but he plays a great villain. I forget what happened to his character. I definitely don't want to do a spoiler or anything.
Благодарам. Че купам?
But it was kind of like, I don't know. I had never seen him in a serious role like that. It was kind of almost like Jim Carrey. Did you guys ever see the scary movie he was in? I would definitely have to look that up, though.
Fala.
But for being typecasted as a comedian, I thought he did a great job. Or what about when Robin Williams played a serial killer? Oh, I think it was called Photo or something like that. It was such a bizarre movie, and he was so good in it.
I love
But
the way you
Robin
said that.
Williams.
Can you say that again? He was so good in it.
No, I don't know. I can. That was just so spontaneous. But yeah, Robin Williams, I mean, hopefully he's on Celebrity Island and he's okay still.
Yeah,
That's
he's,
all I
you
got to
know,
say.
you know who he's, Jen. You know he's kicking
Are
it
you
there,
talking
flipping
about number
margaritas.
23?
Possibly. Yeah, that sounds
Yeah,
familiar. He was exquisite in that movie, in my opinion.
yeah, it totally that movie totally changed me up my aspect of looking at his acting. He totally turned me around because he was always playing a comedian and he was like so serious. It
Mhm.
was just it was trippy.
So
Yeah.
what's it called now? Number 23?
Yeah. It's like everything adds
Oh,
up to 23 all the
Oh,
time.
no. You know what? I stand corrected. The movie that Robin Williams was in, he
No,
was
I was talking about Jim Carrey one, the one Jim Carrey.
oh yeah. Sorry. If you were wanting to say it more about it, go ahead.
No, that was it. No, that was it.
Mm. But what I was meaning is people who are typecasted into a certain role all the time. And Robin Williams did the same thing. Well, actually, I think he did it before Jim Carrey. But the role that Robin Williams played, he worked in a Photoshop back when we had those still, when we printed stuff on film.
because it
And
has to be.
yeah, and he would take these photos of this family and like stalk this girl, and it was really effed up.
Yeah,
So
that's normal, Jenny.
we're talking about CP. CP. I don't want to say it because we'll get a strike or something because
Jenny, say hi to
and
me. I'm
oh,
looking outside your window. Just joking.
somebody else is coming out. Oh. Kevin Spacey is coming out with a new movie where he depicts a character that is falsely accused of being a predator. It's like, oh, this is rich. This is rich. I can't wait to see it. I used to be a
So,
Kevin Spacey fan, but I just can't.
so Jenny, you are the funniest, and when you say stuff, certain things you're saying with such conviction, it makes you like
Well,
really want to look at it and see it for what it is.
yeah, it's
It's
a rabbit
beautiful.
hole. I've been down lots of rabbit holes over the last 5 years.
And the funny thing is, all holes look the same. You just go down them, and they're all just filled with junk till you get down to the bottom.
Well,
It's a real
unfortunately, guys,
tedious
my lunch
thing.
break is drawing to a close, so I'll be on in about approximately 4 hours or something.
No, yeah.
Okay, Jenny.
Good luck with work.
All right, thanks.
Don't
See
Bye.
ya.
work too hard.
See ya,
Bye
Ben.
bye.
Bye.
Bye bye. Oh boy.
Precious metal is in 13 minutes. So there you go. Oh,
What's wrong, Roger?
well, I'm a noob. No, I'm trying. I'm having I'm trying to do is I have an OBS stream, which is streaming this Discord, right? And now I'm trying to get a WebSocket implementation so I can start and stop it automatically when I want, right? Now I have to push a button, but I would just want to run a code and then do it.
To make, yeah, yeah.
And I'm
I
almost
get you.
there, but it gives me errors in the Python stuff. So almost there.
You'll get there, bro. You
Yeah,
always do.
I will, but it's just
Yeah, I know. At the moment, you just want to smash the computer.
yeah. Well, no, because this morning I crashed it, right, and it didn't want to boot, and I was like, "Oh no, I've lost everything, God!" And then I finally fixed it because it just froze, right? I was like, "Oh, what was this?" And didn't do anything for like 15 minutes. So like, okay, I'm gonna press the reset button. And then it didn't want to boot again, so I needed to fix the boot records and yada yada yada. So it took me half a day, and now it's finally up again. So yay! And now I wanna fix this, but this is just I'm
You know,
a noob coder, so I can code, but this is something I don't understand why it's not working. But
you know the worst thing I've had happen to me is Rog is when you get a virus and it eats into your everything, like your RAM and your memory. Have you had that happen? And it
No,
was
no. I'm not clicking funny links, so
that was the worst thing, bro. I lost like everything that was, and I had like a lot of stuff that would blow people's minds. And I think it was actually from it was a document, like it was a proper full document, but the prick that sent it to me sent an attachment, that wasn't too too. Do you get what I mean?
yeah. Such a bummer is that.
Yeah, bro. The trust law was broken. It was like you have a bit too much information, and the interloper came in and said, "Yeah, don't worry, I'll send it to him," and just went, "Ooh," and everything kaput, gone.
Yeah, so I've made it so that I can when the stream stops, I get a message on my phone. Stream stopped. So I know it's connecting, but I now want to add commands, but it's has no attribute OBS WS. I'm looking through the code how I can fix it.
What did you say, Rog? You get a message on your phone?
Yeah, when I when the stream stops, OBS sends a message to it through my phone. So I get a message through Telegram.
Mm-hmm. And then what? You can just you can do the actions through your phone, then, or do you have to jump on the computer?
Yeah, I can through TeamViewer, but that's a thing I wanna ditch, right? I don't wanna go every 12 hours with TeamViewer, click, 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 click. So yeah. So I just want to send the code, right? I just want to send a code that's send a command because I know it's working. I've got it working through my like PC, but now I wanna I have a Raspberry Pi running always, So yeah, this Pi that it receives the message from OBS, like, okay, I'm finished. So, and then it sends a message through Telegram. So when this message comes in, I can wait 5 minutes and then send a command for the stream to start again. So I don't have to do anything, right?
Uh-huh.
But
Yeah. It's like a what's it called oh yeah, it's like a command that goes in perpetuity, so you don't need
yeah,
to keep on.
a
Yeah, beautiful.
looping, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Because yeah, every 12 hours you need to log in and out, and then you've got your like safety precautions that you need to. Yeah, I'll get you. I think that's one thing I need to start doing. Also, I lost my track on. I used to be able to do coding, but because I haven't done it in 10 years, I'm kind of I'm terrible at it. Oh, did you end up making the case for your printer? Did it
Yeah,
print out properly?
almost done.
Almost done?
Almost done. Yeah, I have bought a board, so I need to cut the board for the sides, and I need to order some plexiglass because I went to the DIY store, right? Do it yourself store. It's so expensive, like 100 euros for what I need. So I went onto internet, and it costs like 20 euros. So I'm like, okay, that's what I'm going
Well,
to do. Yeah. I needed some nuts and bolts too, some M4 nuts and bolts. So I was there and I was looking to the plexiglass. It was so expensive. DIY stores are usually so expensive.
well, I'll be waiting for a picture, bro. Once it's all done, I reckon
Sure.
it'll look amazing, bro.
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm talking about. We've got people on here with so much talent, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially like yourself. You've got knowledge and you learn good and all the rest of it. And there's heaps of people here. If you put all our minds together, we'll F all these pricks up in no time.
Exactly.
We'll print out a big cage and we'll shove them all in there. Put some plexiglass around them, bro.
Yeah.
Few nuts and bolts, and let them have at each other. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it'd be good, bro. You take all these. You don't even need to do anything to them. You have like 2 islands for these retards. Yeah, one male, one female, so they can't reproduce, and you let them take out each other. That's my vision. And to make it interesting, you can make a bit of money. You have it like on pay TV where people watch, a bunch of misfits and idiots and psychopaths just do
Right.
shit to each other. How funny would that be? That's like taking it to my extreme, like a bit of a thing that I have instead of, executing them. You just put them all in one island together, and you let them finish each other off. You know what I mean? Nobody
Yeah.
has to get
So,
their hands
like
dirty.
a Hunger Game.
Yeah, but just for idiots. That'd be funny as. Did you hear what happened in Denmark?
No.
Roger?
What happened in Denmark?
I told this area. I'm not sure if it's pretty hard to find them, but the people for 9 days straight sat and stood in front of the parliament, not giving their consent to so-called laws about certain things being put in them and so-called papers to go here to go there.
Really?
And yeah, they got it overturned because the people got together and voiced their opinion. So it's pretty cool, but they don't show it on TV. You know what I mean?
No.
You don't want people getting ideas, bro.
Of course not.
You know, you don't want that idea. If you get together with your friends and neighbors and shit, you can do something. God forbid, you know. I try to explain to people how there is no government, and I give the example of the Netherlands.
Mm-hmm.
How there's like, you know,
still none. There's still
yeah,
no government. No, when they
yep.
they're still in power.
Apparently, there's laws.
Apparently, they just can do whatever they want.
Yeah, do stuff, huh?
Mm-hmm.
This is what I'm trying to say to people. Okay, it's being dissolved because if anybody knows how to look up this stuff, you can have a look, and there's no government put in place anywhere. And I'm like, okay, look at the Netherlands. They've actually publicly said that there's nothing there, but apparently there's laws coming out of there. Okay, there's that same, you know, to everybody that, you know, thinks logically. How can this be? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Metal takeover.
Oh
yeah.
Yeah, I just suck. Sorry.
Yo, Iggs.
Yo.
Dude. So
Yep.
other day I bought a lottery ticket and I couldn't help but really contemplate the idea. Like, hey man, if I win this, I could buy a fat chunk of land, you know, and then create my own government. That would be sweet, huh? Like a village of people. Could you imagine, bro? My own religion, everything.
What a
Daniel,
dream.
keep coming up here.
But I'm gonna have to cut you guys off because it is the precious metal takeover right now. So everybody who is not a silver or gold, I would ask that you please mute your mic. So welcome to the Precious Metal Takeover. I'll be your host for the next 2 hours, and I'm joined by my co-host today, Tap.
Hi.
Hey, Tap, how are you?
I'm Tap. Hi.
Awesome. So we also have an announcement to make that there is a Flat Earth open discussion, the open discussion and debate of the idea of Flat Earth with the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. It is on May 29th at 10 p.m. GMT time in the Chatterbox server. So I will post that in the voice text. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Dandelion. Awesome. Yes, so today we do have a question, but we'll just see if there's any Globers in here to talk to.
Yeah, I mean, if there's no Globers, I'd like to get back to what me and Iggs were talking about the government.
Okay, but I mean, this is the Precious Metal Takeover, so we do kind of have a little bit of an agenda. So, I mean, how deep in the conversation do you really want to go into that? Were you guys
Well, I
almost
mean-
done your conversation?
No, I'm just saying if there's no Globers, you know what I mean? And I am a silver.
Yeah, I understand that, but we do have an agenda, right, for the Precious Metal Takeover?
The agenda must go on.
Like, I get what you're saying.
No, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
All right,
All good.
let's go along with the agenda. I'm down.
Sorry, guys.
The agenda is
do
good. We got good people on here, so the agenda must be good. I'm all for it.
Yeah, what we were experiencing was just a little bit of lag. She's still writing down on the agenda sheet, so now we're on phase 3.
No, I'm just letting you guys talk.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay. I'm just seeing because there was somebody in here, but now I think they left. Or Spiegel? You don't have VC verified, so if you want to go up into the VC check-in, somebody can meet you up there so you can be verified. Okay. Also, Dandelion, I don't know if you can put out a ping to everybody for the precious metal takeover, if you're able to do that.
Yes, I will do that right now.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so for our agenda today, the question
Yep.
will be, what's your most positive, or what's your most memorable encounter with someone in the server? So it can be with a globe earther, flat earther, or anyone. And if you haven't answered the question, because I don't think Iggs has been here for Precious Metal Takeover before, for example, that you can just share with us your story of how you came to Flat Earth. So I will ask the question to Tap first, and then he can take it away.
Hi guys. So, for my most memorable encounter with anyone in the server, I would honestly have to say, it would be Octane Weasel. Now, I mean, this is the most memorable person I can think of because since I joined the server, me and Octane Weasel would have these hour, 2 hour long chats about about the shape of the earth, obviously, about his view, obviously him being a globe earther, and me being a flat earther. I would always debate him, and he would sharpen up my skills when it comes to debating. And I feel like this is memorable because without Octane Weasel being the person I would, be there talking to about the topic, because I first talked to him when I was really getting experience in debating. I didn't really know too much about the topic. This was like 4 months ago, 5 months ago. So it was really interesting, talking to him and us having these debates, and I guess it really helped me when it comes to the debating part.
Yeah, that's awesome.
So, yeah, sorry about that, but a person, would you like to tell us about your most memorable encounter with someone in the server?
of course. I was just edging to get there. So my,
Perfect.
I have to say, mine was rather recent, and I'm a little bit upset that you didn't mention me, Tap. I've got to state that
Oh,
first. Yeah, yeah. Um, you know, yesterday when we were having our debate, two flat earthers got into a debate, right? Me first, Tap, and we were. I think he was the Glober, right? We were role playing. You were the Glober, and we were trying to debate gravity, and that was honestly as short lived and what do you want to call it? As short lived and um, I don't know. It was very fun. It was very fun, very sarcastic and fun. I loved it.
indeed it was. It was really great. Yeah. Creation Bear, are you with
I
us?
I thought I got to pass the mic.
Oh, well, I mean, it's sort of like we go, down the VC. I mean, if you like to though, you can
Yeah, I'm gonna pass the mic to Iggs because yeah.
go for it. Wait, is Iggs this over? Yeah. Okay. All right. Go for it. Iggs. Iggs, you with us?
Well,
Guess
we
not.
can go back to Iggs.
Dang it.
It's all right.
We'll get to him. Don't worry. You'll remind us, a person. I have a feeling you will.
Of course I will. Yes, indeed.
Awesome,
Perfect.
awesome. So, Creation Bear, you with us? We're just gonna carry on
Yeah,
going
I'm
down.
here. I'm here.
Awesome. What's up, Creation?
So
How are you?
I'm doing great, man. How are you?
Nice, nice, marvelous.
So what I decided to do was just compile a few of the moments. I've got maybe like 3 or 4 we could listen to, but just kind kind of like moments where maybe the soundboard really worked, or people enjoyed it. So I've compiled a few of those, and I'll just play a few of them for you guys.
Awesome.
Well, what's the other one? We don't know. Magic speed. Magic speed. The magic speed thing has come up several times in the last week or so. So I think it was you that brought it up first, Chocolate, right? With the trajectory that an asteroid would have to take to make the craters on the moon. Do you want to just run his comments or Neil deGrasse Tyson's comments back past us? Turns out there is a magic speed. That's Creation Bear. Thank you very much. It turns out there's a magic speed. It's the way he said it, like he's talking to a 5th grade class. Like, wow, guys, there's a magic speed.
Hello. Is my voice normal?
I don't know. So you'll never be trusted again, so don't worry about it.
Dude, this is my voice. I turned it off. The program, bro.
What the fuck you doing here? Identify yourself. Who the fuck are you?
We won't laugh. Maybe chuckle, but we won't laugh.
Can you just say it instead of us having to try to read your mind? Refraction.
Okay.
Refraction. Yeah.
Okay.
Yay, we're Victor Refraction. Thank you.
Arguing with people for 5 years. Everyone who comes in here opens up with what they think is their strongest proof to try and just shotgun blast the argument. And every time this is what happens. It ends up being a week, just limp dick.
I'm too weak. And just let's go. Wow. With the quickness.
Just in a vacuum that's ever expanding. One of numerous planets, one of which is a gas giant in a vacuum. As we spin, revolve, and shoot through space as the galaxy also shoots.
You dug down deep into the earth and
Well, the furthest that you can dig in the earth is 7.8 miles. So you're making a claim about 4,000 miles. So would you like to substantiate and verify your claim for me?
The sound effects, I can't. All right, hold on.
Scaled. The point is.
So yeah, that's a few of them, and those are just some of the small moments that I really enjoy here, and I hope you guys enjoy those too.
That was awesome.
That was
Thanks
awesome,
for
yeah.
that. I really enjoyed that.
Nice. All right, so have we? Awesome. We'll get to you next. Tap. What?
No, I tagged you so you'd ask
okay,
him
okay,
next.
okay. All right. So yeah, Miguel. Is that how you say your name? Miguel.
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 How are
Hi.
you?
I'm wonderful. How are you?
Well, sorry. Well, thanks.
Oh, you're well. Okay. All right, nice. So, what would you say your most memorable encounter with anyone in the server is?
The server. Okay, so I talked to this guy, Don. Just a moment. He's a Brazilian. Donato Bier, you know? He's a silver.
Not familiar.
Donato Bier. He's from the server too. Okay, but he's a Brazilian. He doesn't talk too much. I talked to him the other day. We speak Brazilian. You know? I speak Portuguese. It's like Brazil too. So yeah, it was a good conversation about Flat Earth. And I like to be here. I like hearing Quantum Eraser and you guys. I was used to watching Flat things in Portuguese and talk. And this is my first one to talk in English, you know. So I'm a perfection this thing to talk in English to you guys. Okay. It's amazing to be here.
That's awesome, man. Well, thank you very much. And now I don't know about anyone else in here, but I have never heard you speak myself. And last week we were talking about your story and your how you really found flat Earth. Well, how everyone else found flat Earth, but we didn't hear it from you. Would you like to share that with us right now, seeing as we've never heard you talk before?
Yes, I had been here, I think last December or in beginning of January. I talked to Vlad, and James. Yeah, I talk. Okay, so when I wake up to flat Earth is what you want, yes?
Yep.
Okay, so I was watching at the year 2015, 15, 16. I was watching, I had watched NASA Lies, lots of videos about that. Of course, I know I watched 2 years before about 9/11, etc. Okay, so I was so I watched NASA Lies, and then I was watching other movies or other videos at the YouTube channel, and I found these guys from Brazil. They did a scratch model, about the Earth, the flat Earth model, and that was my first time, and I was amazing about the ice circling around us, the Antarctica, and that thing was keeping revolving my mind. I was doing my normal things in life, but when I was here at Portugal, when I was traveling by train from Lisbon to Porto, and there's a place where we can see the ocean, like 5 minutes. We at the coast, we have the railway of the train, and I was watching to the window, and I was watching to the horizon, of the ocean, and I was thinking, my God, how this is possible? And because I know the railways of the trains are made, level, most level possible, So I was watching to the, to the level of the ocean, and that's why when I wake up, and then since then I start doing my own research. It's a pity because YouTube are censorship now, a flat Earth team. But okay, I have a lot of, I have a flat Earth folder, a lot of stuff there. Some videos are not more available at YouTube, and I have them. Okay, so and I'm here to keep growing up, and sharing some informations. Some weeks ago, I found this guy talking about a flat Earth map from the year 1514. Yeah, and it's amazing because in my school, when I was younger, they teach us that in those times, 500 years ago, the Portuguese when the Portuguese and the Spanish, when they are discovering the world, and at that time the Portuguese they live the life with the flat Earth, normal thing. So it's amazing, and yeah, it's amazing how they indoctrinated us from the school. Yeah, but
Yes.
That is
yes, go on.
awesome. So, yeah, your real wake up was you're next to the next to the shore or the
Yes.
and you're looking at the horizon and you saw railways as well, and you saw that you knew
Yeah.
that the railways were
Yeah.
flat, and then you looked
Yeah.
at the horizon was flat too, and you're like, what?
Yes.
That was like the real, you know, like wake
Wake
up.
up. Yeah.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
That's why I'm here.
That is awesome.
Yeah, and Jamsi is here too. Okay, so I talked to him about these guys that did this experiments in the big lights of the wall. They so they start from scratch, with and they contract those guys, engineers and topographers, to give credibility to the experiments they made. So they release a documentary that's called Convex Earth, but it's the same flat Earth, They say it's flat. They found out that the water trying to find its level, that's flatness, and they say convex because of the height of the continents, 0.2 degrees. But it's flatter. It's the same flatter. Okay, so they released this documentary, and I saw that at that time, and it's one of my bases. Okay, the experiments they did. They found Antarctica around us too, and at the north, was New Zealand, and the New Zealand up there, and at the short of the Antarctica there, and they release a Ike balloon, and they saw another land beyond that ice there of Antarctica, and so yeah, they if the flat Earth and the lands beyond, I don't know if maybe they found one. They saw a huge land mass there, continent maybe. So, and they had access, with the help of Navy of Brazil and other countries. So they have access to investigate, to do the research, and they soon will release another documentary about the stars, the anomaly of the stars, the movements. So it will be interesting to see that too.
Yeah.
They are researching, and
Are
they,
you?
they
Oh, sorry.
yes,
I just did you say you were in Brazil? Sorry, Miguel.
No, I'm from Portugal. I speak Portuguese, but
sorry.
Brazilian people speak Portuguese because the Portuguese discover Brazil.
Oh,
So,
right.
yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So, okay. So what I was saying? Yeah, and those guys, they have a place with observatory and other stuff. They have access to high tech instruments. They made a 3-kilometer laser beams. I don't know. You have to 300 kilometers. You have to convert to miles. And they talk later. They talk to lots of flat earthers. They doing the same research, but they start from their own investigation. And these guys, these engineers, at the beginning, they say it's they had this model in their heads about the globe, and it was like impossible, when they went doing the experiments at the water, the big lakes, and less humidity to not interfere with the experiments. And then, when the globe guys like those engineers, when they find out that there's no curvature at the water, they turn to flat Earth, of course. And it's amazing. I'm here to sharing information with you and going to the next level.
Yeah. That's awesome. Yeah. Well, no, thank
Okay.
you. Yeah, thank you for sharing that and your story and everything. I am gonna cut you off just quick because there is 2 VC verifieds here, but we'll see if they want to speak to us. If not, then we'll continue. Noah, are you there? Can you unmute your mic, Noah? Okay. Well, you're unmuted, but I can't hear you. Also, oh, hang on. Okay, well, if you can get your mic sorted out, just let us know when you can jump in if you have. And then we have so free.
Yeah,
Is that how
yeah,
you
we're
say your
talking.
name? Are
What's
you
good?
there? Oh, hi. Welcome to the server. How are you?
Oh no, I've been here for a minute.
Oh, okay. So, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Oh, ugh. Jesus, who could say at this point? Takes way too much explaining for me.
Why
What?
don't you join?
Yeah, let us know if you have any questions. Yeah, about the shape of the Earth.
I
We
mean,
can answer.
yo, what's going on? Why is Russia putting a big fucking missile in the sea, right?
But what does that have to
That
do with the shape of the Earth, though?
it seems retarded. I think the Earth is flat.
Oh,
It
okay.
has to be if Putin's putting a fucking missile in the ocean. Is that close to the United States? Like, it makes no sense.
Okay, I haven't heard of that, but I'm not up on what Russia's doing.
You gotta stay woke, sweetie.
Oh, was somebody trying to say something? Whoever was trying to speak, their mic isn't good. Okay, so you do know that the Earth is flat then?
I mean, supposedly, yeah.
Supposedly.
But supposedly anything could be flat.
What?
Okay, so why then do you... Okay, so you say you think that you know the Earth's flat, but... Okay, explain your logic here then, and we can... if you have
I
any
simply
questions.
can't. I can't admit it to myself that the Earth
You
is
don't think the Earth is flat, dude?
Oh, Witsit, I'm sorry to interrupt, but we're doing precious metal takeover, so it's silver and gold for now.
But he is. Oh, he's gold.
Hello,
He's
family.
moderator.
Oh.
Demoted now.
I know. Would you like to identify as a
for 2 hours.
silver for today, Witsit?
No, it's cool.
Anoint him with gold for the next 2 hours. I vote.
Yeah, just take the mod off for 2 hours. No. Anyway, sorry. You see me? Did you want to get back to that conversation? I
Who,
guess
me?
not. I can't see who's talking right now. You see me? You see me? Whatever.
Yeah, I
his
hear
name is?
you.
Yo,
Mic check.
I'm playing a video game. Okay, I was in here listening to relax.
Oh, don't want to. That's
how
totally
old are
fine.
you?
How old am I? What does that matter?
Because you sound like my age.
Okay, well, that's okay. I don't have to disclose my age. I'm not sure why that's relevant to the conversation.
Yeah.
About the shape of the earth.
So why
but-
do you want to have a conversation with me if that's not
This
relevant?
isn't a hookup website.
Because
Flattearth.com.
That's a very intimate question.
we'll just do like speed dating at one point, maybe, perhaps, but not today, you see me. So, the reason that I wanted to have a conversation with you is because you were just VC verified, and that's what we usually do is if someone's just VC verified, we give them the opportunity to ask questions about the shape of the earth and get to know them better and to see what their views on the earth are. But if you don't want to have a conversation, if you just want to play your video games and listen, that's totally fine too. That's not a problem.
Mic check. Can you
Yes.
hear me, guys?
Yo,
Yeah, hey,
I'm
Get
clutching,
how
dude.
are
I
you?
just killed 3 people.
Hello,
Calm.
family.
Okay, well, why don't you mute yourself, you see me,
Call to me, my
and
child. Call to me, my child. Come. Yes. Come.
The new
Go to
guy,
visit
why
me,
why are you lying about the shape of the earth?
my friend. I never said. I didn't.
Yeah, you said you believe the earth is flat, but flat earth is not a belief, it's not a religion. Did you know that?
He thinks it's a cult, brother. That's all. He wants to join the cult.
Yeah.
It's a fact. Tell him, get together.
Do you know
I don't know if
any
he really wants to talk
measurements?
to us.
Any
I-
measurements that prove the globe?
Why don't we talk to I am Baymax? Maybe he'll want to have a conversation and
Okay.
isn't distracted by killing people in a video game. Baymax, are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, hi. Welcome to the server. How are you?
I'm okay.
Good.
What about you?
I'm pretty good, thank you. What shape do you think the Earth is?
I'd say, well, I'm leaning towards flat.
And why are you leaning towards flat?
I don't know really. It's just a prominent thought in my head, to be honest.
Problem in your head?
A prominent thought.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Prominent. It's like a strong
Oh.
feeling I have.
Ah,
I don't-
strong feeling.
Yes.
Okay.
Epiphany.
How
Like,
long ago
explain
did you,
this a little to us.
how long did you find out about the flat earth?
Not that long ago. Only a few months ago.
Where did you heard about it?
On YouTube.
Can you tell us, like, which YouTuber?
I can't exactly remember it to be exact, but I saw a bit of it and then it made me think about it.
What were they saying in that video?
They were talking about like the gas particles or something about like that.
Gas pressure.
Sorry, yeah, that's what I meant.
I see. That's interesting topic. What did you understood from that video?
They said what did they say? It was something about like something about the gas in like a jar or something. I can't remember exactly.
Container.
Yeah, that's it.
And do you believe in the vacuum of space?
I don't really know, to be honest. I'm not that educated on it.
Yeah. Well, we have a 3 points questions. We usually ask the newcomers here. Would you like to go through them with me?
All right. I think me and my friend Moors he's the person that's also with me. He might want to.
Oh, it is not a contest. It is not an IQ test. It's just to establish what you know about the shape of the Earth.
No, as in
Very simple.
My friend Maud
you
is
know.
also he's my friend, so he's just trying to get. He's in a bit of the he's in the same boat as I am.
Okay, then you can both hear. I mean, this is your account, correct?
Yes.
Well,
Can
then
I have one
Yeah,
request? I am Baymax. Can you turn up your mic because it's very low?
Is this better?
yeah, a little better.
Uh,
You can go a little
anyway,
higher.
go ahead. Sorry.
Only a
No
little
problem,
better.
Roger.
Is that better?
Yeah,
Yes.
better.
Oh, okay.
Better.
Great. So the first question: do you know in mankind history when and how and who proved that the Earth is a globe? And what method did he use to prove it, to demonstrate?
I'm not sure really.
Okay. Yeah, you don't. I don't know. Is honest
Not to
answer,
correct you,
very quick.
don't you mean curvature, not just globe in general? I'm just
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah, correct. Curvature.
Yeah, how have they proven or determined curvature from ancient times up until today? Do you know, Baymax or Moors, if you guys want to be a team and answer them together?
No, I don't really know, to be honest.
No, that's awesome. That's
No
yeah,
problem.
and these aren't
Yeah.
trick questions, right? Like
Yeah.
he's not asking them to trick you. It's just these are
Yeah.
positive claims made by the globe model to just show
Yeah.
you if you know that. So continue. Sorry, get.
No problem. Thank you. So the second question is: do you know who measured that the Earth is spinning around its axis or around the Sun, and measured its speed, and by which method?
I don't know.
Great. The third question, last question. Do you know of any experiment or that say that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
No.
Russia.
Yeah, great. So these questions now establish that you don't know much about the globe model. It's a belief, usually, is what we are told. We see on TV, but
Yeah.
you don't know of any empirical evidence or like.
No. Well.
Yeah.
Well, when I
So-
was like, everyone says it's round, but
Yeah, once we
I believe.
establish this, now you can ask us questions on any of these three subjects or any other.
How
Then we will be.
How does the water not fly away?
How does the water not fly away?
Like, no, the ocean.
The
Like,
ocean.
how
Yeah,
how
but
does it work? If that makes sense.
how does it stick to the
Because
ground?
it's
Yeah, go for it, Sophia.
If the world is round, why wouldn't the ocean just like tip, like just fall? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, that is a good question. But actually, we do not see curvature over large bodies of water. We cannot measure any kind of curvature.
What's the story of? I heard something
Yeah.
about this like Arctic Circle or something. What is that?
Arctic
It is
Circle.
the
Well,
ice wall. They call Antarctica.
to be honest, that's a very hard question because no civilian has the right to travel there. To Antarctica. We have an Antarctic treaty signed by many countries together, and this is the only treaty in world history which has never been broken. Yeah, so it's a military zone. Sorry guys, I have to go. Can someone else take over?
That's okay, man. We got it.
Yeah.
Thank you, though. Thank
Great.
you for contributing. You too, man. Take it
Thank
easy.
you also. Thank you. Bye bye.
Have a great day. Bye bye.
I guess the question would be beyond Antarctica, what's keeping everything in?
Yeah. So, what's the question that you had? Why does water not flow away?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that we are more stick to the ground, and we want to see that geometrical spherical shape, and we don't see that. And
Well,
sun, nobody knows what it is.
so I mean, here's the thing: if we were to take it like logically, right? Let's take a logic approach to this and use an example of a glass or a glass on a table, right? Let's say we fill this glass with water. We would see that the water doesn't fly out or that the water doesn't spill. Well, whenever you pour it, let's say we pour it halfway, the water doesn't spill out of the cup or the glass because of the containment of the walls that are around it, right?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the water in the glass is flat. We can see that the water on
Level.
Earth is flat, level. Yeah.
Yeah. I still have another 10 minutes, so I'm back.
Finish.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, so obviously we can see that the water's flat, it's level, and that's pretty much it. We understand we must require containment because if we start to pour it out, if the water wasn't level, we would see that the water's flying away, flowing out, and stuff like that, and it's not, that's not what we naturally observe in the world. We observe the water being level, so we require containment.
Yep.
What about when you pour liquid helium?
Sorry?
What will liquid helium do? When you pour liquid helium in a glass, what will happen?
I'm not too familiar with liquid helium.
Well, liquid helium flows upwards. It's climbing the wall of the container and it flows outside of it.
Yeah, but the
Oh,
ocean,
wow.
the ocean isn't liquid helium. Though, is it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Of
wow.
course, yeah, true. But this is something they don't tell you in school.
I don't go to school.
Yeah.
Are you done yet?
So
Do you have
Sorry,
mountains
somebody's-
in your country? Do you have mountains in your country?
Do we have what?
Have
Mountains.
what?
Mountains.
Mountains.
We do indeed.
Okay. How you measure the how mountains is high?
Tape measure.
Yeah, but from what?
From what?
Huh? Oh, you measure it from like
what's
the
your
tip to
reference
base.
point?
What is your reference
Your
point? Yeah.
baseline.
What do you mean?
Your starting point from the measurement. How do you measure it?
Oh,
What's the starting point?
it's the when the mountain from ground level up to the top, like the tippy top.
What ground level?
The ground level.
It's
Does that
sea
make
level.
I never heard of that.
I've heard of sea level.
It's sea level.
Yeah, sea level even. Yeah, let's sea level.
Yeah.
But listen this logic now. If Earth is curving, how they realize how mountains are high?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yep. The sea has to be level.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the logic. Mine. I don't know.
To get any sort of measurement, you have to go from sea level. But if everything is curving and round, you can't take any measurements for any height because you have a drop rate. If you have a drop rate, then you can't measure any height to anything because it will change. So the mountain from one beat will be X height, and from another reference point, it will be more or less. So when they say sea level, that means it's the level, the sea is flat. So you have a reference point that's immutable. Do you get me?
Because beginning of, let's say, the Himalaya and the end of that mountains, it's not on the same level on the globe model.
Are you guys there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah.
You
So
want more
the
logic?
reference point.
You can watch in
Yeah,
Bob
go,
and
Seth.
Alice example. That is only logic. That is without observation, anything. Only speaking like this. I will post you now a drawing and tell me. Let's say that we are two flat earthers and we want to go to observe or whatever, two globers. Alice has 8-inch per mile square drop, and Bob has 80 per mile square drop. How is that possible?
I don't know.
Yeah.
If I'm opposite of you in, let's say, 40 kilometers, I
Yeah.
should have drop and you should have drop, but that is not possible on the sphere. Somebody need to be on the top, and somebody need to be down.
Mm-hmm.
When you draw a tangent line on a sphere or on a circle, the further you go on that tangent, you will have a curvature drop rate. That's what it means. This 8-inch per mile square. Every mile you walk, your drop rate increases exponentially.
Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah.
I think it's Sasha. Maybe
Yeah,
if you're not speaking,
sorry,
can you just
sorry.
put yourself? No, it's all good. I mean, I don't mind hearing your children. That's awesome. But
Yeah, I'm making bubbles in the garden, playing with kids and speaking with you.
oh, awesome. No, that's great. Okay, so where were we?
I'm just basically getting an idea on how they think. I guess asking questions, or they're asking questions on how things work. Do you understand how we have how the water stays level now?
Yeah, with the
'Cause,
containment.
yeah, because of the necessary antecedent, the containment of the water, keeping it level. Awesome. Have you got any more questions
I don't.
about your friend?
Friends, do you have any questions?
Jake T and I am Baymax, I believe, are your friends. Do they have any questions?
Yeah, I met them yesterday.
Oh,
Awesome.
nice.
You can
I'm
ask
not
something
friend-
like, "What you people in reality can show me that I can think that Earth is flat."
I'm not friends with Morse.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Well, either way, if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Wouldn't the Earth be like, if it showed curvature, you would be able to see, like from like Dover, you can see Calais in France. But if it was curvature, would you not be able to see it?
Sorry, would you like to rephrase that question? If there was curvature, would you not be able to see it? That doesn't really make sense.
If there was like curvature to the world, you wouldn't be able to see like from
Yeah,
country
you
to
are
country,
right.
right? Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So that's what's all. Yeah.
Yeah. But what do you observe though? Do you can you see from Cali to
Yeah.
France?
Well, from Dover. When I went, I've been when I was on a school trip where we went down to Dover because we're going to France. We went to Dover, and I could, and since it was a good day, we could see Calais.
With your naked eye?
No, you're
Oh.
naked. But you can
But
still see it.
Can I?
you,
Baymax,
you
can
have
I
in
bend
one
you
British movie, scene when this boy is saying to girl, you can see the Calais from Dover, you know, and
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
saying that he was going with his grandma. That's movie, but okay, he's saying, but he's saying with his own eyes.
I mean, maybe it depends. It probably really depends on the day, but you could definitely see it with like when you use binoculars or something.
What
Yeah.
did you use binoculars to see it?
Yeah, on that day. But I've heard you can see it without on a really good day.
Oh, okay.
Without like sea mist or anything.
Is my mic working?
Hi. Yep.
Hello,
You're good. You're good.
yes.
Okay. Okay. All
Welcome.
good. Okay.
Did you have a question?
If not, could we get somebody silver or gold or moderator to hop up into VC Chicken 1 because we've got Razko and it looks like he's waiting for VC verification. You might want to catch him quick because he might be leaving soon. Oh, there we go. Sophia's on it. Nice. Oh, and
We
MJ.
also have perfect, and we have Grace here as well. If Grace, are you there?
Welcome, Grace. How are you?
Thank you. Good. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thanks for asking. So what do you think about the shape of the Earth?
Huh?
What do you think about the shape of the Earth?
I don't know. Pretty
You don't know?
interesting, I guess.
Okay, what do you think of? Sorry, let me rephrase that. What do you think you're living on? Do you think you're living on a spinning sphere, an oblate spheroid, or a flat
A
plane?
sphere?
Yeah, do you think
Globe.
you're living on a sphere? On a globe?
On the globe.
You do. Okay, now what do you think that?
We're living on a globe?
Do you think that?
Yeah.
Now, why do you think that?
He's saying yes.
Huh?
He's practically asking you how do you know that we are living on the globe?
He's saying she's believing in a globe.
Yeah. So now, why do you believe that? Do you have any proof for it, or is it just a belief?
Aren't we living on a globe?
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Shouldn't you be able to prove that we live on a
Yeah.
spinning globe?
You need proof to back that up.
But if we were on a spaceship and we, look outside.
But
no one believes we're on a spaceship.
I said if.
No. So I think what she's saying is, if we were in a spaceship, we'd be able to look out and see the globe. Okay, Grace, have you ever been on a spaceship?
No.
No. So, do you know that it's a globe?
Anyone?
Or do you
No.
think that it's a globe?
I think the Earth is globe.
You think the Earth is a globe. Okay. So now, what's stopping you from thinking and knowing knowing? So why do you not know that it's a globe? Why do you still think that it's a globe? Because thinking something and knowing something are two completely different things, right? They're of similar nature, but you've got to think something, and it's just a thought. There's no real proof behind it. But if you know something, you know it for a
you
fact,
go
right?
up now. Paul will come soon.
Sorry, what?
Actually,
Sorry,
I
Sasha,
think
we
she
didn't hear
used
you.
the word think instead of belief, with
Yeah,
the meaning of belief. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Grace, again, do you think that do you believe that you're living on a sphere, or do you know? Is it a
I
fact?
believe that we're living on a sphere.
You believe, okay, that's fine. So I assume you have no proof for the sphere Earth, do you?
NASA?
Is NASA proof? That's 4 letters.
What about NASA makes it prove to you that we live on a spinning ball going through space?
I mean, why would NASA exist if the Earth is like?
Why would they exist?
Yeah, why
Well,
would NASA exist
To
if
to lie
Earth
to you
is
about the truth.
To deceive you, so they can control your mind.
Isn't
To
it
lie
so
you from the
real
beginning
or
when they realized then we are closed system, and to start to lie to you because they don't want to tell you the truth that we are in closed system. From that time when they realized,
Why?
let's say,
What are they gaining from lying to us, though?
Once they lie, once
money?
they convince you, um, once they lie to you where you are and where you're from, they can convince you a lot of other things in order to control you and push their own agenda.
So,
but,
it's like
but
crazy.
the better thing
Probably Christopher.
is not to ask why would NASA exist or how NASA lied. Let's say that was the question. How NASA lied.
how what? Live or lie?
How
NASA
L
lies
I E.
in a
how
lot of
NASA
ways.
lied. You can ask that question, for example, not why, because nobody
If you
knows why.
search NASA in Hebrew, it means to deceive, and they deceive a lot.
But
I
that's not
mean,
the point.
isn't
That
it just the what is it called? Abbreviation doesn't have just. Isn't it just the abbreviation?
Sorry,
Just
say it again.
NASA.
From
The
an
NASA is just the
abbreviation,
abbreviation. Yeah, just for national.
abbreviation from not a space agency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
NASA has to
Never
come
a
up with
straight
new
answer.
things.
See, everything they use is in symbols. Like if you haven't got that yet,
Yes.
there's a lot of catching up to do. It's everything about the symbols and the logos. They're telling you things, but they haven't told you how to decipher it. The whole
Okay,
it's
but
hard to tell somebody that everything you think you know about just about everything has been given to us. And so, like somebody was saying, if they can tell you that you live in a different place, so what they gain from it is everything, all of your resources that belong to you here on this earth. They can tell you that those things are really rare and expensive. Then you end up working your whole life towards something that you can
Pay
never get
for them.
ahead in an unfair monetary system. You see how that works?
So they're waffling.
It is a scam.
No,
A
no,
trickery.
they're stealing, killing, murdering to get all the resources on Earth
Yeah.
because they think
So
it's
they're
theirs, but it's really yours. It's
greedy and they
ours.
waffle.
Yeah, to double speak. That's why I don't know how far you've gotten on like the globe or anything, but
Wait,
yeah, there's
I was just thinking, right? Do you know, say if you were in Alaska, right? The only way you'd get to Russia is to fly across the world. So, if the world was flat, how come you can fly from Alaska to Russia
listen,
just like across?
listen. All the oceans on Earth are horizontal to each other. There are no oceans down below you. So right now, point to the direction of Africa, wherever you're at. Just point to that direction. What does that look like when you're pointing to it?
Wait, I need to locate where Africa is. Wait.
No,
That
just
way.
do it like instinctively. Which direction? Because we live here on the
That way.
surface of Earth, so there's directions.
That
So
way.
if you're standing out in the world, like right now, you're in a room or in a building or outside or wherever you're at, point to that direction. Which way are you pointing?
I'm pointing to my left.
To your what?
My left.
See? So you're pointing horizontal to you. Nobody in their right mind says, like, I'm on the West Coast in California. Nobody in
You
their right
point
mind is pointing
beneath you.
down towards Japan. You point out towards the west. Your arm goes in that direction you point out. That's just instinctive. We know we're on a flat, stationary. All water is horizontal on the oceans to each other. There's no water that's on the bottom of a ball.
Everything we observe tells us that we are not in motion. That we are flat and stationary. The
So
only
there's never
thing
been
otherwise is NASA telling you that it isn't.
There's
With
never
fake
been
imagery.
any single one, not even one instance ever in all of humanity, in everything we think we know here, of curving water. No one has ever seen it. No one has ever measured it.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying. I'll put a picture.
NASA's
Okay, look, do you
scanners.
understand? You know we're not the Flat Earth Society here, right? You know that?
What?
You know we are not the Flat Earth Society. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And do you have an image in your mind of what like flat Earth is? Like, do you have some image?
Yeah, I have.
What
a
is it?
picture.
And what does that image in your mind look like?
It's just a flat, and it's a circle, and then Antarctica is at the edge of the circle, making sure.
Okay, so is that something in your mind that's like a flat pancake disc
Yeah,
in
yeah.
space? In space?
Yeah.
See, nobody here, nobody here has that. No flat earther believes those things. Those ideas that you have of this stupid flat Earth flying out in space. What do these people think? The water's going to fall off the fucking edge, right? Isn't that the image you have?
No, that's why
Whoa,
Not
Antarctica.
really.
whoa.
Not really.
No swearing. No swearing.
Why'd you swear? I did nothing wrong.
No, he didn't do anything wrong. Anyway, so what I was trying to say is like the North is the center area. We're not claiming an edge because we can't go that far past the 60th parallel. There's treaty, the Antarctic Treaty in place that all the nations that are supposedly enemies and killing each other off all the time agree with, that nobody's going to go there. So they all have this treaty together to hide what it is out there. So all the oceans are horizontal. They're flat, horizontal. That's why we have the word horizon, because it means horizontal. Sea is level. So all the water, the nature of water is that it's all level. So can you imagine what we are is in a dish, like the Antarctic basin is where everything you know, it's all on flat. It's a flat stationary plane here on Earth. So you can imagine flying from USSR or the former USSR to North America is more going closer to the center north area than you believe it is, because they're telling you you're on a globe. But that's not what the world really is like. Aircraft that fly across the Atlantic. I've flown across the Atlantic on an airplane before.
Hey, Sonny, if I can interject real quick, if you show him that without claiming it as a model, just show him the IE map and give him a concept of it.
That's true.
We're at the halfway point right now, half fucking waypoint.
Awesome. So, does anyone else have any more questions? Grace, you were unmuting your mic a few times. It's not like when it was quiet. I don't know if you wanted to ask a question.
Are on the plane,
Sorry?
right? And you said next, like when you guys are on a plane to fly to a different country, and you guys sit, next to the window.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys not even look outside, or do you just put a photo of a flat Earth so you don't look at the Earth?
Oh, no. So
that's a good question.
I can take this one. I can take this one. So, I flew for about 15 years. I would say about once a month between the ages of about 10 and 25. So what's that? 12, about 180 flights I've taken in my life. Do you think I ever saw curve on any of those flights?
Wait, where did you travel to?
He said he's flown 180 times.
Yeah, I've
but
flown
to what?
180
To a
times.
different country, or just to?
Doesn't matter where.
But all over the place. The longest flight I ever took was from England to New Zealand. Right, so I've flown lots of very far distances. Never saw Cove out of any windows.
Yeah, are you in the the live stream voice text, young lady?
Huh? No.
Is this her first day looking at this subject? I'm just curious. Go ahead, son.
Grace, if you go to directly, are you in the live stream voice text above this live stream? There's another channel you need to go on so you can see
I
the
see.
images that. Okay, so Roger just posted one, and I'm gonna post one of an infrared shot from 30,000 feet. And give me just a minute, I'll find it.
And just a reminder, not that we don't like hearing everybody speak, but it is Precious Metal Takeover. So just a reminder.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
crypto.
No, it's
report
totally,
crypto.
it's
He broke a
fine.
rule.
It's okay.
Crypto broke a
Apologize.
rule.
My
Crypto
apologies.
broke a rule.
No,
Yeah,
it's
I
totally
apologize.
fine. No worries, thank you.
I'll slap myself on the wrist.
Okay.
Wait,
What about
okay.
you, MJ? Piping up too?
No. I was trying
That's
to,
monster.
ruin his fun. But I just wanted to let you guys know, did you see the roles update? Oh, it feels good. My OCD is happy.
The
Especially
roles
Roles
update? What?
Yeah.
No.
Update your Discord, maybe.
Ooh. Oh, I don't have an update. It's not.
Epic.
Hmm.
Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah, I'll show you guys.
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you.
I didn't get any
Thanks,
updates.
MJ.
So.
And I just want to say welcome to Zan. He joined today, and he's a flat
Yeah.
earther.
So Zen, with the flat earther role, yes, you can post images.
I can't post images. I don't see any button to post.
Oh,
Live stream voice
I lied.
text. Does he have a role? Anyway,
Yeah.
I didn't mean
I
to
need
rump.
the link to bid roll too. Sorry, I run with somebody.
Oh, it's okay. I didn't mean to rump as everybody. I know I'm kind of late to the party, but so. Anyway, at 4 minutes after, is that Grace I'm talking to?
Hmm?
At 4 minutes after in the voice text, do you see that image I posted?
Are you in the
The
voice text
image
now?
or in
Yeah,
is it
so
a YouTube?
no,
Yeah, she's
so
not there. Yeah, I'm sorry.
yes. No, sorry. We're in the live stream right now, and above it there's the live stream voice text. If you scroll up, if you click on that, let me know when
Oh,
you
there. Sorry, I went
and then
way too up.
yeah, no, that's okay. So if you go to 4 minutes after the hour, you can see Sunny posted a picture. There's a couple things going on, so you have to scroll up just a little bit.
Yeah, and when you find the image, click on it, and it'll get a little bit larger.
Mm-hmm.
So this is from a video, and I can put the video from a channel, a guy that goes up and films the Earth from aircraft in infrared, because infrared takes like 99% of any effects of the atmos above the surface. It takes that out of the equation. So now, as far as the labels on this, like, I'm not gonna like say that these are exactly the places that he's saying, or they're, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't there, but you can look at the video yourself of these infrared shots and video that he does. And what I did, that image is just a screenshot from the original video. And I'll put that video in as well. You can watch that on your own. Not too long.
And that dude who jumped out of a perfectly good balloon.
Oh yes.
What's his name? Felix Baumgartner. He would have been about 2 millimeters above the surface of this globe. That's his edge of space jump. Now, I don't. It's he wants to. I don't have a problem if he does it, but the honesty of it would greatly diminish what I think people thought he was actually doing. And not only that, they made sure to photograph him standing there with a really wide-angle lens, which curves horizontal lines. So in the photo, you see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's
No,
not.
he's not.
At that height, you don't see. You don't see the curvature of the Earth if you are 2 millimeters above this beach ball. You just don't. That stuff is flat. And then I showed
So-
an example of wide angle
Oh.
lenses curving horizontal. I tweeted that.
So that's Neil deGrasse Tyson talking. If you guys
Tweeted it.
Yes.
It must be real. Anyways.
Yeah. If you guys would like that video, I just posted it in the live stream voice text at 8 minutes after the hour. It's honestly hilarious. That stuff is flat, you know. And again,
Alright,
what somebody
guys.
was mentioning. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's fine. Tap, you finish first.
Well, I was gonna say, it's what you guys were talking about when you guys were talking about NASA. You guys said it's hidden, like all of the things they use secrets to hide it, and that's literally it, right? Astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you that stuff is flat, and and his job is to literally study the Earth and everything like that. So, it's hilarious, honestly.
Yeah, so speaking about studying, we just checked in Razcore, and he says he's never spoken to any real flat earthers before. He's a PhD in physics. So he says that he has some questions for flat earthers.
Oh
Awesome.
boy.
Oh, here we go.
Welcome,
Well,
Razcore.
actually, before we
Hello.
maybe get to Razcore, Grace, did that answer your question? I feel like we just cut that off.
It's fine.
Well, do you understand it now, though? Because whenever we look out of the plane window at 30,000 feet, we don't see curvature. And, Neil deGrasse Tyson backed this up with his 100,000 plus feet from the Felix Baumgartner jump. He says you don't see curvature from 2 millimeters off this beach ball. That stuff is flat, right? So 100 plus thousand kilometers, or sorry, 100,000 feet plus, we don't see any curvature from there. We don't see any from a commercial airline, which is 30 to 40,000 feet.
Wait. Well, so I'm gonna put a video in. Can someone please explain this to me?
What is the video?
It's the link on YouTube.
Let's see.
It's like NASA footage.
Yeah, we've actually got this. If you take a look at the livestream voice text, that's something that was posted like literally 10 minutes ago. But this is taken from that exact same video. Sorry, it's about to be there. There you go. So that's taken from the from the video. And the top picture is a quote unquote official NASA image of the blue marble of the Earth. And it shows you the size of that piece of land. I forget exactly where that is. If somebody would like to say it, but that piece of land is a lot smaller a lot larger on the stream than it is on their map or on their image.
That was New Mexico, man. Planet New Mexico.
There we go, New Mexico. Thank you very much.
That looks round though.
Well, yeah, that's the exact same. That's the exact reason we're pointing it out.
Does anybody happen to have the? Does anyone happen to have the Felix Baumgartner where out the portal that is completely flat, and then when he leaves, then it's way curved?
I do not.
Anyone have that image? Or there's an image that is completely flat from the inside.
How about these?
And then it changes.
But I haven't got what you're talking about now.
No, Sunny, but you can see it clearly in the video.
Yeah, there's one.
Phoenix jumps.
Awesome.
Yeah, you can see it even right there from that little thumbnail. Is this PhD a PhD in physics?
Water physics?
I don't know. Like, I'm just wondering what branch like this person is supposed to be from, because he needs to be asked the same thing that QE asked the other PhD astronomer.
Are you there, Razcore? Oh, yeah.
So what's up, Razcore?
Yeah, can you guys hear me? Hey.
Yes, welcome to the server.
Yeah, thanks. So a bit of background. So I haven't actually finished my PhD. I moved to game development and some other stuff. So I'm not doing actively physics or whatever. But I did atmospheric science in my PhD and material science in my master's. But I don't think that's relevant to anything.
Well, that's a great thing that you've just mentioned. You said you study atmospheric. What? Sorry.
Atmospheric sciences like meteorology, air quality, that type of thing.
Awesome. So atmospheric sciences. Do you know what the definition of atmosphere is?
The definition?
Yeah, sorry, if you were to break down the word. So atmos, do you know what atmos is?
If you are asking like where did it come from, like what the root terms mean, I have no idea. It doesn't really mean anything.
Okay, so atmos means air or gas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And sphere would be, sphere, it would be a shape, right?
Mm-hmm.
Gas takes no shape. Gas is obviously omnidirectional. It doesn't, have a fixed shape. It moves everywhere. It constantly vibrates. So how can we have atmosphere, gas, sphere, a ball of gas, if gas doesn't take shape?
How can we? Well, if the Earth is a sphere and the gas surrounds the Earth, then the air surrounds the Earth.
Yeah, but I think what
what is
Tap is
making
trying to
it?
say is that we have gas laws, and these are known axiom, and gas distributes to meet the equilibrium.
Well,
of its surrounding, and it goes. Wait, I'm not done. And it goes omnidirectionally. Gas does. Gas has no inherent shape. So it's a presupposition to say atmosphere because you already have built into it a globe. Yeah, you don't have any measurement of a globe at all.
Right. That's pretty much. I mean, I don't really care about that. My question would be to someone like you is like, you mentioned science. You reference science in what you said. Do you actually believe in that science, like the laws, the ideal gas laws, and whatever?
Are you talking to me? I don't have to believe in science. Science is supposed to be related to cause and effect relationships.
I don't know what that
So
means.
I don't
Could
have
I
to
just,
believe in it.
sorry, can I just have a little chip in? Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, the shape of the Earth is not a question of science. The shape of you don't science the shape of something. You science, as the chap just said there, Sonny, cause and effect. So while that science is a very good method and can help us find out how things work, science cannot tell us the shape of an object.
What can tell us the shape of an object then?
Measurement.
Measuring it.
Measurement,
Okay.
yeah.
Do you think that science has nothing to do with measuring?
No, we're talking about the Earth, right? So the Earth is a what is it question. That has nothing to do with science.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah, but that doesn't answer my question. So the science use measurements?
Measurement has science. Measurement is used a lot in science.
Okay.
But what's that got to do with measuring the size of the shape of the Earth?
Well, we established that to get the size of something, you have to measure it. Science uses measurement.
Awesome.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we're asking.
Why go into science when you can just use measurement?
Yeah. So hold up. He mentioned a key point here, though. So you're on the right track. So what we're talking about is measurement. So Razkor, do you know of any time in history that the Earth's curvature, namely because a ball or a sphere, it requires a certain amount of drop over distance. So can you tell us when, where, and how curvature on Earth was ever measured by anyone before the age of flight?
Before the age, like this is all irrelevant. I don't know, and I don't really care about that. But
wait. I'm sorry to interrupt, but it is completely relevant. Absolutely relevant, because you're talking about the shape of something. And so a shape's like a ball has geometrics to it. It actually has a size they gave us. And if you go out and measure the surface and find no curvature in any direction, what is it?
Yeah, and most of the so-called science is based on this presupposition that it is a ball. So it's very relevant if it's measured to be a ball.
I know what it is. I know what it is. I know. Oh, can I answer? It's not a ball.
No.
All right. So, do you guys think that you can use different methods other than a measuring tape to measure stuff?
Wait a second. I don't think we're done here. So on curvature, you don't have a validating actual direct measurement of this curvature. So what you think now, or whatever you believe about what they told us, that you're living on a spherical object, is only a belief, and that's it.
Yeah, but I'm getting there, right? So my question was, do you think that there's a possibility, there's a way to measure stuff without direct measurement, as in a tape or something like that?
No, you don't need a tape. We have straight edge light sources called lasers. Yeah, that's like using a straight edge.
What?
A laser light is like
laser.
using a straight edge. Like if you're a machinist, like I was, use a straight edge on level surfaces.
Okay.
You can use a laser as a straight edge. It's a measurement device if you know the distance that you're pointing
Also,
to.
high-powered cameras with zoom lenses. Go ahead, son.
So the laser will shoot in a straight line, objectively and measurably, every time, a straight line, unless there are extreme differences in the in the medium above the surface. You can shoot a laser across water miles and miles and miles, and then we just use the math the globe Earth gave us, a radius of 3,959 miles, and we can determine how much drop there is supposed to be, let's say in 15 miles, because we have laser shots from over 15 miles. And you see that it's, like 200 feet or something like that in that distance, and the laser is hitting the target from the same height as the laser is, then you know the surface it's shooting over is absolutely not curving. This has been done thousands of times now.
Okay. Fine. Can I ask a couple of questions? And then I'll just let you discuss whatever.
I'd like to hear you respond to what I said about the lasers. How are they hitting their target every time? They hit their target every time, sir.
Hello?
You're talking about like, how much did you say, 200 feet?
No, 21 miles. Does anyone know the longest distance? We have a FE Corps, they're field engineers that went out and did technical laser tests.
I think it's 29 miles.
29 miles, is that Lake Balaton?
I think it's 29, but it's far. It's way more than 20.
Yeah, 30 miles would be like 400 feet of drop.
I'm sorry, did somebody say tap?
No.
Oh, okay,
No.
sorry about that.
All good.
Is hello? Hello.
Hi.
Yeah, hi.
Is anyone watching the Champions League final tonight? I hope Sterling doesn't score.
Pardon me?
What? We're having a conversation right now.
We're talking about lasers over water right
do
now.
you have anything to add to that conversation?
No, he doesn't. No, can I address the thing that Razcor was just saying so we can dispel this?
Move on.
He can focus, right?
So we can move on. Yeah.
Well, he was about to ask, do you think that there's no other ways to measure stuff other than measuring tape? I know where he's going, right? We all know where he's going. What we're trying to say is that if you're going to use math and science and all these different whatever, right? If you're going to use an equation to predict, to calculate something, right? That's fine, but you have to have the values, the x plus y equals z, right? Like you have to know what x is. You have to know what z is. You have to know those values in the mathematical equation have to have come from somewhere in the real world where they have been measured. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You can't just assume those numbers. So when you do any kind of globe math, you're going to use a radius of 3959 miles. Okay, where was that number ever established or verified or validated? When you're going to use the
measure.
distance to the sun as an equation for what it, like, where was that value verified or actually measured at some point? You
Right.
can't just assume a number. Does that make sense? I mean,
Yeah,
because
well,
you can do all that kind of math, and as long as those numbers work, that's fine. But where did those numbers come from? If they were just made up, and that's what we're assuming, then that's not very good measurement.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yes, everything relies on it. Absolutely everything. The day-night
Mm-hmm.
cycle, seasons, the length of the day, like gravitation, like your orbits, like orbital mechanics, everything relies on that radius value. So what we're
looking
asking is,
for
when was that ever established in the first place? Because we need a baseline, like Fuzzy was saying. We need a baseline to go by. We have to use actual something real from the natural world. So what I was trying to say and get to the point of is that there has never been any measurement that validates the baseline claim of the radius value.
All right.
Does that
So,
make sense?
yeah, sure. But to tell you the truth, so I don't know about these measurements. I don't know about these calculations. I don't even know how you calculate like the surface
No, just the
curvature or
concept.
whatever
That's
on
just
the
the
globe.
concept of knowing that.
I understand. So my
Okay.
point was, I don't really know about the topic, so I can't really respond to that, and I'm not really interested in it, in like the math of globe or
It's not,
whatever.
no, but you're missing the point. You're missing the point. If where has the any calculation that NASA has ever done is going to involve 3959 miles of a radius of Earth to calculate everything. How fast the Earth should be turning based on day and night cycles. It has to be this size. NASA has said that it is the center of the Earth to the surface is 3959 miles, not 3964 or 3029, 3959 miles. Right? That is what Google will tell you when you look it up. Where has that number ever been substantiated? That is the problem.
Okay.
That is the crux of the argument. That is the crux of the problem. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get that. I just don't know about the topic, so I can't engage with it. But I wanted.
Listen. Here's the topic. The topic is, they told us you live in a ball. Everything relies on the sphericity of Earth. So that's the first claim that the ball Earth makes. All we did is take their claim and say, let's see if it matches reality. Gone out into the natural Earth that we live on, and we find water is completely horizontal all over the entire Earth.
Mhm.
There's no curvature. We have actual measurements of known distances from shore where we have from 10 times further, that would make the radius 10 times larger, to 30 times, to hundreds of times larger. That would make the radius of Earth millions and millions of times just by looking at Earth itself over water and taking measurements. It's not a ball in any sense at all. It doesn't conform to the geometrics of a ball. That's why we have, that's why we have lighthouses that work day in, day out. And lighthouses usually aren't that high, because if you go too high, then you end up in the clouds and you'll be covered by fog. So lighthouses are used by navigators and have been for centuries because water is horizontal. Otherwise, a lighthouse would not even work. It would be under a curve of hundreds of feet to miles. You understand that? Water's
What do you
flat.
want me to respond? Like, I told you I'm not interested in this
You're
particular
not
topic
interested,
because
but you're in a flat Earth server, sir.
Yeah, why did you come if you're not
Why are
interested
you
to discuss
here?
the shape of
Why
the
are you here
Earth?
then?
You have something about satellites or something you had a question about? Like,
Yeah,
I'm not sure why you're here then.
I wanted to ask a couple of questions and then I'll leave.
You don't have to leave, but I don't understand why you can't respond to what we're saying if you.
Because I don't know about the topic.
You said
But
you
don't you
work
say
in
don't you say the
atmospheric.
relevance
Wait,
of the main claim of
hold
the
up, hold
globe
up.
being the
Hold,
curvature?
Okay,
hold up.
you guys,
Or
stop
Hold on
talking.
a
Hey,
second.
stop talking over each other, please.
I know. Wait a second. So you said you worked in atmospherics. So they have geometry if it's a sphere, right?
I don't know where you're going with this. They have geometry.
Why
Okay.
don't we
What
let
does
him
that mean?
ask the questions that he wants?
Leia, yeah, just go ahead and ask your question, sir. It's no problem.
Yeah, right. So it's just a few baseline questions. First of all, I'm interested in if you guys believe in satellites or not, like satellite dishes, signals.
Understand. What do you mean? Do we believe in a satellite dish?
Believe.
I don't understand that at all. Did you want to rephrase that?
Yeah,
Or
like
somebody
if
else
there are
can answer, maybe?
if there are spacecraft,
It's
revolve.
telecommunications. That's what satellite signals are. Telecommunications.
Okay, so we need to get down to the baseline of that also then. What is the medium that you're saying these spaceship are going to? Is it a vacuum of space?
Not really. They're in the atmosphere. The atmosphere gradually decreases. There isn't a specific point where
Yeah.
it
So
comes back.
what is there? We have gas pressure here on Earth at sea level, right? 14.7 psi,
Mhm.
right? How do you have
Okay.
gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container?
How do you have gas pressure? Well, if you pile a lot, yeah, right. If you pile, say for example, sand on top of each other, right? You
Wait,
have
we're not talking about
That's
sand. We're talking about gas.
gas pressure, right? Gas pressure,
yeah.
not sand.
Sand is material, gas is material, everything is
We're not
material, right?
talking about
It's
sand
no,
is a
no, no, no.
solid. Gas
So,
is not a solid. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't match up. So how do you have gas pressure? Can you demonstrate gas pressure without
Can I
a
demonstrate
container?
over the internet?
Yeah. No. Has anybody
Well,
ever
you can
demonstrated
just
gas
show us an
pressure
example.
without a container?
Please can I ask the question?
Wait a second. I'm asking a question first.
Okay.
Yes, wait,
Can you
please.
provide a demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
Gas pressure
You know, the
without a
second law of
container. Yeah,
thermodynamics. High pressure always goes to low, hot always goes to cool. Can you provide
well,
these are the laws of gas in this reality we live in?
so this is the thing that I don't understand, right? So some parts of science you do accept, like the gas laws and whatever, and some you reject.
If you reject the gas laws, you have no other place to go into utter humiliation. That's Arthur Eddington.
Okay, so
Yeah, you want to see his statement? He said
Yeah.
he said that needs to crash and burn. It's the most ridiculous thing anybody could say, that they could have a theory or anything idea in their head that they could violate the gas laws.
okay.
So we
So
go again.
alternatively, if you have a demonstration of something that is contrary to what I just said, please
Mhm.
show us the proof of that. So if you don't know it right off the top of your head, that's fine. Later on in your own time, you can go look for if it was ever demonstrated that you can have gas pressure. Otherwise, the place they're telling you is space cannot exist in the way they say. We are in a contained system. We have gas pressure. That is proof of a container.
Mhm.
Absolute proof.
Right.
It's not maybe,
So,
if, and it's not about what I think about it or my opinion of it. It is what it is. You cannot have gas pressure without a container. Earth has gas pressure. So there is therefore a container. Absolutely. That is what science is.
mhm.
It's absolute.
So let me ask you about clouds, for example, right? If you think about clouds, how come they are above in the atmosphere when they are heavier?
Exactly.
'Cause
That's
they're
my question. If there's gravity, how does the water cycle work? Water has weight, but in a vapor state, it goes up. Where's gravity?
No. My question is like, how come it stays contained in specific layers in
Because
the
it's in a
atmosphere.
container. Because it's in a container, it's a dynamic cycle that goes on
It's
Earth.
not
Gases are
container.
produced at the surface. They go upward. They circulate. They move around from heat, convection, conduction. All these things are
Oh,
in
I see.
action,
I see
motion
what
all
you're
the
saying.
time.
So you mean to say, like, when you say container, it doesn't have to be solid. It can be gas,
Yes.
right?
No,
No, it
gases.
has to
No,
be
listen. So good point though. Can you show us gases containing gases?
Yeah.
Where?
The
Demonstrate.
clouds
How
are
is that
contained.
shown?
The clouds are contained. There are like
No,
certain
I'm
conditions.
sorry. I'm
What?
sorry. Looking at something is not a demonstration of something.
What do
So
you mean
what
by
I need
demonstration?
is I need a demonstration of gases containing gases in reality.
What does that mean, demonstration?
What does that mean? That somebody was able to provide something that captured gases and showed that gases can contain gases without a container. I need to see a demonstration of that. I need gas pressure without a container. That's what you need to show to validate what you're saying.
Like, bring me 25 psi of propane without the propane container.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So we need that. That's what we need if you're
So
going to say that.
if you go in the airplane and you measure the pressure at different heights, and the pressure changes if you go into the clouds, for example, that would demonstrate what you're saying?
You're saying
Well, if
there's
you're
a great,
in the plane, then
you're
you're
saying
in
there's
a
a gradient.
like. What are
I'm
you
sorry.
talking about?
I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Sorry. Like Razgor, do you understand the question? Like, do you understand what we're getting at here?
No.
Okay, so you're making a claim, right, that the atmosphere of the Earth or whatever holds everything in. That's right. We're saying you need gas.
What?
You need a container for gas pressure, right? You need a container for gas pressure. So we're asking you to prove gas pressure without a container because that's your positive claim on the globe model.
Yeah, my proof is the clouds. The clouds are contained by the gas around them. Just fine.
So we're asking you to prove how gas pressure can contain gas pressure.
Clouds.
Do a demonstration, but that's not, you can't. You have to be able to demonstrate that here on Earth, right? You can't use that thing in question to like prove your point, right? You have to be able to demonstrate that. So can you provide gas pressure without containment?
So what you're asking is to go and grab pressure from clouds, and that's
Okay, so basically let's use this example. Okay, this one was used before and I like to use it. Okay, so I'm gonna go scuba diving, right? And I get all my gear, but they don't have an oxygen tank. But that's okay. You guys tell me I don't need containment for gas pressure. So I just say, hey, I'm gonna just give me that oxygen. I'll just put it on my back, whatever. I go scuba diving. What happens to me?
You don't.
Exactly. And why do I die? Because gas pressure needs containment. Do you understand the problem that we have here?
Yeah, I honestly I don't know how to engage with you guys because all I wanted was a couple of questions. If you could answer, and I'll leave, and that's it. But
Sir,
you don't.
Can you explain your logic? What you're talking about clouds? I mean, the clouds are denser. She's asking for gas pressure itself, all the stuff that's around the cloud. How is that contained?
Exactly, it's
Sorry,
around
go
the
ahead.
clouds, right? So there's a difference of pressure between what's outside the clouds and what's inside the clouds, because that's why they are pretty much the same shape. And this is especially in like clear days, right? When you have those
Are you
puffy
talking about
clouds.
a gas pressure gradient, maybe?
Exactly, the gradient is because there are different
Well, a
pressures in different
gradient
points.
requires pressure in the first place, correct?
Oh, hold on, Elijah. I can
Go
barely
ahead.
hear you, and I have you to 200%. So you're barely audible.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to only make one point. Clouds aren't gas.
They're water vapor.
Yeah, water vapor.
Yeah, we said that.
So
I
in
But
other
agree.
words,
Rescore,
it's changing phases, and this is where the water molecules begin to form to drop back to the ground. So it's not gas.
Right. So I think the question that needs to be asked, Razcor, we're told we're in an open system. So why isn't the gas pressure escaping? How is it that you have clouds at all if it's an open system and entropy will occur?
Yeah,
Why
I
don't all the
didn't want
clouds
to.
fly away? Why doesn't everything fly away? We're supposed to be spinning on outer axis at 1,039 miles per hour. That's 480 yards per second whizzing by you at the equator. Per second. 5 football fields.
Yeah, okay. So I didn't want to get into this
I'd
because
also like
obviously
to-
it's about gravity, and you guys don't believe in gravity, but
Well, you're okay.
gravity?
So you're making the positive claim that if you believe in gravity, then you need to prove that there's gravity. So can you
What do you
prove
mean
that
by
there's
proof?
gravity?
Isaac,
Demonstrate that gravity is an actual thing.
Yeah, when was it validated scientifically with the scientific method, through experiment?
Every time you pick an object up and you let it go.
That's not an experiment. That's just a hearsay. You're just saying, okay, because this thing falls, that therefore a one-word description is telling you what the cause is? No. When was gravity validated? And for one thing, are you talking about, what kind of gravity are you talking about? Mass attracting mass?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
old
do you
and
know
busted,
that's
sir.
106 years out of date? It was superseded entirely. That means replaced by Einstein's general relativity in 1915.
Yeah, that's incorrect.
Yeah, you're stuck with bendy space time this
Wait,
time.
that's incorrect.
Yeah,
How is
let's
that
stop
incorrect?
that.
How is that
Explain
incorrect?
Yeah, in science we deal with models, and models can be accurate. Well,
A
you
model
try
is a
your best.
presupposition.
What?
A model is a presupposition, a reification. It's a logical fallacy. We don't live on a model. Model
Okay, so
isn't reality.
every time you use mathematics to describe something, the mathematics describing it is the model that you come up with.
Whatever can mathematics prove something? Is math able to prove anything? And can you tell me what math has ever proven?
But he needs to concede that Einsteinian gravity superseded Newtonian, right? Because they couldn't figure out the orbit of Mercury with Newtonian. So they had to come up with a new model, right? So I don't know why you want to have your cake and eat it.
Yeah, so are you denying that Einstein superseded Newtonian?
Yeah, it's a wrong way to think about it. They're
Okay,
both
great.
models.
No, I'm not talking about how we're thinking about
Okay,
it.
well,
Listen,
whatever.
listen,
I'm gonna
if you're
go
gonna
because
okay,
I'm
wait
gonna
a
go
second, wait a
because
second. No, you don't have
no.
to.
Wait.
Listen, okay.
I just had like a couple of questions, and
No, I
I'm not gonna go
understand.
get to them, and I'm just gonna go. See you guys.
That's why I'm talking very loud, if anyone can hear me.
Oh,
When
hey,
people
Elijah.
say, hey,
He
wait,
dipped.
I'm
He's
sorry,
gone.
my bad.
He's gone.
Wait, is
Peace.
this takeover Saturday?
It is. It is.
I'm so sorry. My bad.
No,
Yeah,
it's all good. I don't want to. Yeah, okay. But he's.
Anyway, I was
can I
gonna
ask the
ask
question?
him.
Please can I ask the
I was
question?
gonna ask him then if he's going with Newtonian, he would still need to show the hypothesis with the independent control variable. He would still have to provide that. So,
Well,
but he chickened out and left.
No, can I please ask a question?
Yeah, just hang on 2 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I know he had just a question about satellites, but he doesn't understand that, it goes deeper than just the satellites, and he clearly didn't want to have that conversation. But yes, Jake T, you have a
Do
very
you
important
think-
question. You're very
yeah.
quiet, by the way.
Okay, right. Can you hear me a bit better now, or?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Right. Okay. Do you think the Earth is flat?
The Earth is flat as you.
No.
Whoa, that was
I don't think.
intense. We know
I
the
don't-
Earth is flat.
Yeah, it's immeasurably that way.
Okay, can somebody server me a Baymax? Thank you.
I've got him.
Thank you, Roger.
Yeah, he was from yesterday. He came in with Jake T. I got the whole list of all of them. So
Oh, so they were here before. I
they
see.
got here last
Okay.
night. And then,
Hello, is my mic working?
yeah, that's good, bro.
Okay,
Yep.
right. So
Hey guys, can I ask something?
you know that the Earth is flat, then?
Yes.
Okay.
And he's out. Okay, who else was trying to ask a
Yeah,
question?
I
Why
wanted
would
to ask
NASA
something.
lie though?
Okay, there's 2 people talking. I don't know who's talking.
Okay, Morris, you can go before me.
Why would NASA lie about it? I don't think NASA are nice guys.
Oh, I mean, I can speculate, but I am not NASA.
Why are you asking about a secondary thing called motive versus asking for actual fact or
I'm asking,
actual
I
proof
said he
that they
says to me.
are?
I'm asking Redford Bear, not you.
Well,
Oh,
he's
okay,
free to
okay,
answer. This is
sure.
an open conversation
I
for
want to
everybody,
be
so that's
You
totally
can
fine.
only have somebody answer
You're very
you want
kind.
to. Is that what you're trying to say?
Wow.
Redford Bear's very nice.
Excuse me.
Yeah, shut up.
Finish up.
Okay, that's enough.
Fight me.
Morris. You want to be muted?
No, I'm alright.
Okay.
Okay, can I ask a question then?
Yeah, who's speaking?
Andre, yeah, Drake is my name over here.
Hi, Drake.
Yes.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, the question is, I don't know if this is the right channel to do this, and if it's wrong, just tell me to go somewhere else. But the question is, I want to measure a distance over a lake with a laser myself. So what kind of power do I need a laser to be to measure a distance of 50 kilometers or 30 miles? Does anyone know?
You can go on the FE core, and you can look at what they did.
E-core? Sorry about
FE
that.
core.
FE core. They have, from what I understand, they have all the technical information on what they did.
But to give him a ballpark idea, they had like a $30,000 laser, and they only got like 40 kilometers with it.
Oh,
41.
31,000.
Yes.
Oh, damn. It's okay. That's a problem.
No.
You
If
can
you go
do it
in,
with sunlight. Go ahead, Roger.
yeah, if you go into the laser test,
Yes.
yeah. So laser test channel, there are a few guys that done laser test over 19 miles with a very don't want to say cheap laser, but it's one you can buy off eBay.
Yes.
So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I think FE Core spent something in the neighborhood of $25,000 on maybe their whole setup and not just the laser.
Hey, Roger, are you hot making? I don't know if there's music in the back. It's like a lullaby. It's very relaxing.
The last guy that said that could be wrong. I could be wrong about the $30,000 laser. I was just pulling that out of my head. Y'all go ahead.
Oh yeah, that's all good. I just watched that recently, and I think they said because they had a motor hooked up to it, so they could make really fine movements, and the whole setup I think was something like that. But I do not think it was a cheap laser. I think it was expensive.
Okay.
If I was a psychologist, I would be in here immediately studying how these Glovers come in that are not interested and only want to ask the question they want to ask. And then if they don't get the answer they want or don't get the discussion they want, leave.
Yeah, he said the curvature was irrelevant, didn't he, Sonny?
That's
The
how it
main
works in
claim of the
academia.
Glover.
Sorry, Sophia, what were you saying?
That's how it works in academia.
Yes. Yeah.
Whatever doesn't fit, I
Yeah,
don't
I
want to
do,
talk
yeah.
about that. I don't want to talk about it if it doesn't fit my paradigm. Like I won't even discuss
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, or you don't
maybe
fund the research.
Maybe we should give him 10 seconds to grasp what we're saying, because sometimes we're swarming the globe believers. That's
Yeah.
not a good way to get our point across.
That's true.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, the way that when he asked the question, there's different background things that we have to get to before you can just you know. And that's what Sonny was trying to do, is get to that point. And I don't think he was anticipating that, because he never thought of it, which he clearly stated. So they don't think that there's all these moving parts behind just to get to that one question. They have to understand all these things. So that's what we try to do, is to provide that
I know.
knowledge and that background to them. I get your point, though, yeah, but that's just what
Sometimes
happened.
we're saying a lot of information, and I noticed that we don't give a lot of time to grasp. So maybe we should try that a little bit, and then they can understand
Well,
what we're saying.
they're not stuck here, right? They can say, okay, that's, too much. I need a minute to go and think about that, and that's totally fine. But I mean, they're not trapped here. They're here
And
of
I
their
think
own free will.
I think we generally give them. I think we
like
generally give them enough time to respond. I mean, sometimes not. I agree with you, but I try to go like, okay, so what did you think about that last point? And because if they're just whizzing on by it and they don't even respond to it, then after like 6 or 8 times, you go, like, are they listening or not? I have to,
That's true. That's true. But you're not the only one speaking. There are like 4 or 5 people trying to get the point across. And I noticed in the discussion with Rascor that we didn't give him a lot of time to grasp. And even though you were maybe quiet and tried to give him some time, someone else was trying to get their point across,
Yeah. Yeah.
That's just what I noticed. So
Yeah, I have noticed that before too. That's probably our biggest challenge, actually.
Well, and yeah, we don't know how much somebody can actually handle too, right? Everybody's different. So, we never.
that's very true. Very true.
Yeah, I agree with that, Elijah. If they only are asking questions like the one girl yesterday, they're basically just doing an interrogation, and they refuse to like listen to any of any of our responses, then who's the one that's not listening and not responding appropriately to just normal like every questions that a lot of them are just yes or no, but they won't answer them? It's just really odd. So when you spot that, my tone changes, yes, when I see that happening.
I get that. I got that myself as well. But it was just something I noticed, and
Yeah, because we've had dozens of people on here in the last week or so, and a lot of them, they're going like, like they get this moment, you hear it,
you
can hear it, and they go, oh, okay, and you can
things
tell it's
fast.
a kind of like, you can tell it's the kind of thing where they're like, wow, I never considered that part. Like I wasn't aware of this information. So that's a lot different of a conversation then. And it goes along fine. And then they go, because they're actually searching, and then you can go, okay, well, if there's any other questions, look, there's the additional information. A lot of us have channels, like go do some more looking at different areas. And then they go off and do that.
Public Enemy, are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I am.
Where are you from, if I may ask?
I'm from the Netherlands.
Welcome.
Thank you. So I'm trying in my best English.
Yeah, you're doing great, man.
Quite
Yeah.
well, actually.
No problems at all. Yeah.
Thanks.
So we had a lot of Dutchies coming in the last few days, man. Awesome stuff.
Yeah.
Dutch people are waking up.
Wow. It's one of the flattest places on earth.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we have sorry.
If Public Enemy's a flat earther, is someone available to give him the role, or?
He already has it, I believe.
Mm-mm.
What? I thought he did. Oh, he doesn't.
He's just VC verified. That's why I asked. Because I heard him say
Oh.
really, and then I couldn't understand.
Yeah. How long have you been in the server, Public Enemy?
Since yesterday.
Oh, okay, yeah, usually I think they wait a little bit and then you have to speak to a moderator. They'll interview you for that, but
That's
I
fine.
mean, you're
That's fine.
free to do that at any time.
Yeah, I'm just exploring. I'm flat earther for like 2.5 years now. And I
Oh,
just
that's awesome.
did yesterday.
Well, welcome to the server. I'm glad that you
Yeah.
found the server and that you're here.
Yeah, me too, me too. Been lonely.
No doubt. Eh? It's always good to talk to
Most of
like
us.
minds.
Yeah, very true.
Yeah. Okay, so we have Burwolf is now VC verified. If you want to unmute your mic, if you have any questions for us.
Yes, hello. I don't have any questions or anything. I'm just gonna listen along. I'm from the Netherlands too. So yeah, nice to see so many Dutch people here. That's really nice.
Yeah, well, that's awesome. Welcome to the server. What I know if you don't want to have a conversation, that's fine. But I was just curious, what shape do you think the Earth is?
Yeah, flat. You know, I've been looking into it more with a few friends of mine. And like if you look at flight plans, they make sense on a flat Earth, but they don't make sense on a round Earth. So that's just really obvious.
Yes, that
Great.
was one of the things that I remember I was looking into. And yeah, it just makes a lot more sense on a flat Earth. So that's awesome. Well, if you have any questions or want to contribute to the conversation, that's fine.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome.
Yeah, awesome. Well, glad to have you.
That is
Um,
awesome.
Oh, hey, you're back. Okay, did you
No,
want
I've
to
been
go
here.
down the list? Oh, I didn't know that you were here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, is Appa Bonaparte here?
Wait,
Have we
Slonk
already
was
talked to him?
first.
Sorry?
Oh,
Slonk was first.
Oh, Slunk. What's up, Slunk? How's it going, man?
where's? Oh, there's Slonk.
Yeah, you got VC verified, so oh, hello?
Yeah, hi.
Hi, what's up? Welcome to the server, I guess.
I was already in the
Oh,
server.
just hang on.
nice.
You're very
Full
quiet. Could you
volume.
get closer to your mic or turn your mic up?
Yeah, sure. Is this better?
A
A
little
little
bit.
bit. I'm gonna
Not
turn you up for
much.
myself.
Okay.
But if you
Um,
can try to fix that too, because the live stream too, right on YouTube, no one will be able to hear.
Long is back. He was here yesterday as well.
Yes,
Oh.
that's right.
awesome. So, what do you think about the shape of the Earth, Slunk?
I think it's a ball.
You think
He's
it's
a
a ball?
solid 10. He's a solid 10.
Sorry, it was a solid 10.
Yeah, yesterday we
What do you
asked
mean
him
with
if he was on a scale 1 to 10, if he was a flat earther or a globe believer, and he was a solid 10 globe believer.
Oh wow, okay.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
I mean, he just said you're a globe believer. I don't know if you're a globe believer. Do you believe that the Earth is a globe, or do you know that it's a globe? Do you know that it's a ball?
We had this conversation yesterday. I honestly don't really feel like having it today.
Oh,
So
okay. That's
just
fine.
move on to the other people.
That's fine. That's fine. All right. That's all right. So yeah. Appa DM'd me saying that they're not really comfortable with talking on the live stream, which is fine. Have we got anyone else over here that's VC verified? We got Jor Carp, but they're not VC verified. If you want to hop up there are a few people in VC checking 1 at the moment. If
Same
you'd
with
like to hop up there.
Cheese Grater. If you want to jump up there and get VC verified.
Yeah. You guys just hop up there, get yourself VC verified so you guys can talk here. Awesome. Have you got anyone
And
else?
same with William B. If you want to jump up into VC check-in.
Great. So it seems that precious metals takeover is starting to come to an end. We got 4 minutes left.
Yep.
William B, if you'd like to hop up there as well. You haven't got VC verified, you're just no roles, so hop up. Oh, there you go. Awesome. They Live. Have we already talked to They Live? Or
Not today. I feel like that name's familiar though. Maybe last
yeah, I feel
week.
like we've talked to him as well.
He's a flat earther. He's legit.
Pardon me?
They live as a flat earther. I've talked to him.
Oh, okay. Awesome. Oh, you're roboting really bad. I can't hear you. They live. You're lighting up, but okay. Well, yeah, we have 2 minutes. We can end it now, or if Slonk has any questions for us, we don't have to go over all the
I got a quick
flat Earth
question.
speak. Oh, yeah, go for it.
Yesterday I was told for speculations to go into the speculations room, but I can't find it.
Oh, what is it called?
Yeah, so I think FE speculations has been removed.
I think it's the
There-
learning curve,
There
isn't it
is
now?
there is FE beginners VC, but there's no there's no speculation anymore.
Can someone confirm that? That I think it is the learning curve now. Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so if you actually, it says flat Earth speculations, and then the room is actually the learning curve and the learning curve text. So it's under like
Yeah,
the
I saw that.
chill. Do you see it now?
I saw that, but I didn't know that was the speculations room because it's called the beginner's guide.
I don't even see
okay.
that one now.
Well, no, it's the yeah. So it's under the category FEs. Sorry, so flat
Oh,
Earth
sorry, yeah,
speculations, but it's
yeah.
learning curve. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
It's okay. But yeah, we've got a few more people with VC verified. If you'd like to just wrap it up though, Redford, because we're about to hit 8.
I will. I just got to get a link for this because I'll do that announcement again. Okay, just a second. All right. Well, thank you everybody for joining us for the Precious Metal Takeover and hearing people's stories. That's always fun. And then this announcement, I just got to find it. Now I can't find it. Okay. I will post it in a second. So there's an event going on in the Chatterbox server. There's a Flat Earth open discussion where the open discussion and debate of the idea of Flat Earth with the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. So it's happening today at 10 p.m. GMT in the Chatterbox server, and I will post a link in the live stream text. And I think we're done, so everybody can join in. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you guys for turning up. It's it's just been a great event. We do have Burr Wolf. If you'd like to unmute your mic, you've got VC verified, so you can talk. If you'd like to maybe share your opinion with us. What's up?
I've already talked a bit. I'm a flat earther myself, newly converted. So yeah, I'm just listening along and enjoying everything.
That's wonderful, man. Thank you. Of course, thank you for joining the server. You said you're new to the whole topic, newly converted. So if you haven't been told already, if you scroll down to the bottom of the server, you'll see the additional information, and you can find some really good information down there. I find the server as one of the best sources of information, not only because of the actual text channels and stuff here, but because of the people. There's a lot of friendly people here who have a lot of great information.
Yes. I've already had a warm welcome, so I feel really,
Awesome.
really comfortable here. Thank you.
Awesome. You're welcome, man. Thank you. Anytime. Is anybody else in here ready or open to share their ideas, their thoughts? Who am I? If you want to hop up to the VC check-in, looks a little bit popular right now, but you can hop in there and get yourself VC verified. Apart from that, everyone's being really quiet.
I have a question.
What's up?
I just came in and I just heard the whole thing about joining and there's a chatterbox. I'm not really sure what's going on.
Yeah, if you take a look at the Livestream voice text, you'll see Redford Bear put the I guess it's sort of little announcement out, and an invite to the server. The chatterbox. It's just an open discussion about flat Earth, where you guys are going to be debating, and it starts in 2 hours. So just a little bit over, or sorry, a little bit under 2 hours now.
Yeah.
And
Let me
yeah.
let me ask something. Is precious metals, because I'm recording it, so I wanted to make sure it,
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Helio. Sorry, we're done now. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, Helio,
cool.
it's over.
I'll stop the recording. The live stream will continue. I'll just stop the recording, and then we'll continue live streaming here. And I'm going to move the live stream to the chatterbox when that starts in a couple hours. So okay.
Awesome.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Hey, great show, guys. Awesome.
Thank you, man. But yeah, it's going to be an open discussion, and it starts in about 2 hours. It's just going to be discussing and debating the topic, the idea of flat Earth, with the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
Okay.
So yeah, hope to see y'all there.
So I guess I missed the medals.
Yeah, precious metals just finished. So yeah. Like 2 minutes ago. It's okay. Remember, guys, Precious Metals Takeover takes place at 6 p.m. GMT every Saturday. So yeah.
6 p.m. to what time?
6 p.m. to 8 p.m. GMT.
Oh, wow.
What is it?
Yeah. It is where the silvers and I think golds take over, and everyone else, like the moderators and everyone, gold pluses and stuff, they mute their mic, and the silvers have a opportunity to talk, to debate. I guess it's just they take over sort of thing. So I think it's pretty cool. It gives the less experienced people, less experienced debaters, a chance to actually, let their voice out on the live stream.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
There
it's
it is.
similar to Ladies' Night, but it's just anyone with that's a trusted member here in the server can open their microphone and talk, and the moderators have to step back. So
All right.
it's awesome.
All right.
I love it, man. So far, you guys are doing awesome.
Great.
Very much,
Okay, cool. So how do we get those said medals?
You have to just participate, and you'll get them.
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Yeah, it's like if you don't do anything, then you're never gonna get it. No, you're never gonna get it. Never ever gonna get it.
All right, for sure.
All right. Yeah. So yeah, you just participate. The more you participate, the more we, the moderators respect you. Then you'll get the rules. Anyway.
Gotta put the work in.
Yeah, you got to put the work in.
Awesome. So, I'm gonna hop up, rather, to the VC check-in. So I'll see you guys later. Have a wonderful day, you guys.
Cool. Yeah, check some people in. Get some shit going on. Hey, by the way, new people are gonna be coming in, but about 30 minutes before the show on in the chatterbox, I'm gonna stop the stream because I need to make sure that I have my stuff set up right to live stream it from there. So I'll be talking with the the admin over there. We'll get it all set up, and around 4 p.m. Central Time. I guess that would be 10 p.m. GMT. We're gonna get it going on with a new talk with people from another server on this live stream. So if you're listening, be there or be sphere.
It's here Orbisphere. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
be
yeah.
here, be here. But no, it's not here because it's going to be in another server.
Well, I know it's not
So
here, but
yeah,
if the
it's, I
message
mean,
no, but if the message is typed out over there, which is
no,
quote
it's
unquote
like
here,
be there.
no,
Be
it's
I
here.
don't know. It doesn't matter. It doesn't really matter because hey, I went ahead and posted a thing on the community tab. You know how if you have over 1,000 subscribers, you can just post shit to the community. I already
Which
posted a link
community?
for the YouTube community.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you're subscribed to the channel, if you go to your YouTube feed, you should see where I posted a link to the Discord and a link it's an announcement about the event coming up at 4 my time, 4 p.m. my time.
Awesome. Wait, so would that be 10? Because 4 Eastern.
No, it's 4 Central Time.
Oh,
4
4
p.m.
Central.
Central Time, 5 p.m. Eastern.
Oh, okay. So then it would be.
Yeah, that'd be 10. It's 10
11?
p.m.
Oh, 10.
Greenwich Mean Time. 10 p.m.
Okay.
in Europe. For all the
Awesome.
for all the Europeans. Not all of the Europeans, but most of them.
Yeah. The British people.
The British and the Netherlands.
Wait, is the Netherlands 10?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure most of the Netherlands is on Greenwich Mean Time, as far as I know.
Okay.
What? What about
It's like,
Netherlands?
are you guys on the same time as England?
No,
No,
we're
plus
GMT
one.
plus one.
Yeah, it's
Plus
+1,
one.
right? Yeah, I was gonna say.
Are you an hour ahead?
Yeah, they're an hour
Yeah.
ahead of us.
Okay, so
GMT
you're
plus
7
one.
hours ahead of me then. Okay, cool.
Yep.
Because a lot of the other European countries are +1 or +2 or +3.
Okay.
I know, because France is +1, so. Yeah.
All right then. Well, there it is. But anyway, I always go off of my time, right? It's Central. Or I know that GMT is 6 hours ahead of me, right? So so if I say 4 p.m., I know it's 10, right?
Yeah. Awesome.
You guys just figure the rest of shit out yourself.
Old dude just said, "No spirit here, bro."
Flat Earth, guys. I don't understand.
What, Dave? You're in Eastern time, aren't you, Dave?
Yeah. So they throw the daylight savings time in and fuck with everybody. But
Yeah, they need to stop that shit.
Wait, what I don't understand is that why are all y'all talking about time zones when only globes make time zones work?
Yeah.
take that, flat earthers.
Take that, flatties.
Flatties.
Oh, I said I was gonna hop up to check in. All right, I'll see you guys later. Peace out.
Yeah, let's get some of the newbies in here, man. Yeah, check-in's filling up, man. There's newbies in here. Not that I necessarily want to talk to them. You guys talk to them. I just wanted to come in and announce that we're going to have a show over there on the former chessboard. I keep wanting to call it the chessboard. Chesapeake Bay, is that what it is? No, it's shit. Now I can't even remember the name of it because I've been.
How many members does that server have that you're talking about, Helio?
They have over 3,000 members there. I went there. I went in there last night and talked to a few of them. They're pretty cool, man. They're really cool.
All right. Should be interesting then. Spread the word.
Yeah. Yeah, we've talked to them before on their other server. So they got their other server taken down and built this one back up to over 3,000 members now. So yeah, it's pretty
cool group of guys, man. They talk about all kinds of different stuff, man. They talk about politics, which we all hate politics. I'm not saying all of us hate politics, but I do. I used to love it, but now I don't.
I hate politics. Bullshit.
But anyway, so yeah, there should be a lot of people there ready to talk about flat Earth. So good stuff. I went in there and talked to some of them. Well, I just jumped in the room and I think a couple of them recognized me. Just like, because I wanted to talk to Corvo. He's one of the admins there, and he wasn't available. I think he was sleeping, probably at the time, but he was still logged in. So I saw him in the room, and I jumped in the voice room, and there were several people talking, and I can't remember what they were talking about. They were just bantering, whatever, back and forth. And so I was waiting for a moment. Anyway, I started talking to them, and they were like, "You're a flat earther, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was kind of trying to see if I could talk to Corvo to set or get some more details about what's going to happen today. And he wasn't available. But I talked to them for an hour or so, and it was fun. They were cool guys. Always have a good time in that server, man. They're not a bunch of assholes like when you go to Jen's server. We'll see what happens. Because you never know till you know.
So we got any new people in here, Helio?
I think that. Oh, we got a new person.
Cheese grater? What about cheese grater? No rolls.
Come on, cheese grater. You want to talk to us? I mean, it seems like they're hogging everybody up in the chicken. Hold on. No, the chicken's kind of stayed down. Hey, I'm gonna give cheese grater a chance. Should I? Yes. Hey,
Go for it.
Cheese grater unmuted you. You can open your microphone and talk to us if you want to.
Hello, cheese grater. Welcome to the server. You have the right to remain silent, but do you have the ability? Yes, he does. Back to you, Helio.
Yeah, he's got about 5 more seconds, and then I'm gonna mute him again. My brother gave me his electric smoker, and I put a ham in it. Now I'm not even smoking the ham because the ham's already smoked by someone else, right? When I bought it, and put this huge pineapple slice on top of it, and then 5 strips of bacon. And so it's out there cooking at 250 degrees.
You just pissed off all the vegans, man.
I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna let it cook out there for like 5 hours. I'm gonna let it just freaking cook out there for like 5 hours.
The pineapple's vegan though.
Yeah, I got the pineapple in there, so maybe that part will help them out. Yeah, put the pineapple on top of it, and then put 5 strips of bacon. So when the bacon fat it'll roll over the ham, and then when it hits the pan, it'll just start simmering. Yes, I think I'm gonna put the temp up to like 275 because I got it at 250. I wanna
And this has been Healthy Food Tips with Helio Skipper.
And it is on topic because all cooking is done on a flat Earth.
Sure enough is. You kill hogs on flat Earth.
Hey guys,
Dude, I live in Ark. Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No problem. Do I need some kind of special binoculars to see over like 40 kilometers of water, which would be like 25 miles?
Yeah, it takes a special type of optics to see that far. It wouldn't be binoculars. You're not going to be able to use.
Okay. What would you recommend?
I have some 50 times zoom binoculars, and
50 times.
I don't think. Yeah, I have 50 times zoom binoculars. I don't think I could see 25 miles with those. No. I mean, if I look up, but looking across a plane,
yes,
is different. Plane, not. You know what I mean by plane, like on the surface. Looking up, you can see 50 miles, of course, but when you're looking across a plane, when the ground becomes part of perspective, and it's very difficult to see that far.
Okay.
Yeah, even with 50 times zoom, it's see what happens. What happens? Here's what people misunderstand. I think. I mean, aperture, of course, is involved, but even with the telescope, it's like people sometimes will say, "Well, if the Earth is flat, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower from New York or something like that?" It's like, dude, why do you think you can see that far? And it's like, well, what if I had a telescope and I pointed it across the ocean? Dude, the Eiffel Tower is still really freaking small from your perspective, and it's like it might as well be nothing, from over 1,000 miles. I mean, what the entire fuck are you talking about? You can't zoom in on it. Even if you had a telescope and you could try to see the Eiffel Tower from New York, you would have to point your telescope, because every time you zoom in, you lose, left to right. You zoom in and you zoom in, and it's similar to like a microscope, right? When you use a microscope, you lose all of your left to right. You're zooming in on one little point. Like, dude.
It's like this too. It's also all the air in between here and Paris, right? All right. So if I'm at the surface of the water, I'm at the surface of the ocean, and I'm looking down. Why can't I see?
No, Fuzzy. I don't bring up atmosphere first, but I mean, of course, the atmosphere is.
No, right. But I mean, you're right. But I mean, it goes really quick. Like, why can't I see the bottom of the ocean? It's clear water, right?
Right. Well, yeah, exactly.
I've heard people say it's the same exact thing. I mean, it's simple. Like, it's
no.
Yeah, I mean, if you had a super duper crazy telescope, maybe on a really clear day between the entire.
Hold on. Even with no atmosphere, you couldn't see the Eiffel Tower from New York with a telescope.
Well, with no atmosphere and a long enough telescope, yeah, you could.
No, you couldn't.
If a big enough telescope.
All right, but how big does it have to be?
Well, I'm saying in theory, with nothing in between on a flat surface with a big enough.
How big would the aperture have to be?
Oh, it has to be crazy. I'm just saying. It's
okay,
theoretically
I'm
possible.
just saying. I mean, yeah, theoretically, they don't build them that big.
Well, I mean, as long as we're talking about theoretically losing all the atmosphere, let's go theoretically. I can build a fucking big ass telescope. All right.
Okay. Anyway, go ahead, Fuzz.
Well, no, I'm just saying, like, I mean, as long as we're in theory land, like, as long as we're losing the atmosphere, let's lose all. What else you want to lose? Let's add elves and that's Santa Claus.
Yeah, but how did you guys
build a 2,000 miles
How would
telescope?
you focus that big ass telescope?
But guys, can I ask something? Like, how did you then see over? How did you convince yourselves? Because I think you guys are right, but I didn't see anything myself yet. So I want to go out over a large body of water and just look across it. So I'm not quite sure how large the body of water should be.
That is the best place to test it. That's the best place to test it. Go ahead, David.
I went in summer 2015. I went to a lake here in Kentucky, which is all landlocked. You know, I don't live near ocean. But I went to a lake where it's a 10-mile stretch from a shoreline to a shoreline. It was technically like 8.7 miles is what I did. I used sunlight and a mirror. And just took a buddy with me. One of us on one side of the lake and the other one's on the other side, and you flash the sunlight across the water. Globe done right there. Yeah, you can take like a big mirror, like a mirror you have in your house, and just flash the sunlight to each other.
Very cheap.
That's
very inexpensive test that you can do with a friend, and you can do that over even more than 8 miles. People have done that.
And can I jump in a little bit here?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's also why the black swan is such a good test, is because it makes the horizon the reference point, you know, where the horizon has to be, and we can see way past where the horizon must be. And then it takes, because you have angular resolution's a problem, which is what Helio was talking about. You just can't, unless you can open up the aperture really, really far, there's a limit to your eyes and to your optics. And then, of course, the air is an issue too. And that's why the horizon's so good, because, you know, at a 1 foot observer height, you have your horizon at 1.2 miles, but you can see the horizon well beyond it. So that's what makes that observation so powerful.
Look at Miguel's pictures he just posted. That's pretty freaking insane. That mountain. Look at the horizon way beyond that mountain. It's just, how can you? That's like I was telling these guys that we're going to talk to later. Telling them last night. It's like when you see it, you can't unsee it. And they were like, I was telling them, there's no former flat earthers. And they're like, no, we know a couple of former flat earthers. They were talking about Ranty and stuff. They knew what's up, you know, and they knew a couple of. And I was like, you just can't unsee what you already see. You know, I don't know. I mean, that's up to you, I guess. But you can believe these former flat earthers if you want to. But there's no globe. That's a really good one, Miguel. The one with the mountain and the big tower, the horizon on that. That's freaking badass.
Yeah, once you can see it for yourself that water is not going to behave convexly, it really doesn't matter the distance. But
yeah, sure. Yeah, even over the lake. Yeah, because you can do the numbers and the math, and like you said, flash a mirror from the shore, flash the sunlight. Your friend can see the mirror right on the shore over even 8 miles. It's like, where's the curvature of that lake? You know, it's like, what the entire. Where's this curvature? We've been looking for it for what, 5 years now, Dave? 6 years almost. 6 years we've been looking for this curvature. We can't find it.
We'll past 6-year anniversary for me. We're about the same boat.
I think
no bendy water.
No bendy water.
So they still hogging on the new people in VC check-in. I'm driving, so I can't look.
Not sure. Let me check. They might have run them off. I'm not sure. No, it looks like. Well, there's a couple of people in VC check-in, but there's 3 in VC check-in 1, and MJ and Sonny are talking to him. VC check-in 2 is just get the bears.
We got Mo Big Smoke here with no rolls. If you want to take a chance. Take a chance, take a chance, take a chance
on me. Remember that song? Dude, we're dating ourselves.
That's ABBA from 1980 something.
What was
Everybody
the name?
remembers ABBA.
What was the name of the person that you were talking about?
Mo Big Smoke.
Hey, if you're driving, damn it, David, be careful.
I am. I'm currently operating a motor vehicle safely and within all traffic laws and speed limits.
But you're looking at the fucking Discord.
I can multitask.
I do it sometimes too. Yeah, it can be dangerous.
I pay attention to everything oncoming in the road ahead.
All right, hey Mo Big Smoke, do you can you open your microphone and talk to us? Can you hear it? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Hello, Mo Big Smoke.
I unmuted you. You're able to unmute your microphone and speak with us.
Hello.
Miguel's posting the lyrics to "Take a Chance on Me." No, is that? I don't
You got
know.
the
That's all I
time of
remember.
the first in line.
That's all I
Honey,
remember.
I'm still free. Take a chance on me. Take a chance.
Yeah. Anyway, Mo Big Smoke. Oh shit, left before
He
I
missed
could.
his chance to be in the spotlight. Goodbye, Mo Big Smoke. We will miss you.
Oh well. Cheese Grater is still hanging around. You guys want to see if Cheese Grater?
What about Mimus Aurelius? He looks like a troll name. We'll see what he's got to
Yeah,
say.
that's a freaking troll ass name.
Because I am a huge troll.
Oh, I was right.
We knew it. Me and Dave Hinkle are troll spotters.
Saw so many people in here. I thought there might be like an argument or something going on. Nope,
Yeah, you
just
would
two
think.
ancient boomers talking about ancient music. Take a chance on me. All right, Grandpa.
Gotta love ABBA, man. Come on, man.
I'll
Come
take a
on,
chance on you, Grandpa. It's all right.
It's just like there's people in check-in, and I think that Sonny and MJ are hogging them up there in check-in. They're just like holding them there, going, "Hey, they're talking about flat Earth in check-in, and they're not bringing it down to the live stream." So,
You got another no rolls, Yuki. You want to try to talk to them? Yuki, Y-U-K-I.
damn it, David, don't be strong. I'm worried about
I'm at a stoplight right now.
driving.
Don't worry about me, man. I'm paying attention to the road.
Tag me if you get some action.
Will do, man.
Hey, Yuki, are you able to speak? You have the ability to open your microphone. Yuki, can you speak? Can you open your microphone and talk to a flat earther? Have you ever talked to a flat earther before? We're not so bad. Right above Yuki, William B. Hey, Yuki, if you don't talk in 5 seconds, I'm going to mute you again. But let's try William B. He jumped in. William B.
Hello. Can you hear
Will?
me?
Yeah,
Hi,
I can
man.
hear you, William.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good, bro. I wasn't verified because the other mods, they're still trying to figure out Discord. So I just hopped over here to talk to you.
Hey, what do you want to talk about? We talk about flat Earth here. What do you want to talk about?
Flat Earth.
All right, cool. So have you ever talked to anyone about flat Earth before?
No, this is my first time ever.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard? You've heard of it, right?
I heard of it on Joe Rogan podcast.
Really? You heard about flat Earth on Joe Rogan, right? Were you listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson and Joe talk about flat Earth?
Yeah. And today I was watching the Champions League and I was thinking, bro, if the world is round, wouldn't the ball like roll from the side. Like it wouldn't just stay in the middle, right?
I'm not sure where you're going with that.
Is that a serious question?
Yeah. So see, in a football field,
You think the football field is curved? Is that what you're saying?
no, I'm saying it's not curved. Because when you keep the ball in the middle, it doesn't roll.
Okay, go ahead, Helio.
I don't know where to go with this. I mean, he's got some weird ideas.
What is your point about what are you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm saying that's what
go ahead.
That's what made me think that the Earth is flat. Because if the Earth was round, the ball would have rolled to the side.
No, see, Earth being flat has nothing to do with it going anywhere. Earth is the realm we live on. It's called Earth. It's not going anywhere.
But the field is on the Earth.
What field?
Football field.
Come on, William.
Bro,
let's start over. Let's start over. No, you're trolling. You're trolling yourself because we're actually here having a normal conversation. We're asking you about what you think about the nature of Earth, right? So is Earth what they say it is, the third rock from the sun, a sphere like spinning around the sun, or is it a flat Earth where the sun is moving above us? And I mean, we're not. That's the two questions. I mean, maybe this is some concept you've never heard before. I'm not sure where you're going with this, William.
But that's what I was trying to say, that how can the Earth be a rock floating in space? Because if it was a rock, then the ball would move. It wouldn't stay in the middle, right? Then I was realizing, I was watching the game and I was like, it makes sense. Everything makes sense now.
This is as big a troll point as I think I've ever heard.
That's weird.
Well,
it's like it's throwing me off.
hold on
I
a
don't even know
second.
where to go with it. It's weird.
Well,
It's either trolling
Are you guys trolling me?
No,
Okay,
we're
okay,
not
so
trolling
then,
you, bro.
okay, fine. I will ask you a question then. So, if the Earth is round, why does the ball stay in the middle? If you guys think the Earth is round, why does it stay in the middle?
round like a pizza, or
How do
round
you
like a
not know you're talking to a troll? How do you not know this asshole's a troll? Not you know that he's a troll or not? Because I can tell he is, and I'm listening live.
I think he's generally.
Bro, what are you saying, man?
Shut the fuck up.
He means that if
This
you
sounds
live
like
in a ball,
a fake accent.
What? Bro.
Yep, fake accent and all. Just mute him.
What if he's actually
So then, when someone asks you guys a real question, you don't know how to answer it. Okay, fine.
Yeah, I can do a fake accent too. Here, listen to this. Guten Tag. My name is Klaus. I am from Germany. We're from Europe.
Bro, what are you saying? Why would I fake an accent if I was trolling you?
Because you're full of crap. That's why.
Instead of let him become the troll before we accuse him, unless there was another troll in or some other glober in here.
You guys are so weird. You didn't even say anything about what I said. You're just saying that my voice is weird. That
But
actually hurts.
You're saying you believe in a flat Earth because if we were on a spinning globe, the ball from your football game wouldn't stay still in the middle.
Yeah.
And it would move.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, that's it is an observation. It doesn't need to take 20 years to see that, but okay. So you're a flat earther, right? Do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't think so.
Don't talk for
Well, I don't know if it's flat, but it's not as round as they say.
Why, William? Because of football doesn't
Because
move.
of the football, yeah.
So, well, that's the Earth is stationary, right? It stands still. So, of course, it wouldn't move.
That's why it doesn't move.
ball on another ball, which the other ball is round, and the ball will fall off. So it's stationary and it's flat, right?
Yeah.
If he's gonna keep talking like this, are we gonna keep letting him use the word round like that?
It's a globe, spherical,
not round.
Round. What is round? A corner can be round.
Okay, a corner is round. Corner is round. My ball is round. My balls are round.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, he's definitely a troll. Fuck him.
Kick him out.
No, you can stay and listen, right? Maybe you can learn.
Okay.
These people, at first they find it an odd topic, right? And they want to laugh and ridicule, but something inside them makes them wonder, right? So why are all of these people talking about it, right? It must be something that they are saying is correct.
It's harder to convince someone that they are fooled than fooling someone. I'm wondering, is no one in this live stream doesn't have anyone have any questions?
What kind of people do you think live on the other side of Antarctica?
I don't know if there is land beyond Antarctica, but
We cannot verify that at the moment.
that's not very viable.
All right.
It would be a speculative question. There'd be no way to verify any of it. So ultimately, who cares?
Yeah, generally speaking, this server tries to stay at the really is level. I mean, speculation's okay, but that's all it is speculation, right?
We can speculate away.
We like to get down to what really is.
It could range from anything to everything and everything in between.
And nothing.
And nothing, exactly. Or
So this is, I guess, also a bit of a speculative question. Who do you think built the firmament?
Well, yeah, as you say,
Whoever or whatever creates a container like that.
That's a good question.
Why would you come right back with another speculative question after what we just said?
But you did say, well, he did preface it by saying it maybe, he did say maybe it's speculative. How were you on the fence about that, whether or not it's speculative or not?
Is it a problem?
It's like maybe I'm speculating. What's that mean? It's like when people say, "Well, if the Earth was a globe, then anything you have to say after that, you're already presupposing the Earth was a globe." If the Earth was flat, which all of us experience the Earth as a level stationary plane. So we actually have the Steelman argument on that point. If the Earth is flat, we see the sun, moon, and stars move above our head. Yeah, not a big deal.
Okay, so what exactly do you think the moon is?
Sorry, Zan. What did you say?
What do you think the moon is?
Oh, I have no idea what the moon is. I know it's there.
All right. What do you think the moon is?
Oh, I have no idea what the moon is. Who's echoing?
What do you think the moon is?
Alex C, turn the audio of your computer down.
Yeah, Alex.
Echo Charlie Echo.
Yeah.
What do you think the moon is?
Alex, can
Alex
you?
C, turn
Alex,
the
can
audio
you?
of your computer down.
Okay.
Yeah,
Echo Charlie Echo.
Yeah, if you're watching a live stream and it's coming through, you're bleeding through your mic. So anyway, thanks, Alex. So anyway, Zon, yeah, I have no idea what the moon is.
Well, that's also a speculative question. Can we move on to the new guy?
Who's the new guy?
Alex C looks like he just got verified.
Yeah, well, we need to make sure that his microphone is. Well, he just jumped out. So.
And he just bounced.
Hey, let's talk to Zon.
It's obviously cheese. Prove me wrong.
I've never seen cheese giving off light. It seems highly unlikely it's cheese.
Well, have you ever seen moon cheese? Moon cheese. There's only one place I can see moon cheese, and it's up in the sky.
No, I don't think so.
It's unique to our universe. It's the only place it exists. Yeah, you're right. Though most cheeses don't give off light.
Zon, do you think we landed on the moon? Americans landed on the moon in 1970, 69?
You wish, no, wait, you don't wish. No, don't.
Okay.
Does the moon atmosphere affect the moon cheese?
Why didn't they take their Hasselblad cameras and point them straight up, because that's where Earth would be when they landed on the moon? Pointed at Earth, it would just fill the sky because it would be so huge. Like, we have hundreds of pictures that they took with their cameras on the moon, but they never pointed it straight up and took a picture of the Earth while they were on the moon.
The new guy is back.
Oh, Alex is back.
Yeah.
No, he's not muted. Alex, you can open your microphone and talk to us. You have questions about the nature of Earth, the flat Earth, flat versus globe. He's not echoing and his mic is open. Alex, speak to us. Oh, now he bounced. Maybe he's having some mic issues. I don't know. Yeah, he just typed in the live stream voice text that he's having a problem with his mic. So, hey, if you can get that fixed, Alex, please jump on right back in. William was the guy that was saying all the crazy stuff, right?
Yeah, he was a troll.
Totally freaking weird dude. Asking questions we can't answer. It was totally messed up. I was just like, what the fuck? I was like, I'm going to smoke a cigarette, man. This guy.
That's funny.
Yeah, it was like I was listening to you guys after I was talking to. I was like, where am I supposed to go with these questions? What is this? And I was smoking, listening to you guys talk to. But yeah, eventually you get server muted again. It was funny.
Well then, was it Radwin? I come in like, get rid
Yeah.
of this guy.
Yeah, I know.
He called that one. Oh man. It's like you have to tell people like where even to start. No man, the door's over here. You want to talk about the radius or something? I mean, a football. He was trolling, but
Yeah, it was like if how comes it's not rolling over this one? Like what? Rolling where? I mean, what the hell are you talking about?
you were funny, man. You're like, what? Wait a minute. I don't even know what to say right now.
Oh my goodness, man. Yeah, sometimes I mean it's entertaining. I mean, it's like that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you're gonna troll it, you better make it funny, or else we're gonna get your ass is gonna be gone.
It was funny too. Cause
it was funny.
It's like, how come it doesn't roll? It's like, oh god, man, here it goes. What a goof. Yeah. I was like, man, if you're gonna, I mean, you know, the door's over here, buddy. Like, you know, let's talk about how big the Earth is. It really is supposed to be, according to your heliocentric model. Oh man, that was funny.
All right, I don't know if Alex C is listening right now, but he's still posting in the live stream voice text. He said he has a problem with the mic, and then he has a question. It says, "Is there a wiki site that I can direct people to go to for answers about FE?" Are you talking about Wikipedia? We don't. I mean, I wouldn't recommend looking up flat Earth on Wikipedia. But Indio has created an information site. I got to get the link now. That has. If Alex, man, if you're in here, scroll down to the bottom of the server. Like there's shitloads of information about flat Earth. I mean, any topic. I mean, it's alphabetical order. You can, if you want to research what we're talking about, plenty of information there. You can spend weeks and weeks just researching what all the information that we have here. No. Yeah, you're right, Radwin. This is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth. Hopefully you take a look at it, Alex, because we're in the 21st century. There's no such thing as mic issues when it comes to this. I think you just don't, you just don't really want to talk. You could say, hey, I just want to listen. That's okay. We're good with that. Was that a toolbox, Radwin? Well, Alex, take a look at some of that information and then come back. And when you get your mic fixed, talk to us. That's a good one.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Who's this?
Yep. That's my new toy, the toolbox. I couldn't take it anymore, having 5 toolboxes. I actually have more than that.
What brand is that one? It looks pretty cool.
That's Home Depot Husky.
Husky? Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I just could not deal with that. That was just crazy. Go look for something. Oh, no, it's not in that toolbox. I got to go to this toolbox.
Did you just get it like yesterday or today?
I just got it like 1 hour ago. I rented it.
Now you have to organize that shit. It's going to take you freaking a week to get all this shit.
So I had to rent the truck from Home Depot because I didn't have a truck with me and I wanted it right now, but it was only 19 bucks.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, but it took 4 guys to load it in the truck and me by myself to get it off the truck. So, but I got it off with not a scratch.
Dude,
my wife was like, how do you figure shit like that out? I'm like, because it's very expensive and I don't want to break it, and I'll get it off the truck myself.
Nice, bro.
I'm gonna gain like 12 feet of space by putting everything in that box.
Hell yeah.
12 by 4 foot. That's pretty big.
Did you see that freaking Snap-on that Battle Mod posted?
Yeah, I've seen that.
It's like,
I've seen a box similar to that before.
I know.
I've seen boxes like that, but not that big. We've got RX in our building, the maintenance guys, they actually have systems like that. And it's like, and they try to roll them around sometimes, not the super big ones, but like 2 connected to each other. They'll roll like what I have in that picture. They'll roll 2 of those to a machine. That's crazy.
Well, it's like, I used to work at Falcon Jet. It was, it's an aircraft. I built cabinets for aircraft, and they would have. I worked directly for the company, but they'd have contractors come in it, and they would hire contractors, whatever, and they'd bring their toolboxes with it. They have to roll them off the truck. I mean, it's toolboxes like that,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but and they, that was just like, all right, I'm gonna work for this. They sign a contract with the company to work there for a while or whatever. But anyway, so their toolboxes were just like when I worked for the company. The tools were provided, and they gave us our own bench and everything, and all the tools were provided. Not all of them, but most of them. And but yeah,
my company does
hired
that.
Contractors, they would come in with these big ass toolboxes like that. It's like, hey,
yeah, if you're an associate of our company, you actually work for us. They buy everything for you.
Yeah, that's the way it was for me when I was working there. I worked there for 9 years.
Because I got moved off the shop floor into a cushy office position, I don't get toys anymore. But I get more expensive toys now. Like I have a budget of like $50,000, not 500.
Hell yeah!
But I still
What's
don't
up?
get to have cool toys like that. I have to buy expensive toys like PLCs and controllers for machines and play with those and design stuff with them. But that's fun too.
So, what do you make?
What do I do?
Yeah, I mean, generally, I mean,
I'm a tool and die maker.
all right, you work with CNC machines?
Oh yeah, I work plenty with those. I actually designing a system for our whole company to get all the data from all our CNC machines into one location so we can run reports instead of not having any data like we do now. We have nothing. So I'm designing that system with 10 other people.
Yeah, when I was working at this company that I worked for, I'd get a computer program that engineered like computer program. I'm supposed to put this cabinet together that went through an engineering process, then through the CNC, and I get a box of parts and I put all that shit together, right? And so when I'd find problems, I'd have to deal with the CNC people. Well, I had what was really first, if there was an issue, I would have to go with what's called an manufacturing engineer, an ME, to say, hey, here's the issue, and that would go through a process, and then I'd have to. Oh man, it was actually a pain in the ass. The entire thing was. I'm sure you'd probably go through the same.
Oh yeah, well we write that stuff on our end, but yeah, people have to go through that stuff. Like if an engineer needs something done, like we have to approve it now. I used to be on the other side. I'd have to go to an engineer. Now the engineers have to come to us because of what we're designing. But for the most part, we're designing around them. But anything new now has to come to us for approval. But we just go slap, it's approved, because unless it's something stupid, we don't approve. I mean, we won't approve dumb things. Everything has to be able to connect to our network. If it can't, we don't let them buy it. So if it costs $2,000 more to connect it to our network, then we have to pay $2,000 more. That's the way we look at it.
I never had to worry about the price of something.
Well,
I had to walk. I mean, I worked at a facility. I had to walk like miles.
We have I don't even know how many departments. Let me think. The main plant, there's probably 50. We have 27 plants. So if you can imagine how many departments there are. So yeah, each department gets a budget. They worry about their money.
See, anyway, I'm not gonna bitch about the company I worked for, but they weren't stuff.
So we're trying to do away with the CNC problems. Like an engineer makes a program, right, and the operator gets it, and they go to run it, and the dry run it, and something doesn't look right, or they run the first part and it's way off. I mean, that shit should never happen because we make the same parts over and over. One machine might make 25 different kinds of parts, but for 2 days it's making this part, then they'll change it over and make another part. That should never change, but it does all the time. So we're putting an end to that. When the programs are edited by the operator, they can now save it and it goes back up to where it's supposed to go. Before, they never did that. And I was just like, how do you guys even function in reality around here without knowing?
That's the way I felt. That's the way I felt when I was working at this company. I was like, how are you letting this happen over and over? Same issues all the time.
Over and over and over.
How the fuck can I work? I mean, it was the most frustrating thing. And you're making me work overtime like 70 hours a week because of your mistakes. It's like, it's fucking stupid.
Yeah, same kind of company. If the engineer, whatever, then they'll be working overtime to make up for it. People are like, yay, I'm glad he screwed up. Well, now they're not because everybody's on.
No, because I lost my job because I lost my job because I fell asleep on the job because I fucking was working too much.
Like our operators now are on mandatory overtime. They're probably not thrilled about that, but some of them are happy.
I don't mind working overtime if it's a good product, but I know. I was building cabinets for aircraft, and when you're building aircrafts, when you're putting interior on aircraft, everything is supposed to be according to the FAA guidelines and all that kind of shit, right? And they made me do some shit, and it's like this could be dangerous for the aircraft.